We are live at Coletco for Monday, May 12th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. I hope not. So let's get going here. Move this down. All right. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed. Ed is leaving the building. Ed, thank you. All right. Let's see here. All right, so we got Coletco live. Let's hit the like button. Let's hit the beep bop 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 share button. All right. Shortest straw. Ever since I seen where Metallica played Shortest Straw at that festival, I was like, they played Shortest Straw? They hadn't played that since like 2012 or something. All right, I'm getting links shared. Welcome. This is technically night 2 for this week. And I think I just had a quick conversation with Ed, and the best thing for us to do with last night's stuff is just put it on this week's invoice. That will give them additional time to mark them, and it will be much better logistically. But if for some reason somebody bought something last night and you were thinking you were going to get an invoice sooner, or maybe you bought something expensive like a poster and you want to invoice now, you can let us know. But we're going to just put all that on the ticket for this week. But like I said, if you need it separately. Also, I'll probably be saying this several times. We are probably about 6-7 days back on shipping right now. And we're working on Tuesdays of last week. We've been slightly short-handed and have seen an influx in just quantity. We sold a lot of quantity last week. It's an increase in sales, definitely, especially if you're counting quantity. We did over 55 hours of live streaming. We were selling 8 to 13 crates a night, and they've had to put their attention just to get invoices out today. So they're currently packing Tuesday's orders. Now, they are professionals, and they will get called up. So another reason why last night's stuff, I actually just keep piling it on them. And we are a couple people less on staff than what we were about 3 months ago. And Tanner hadn't been here in about a week and a half. And he won't be back till like Thursday either, Wednesday, Thursday. So you'll be hearing me say a lot this week about getting caught up on shipping. Okay? And then as I'm sharing links, which I'm doing right now, I am currently sharing the YouTube link. As I'm sharing YouTube links, if you have got an invoice and there's a problem, as always, just contact us through the page or email. Ed just left. He's been here all day making sure invoices could go out today because we had such a backlog of sold items. So I bet quantity, maybe even sales numbers wise, if you consider what we did on Sunday for the coin show, it is totally been a great week. And Cameron, yeah, I saw your message. Just I'm gonna have Ed give you instructions, okay? Ed, I think sometimes they have you ship them to the person directly. And I apologize for that. I just sent a group message to everybody that packs and ships orders that we can never have that happen again. It's happened a few times, and I've asked them to do whatever we got to do to make sure that never happens again. So it happened a few times last week, and I know that's a major inconvenience, and I'll take full responsibility, but I've let them know that we never can have that happen again. So I'm also trying to figure out how it's happening, but I'll figure it out. So we've got a couple things in place now where that shouldn't never happen again. I think it's just where one order rolls off to another, and I don't know. I still don't really understand it, but they are. We'll get it corrected and take care of you for the inconvenience, and we'll apologize to C-Note. So, because his order is going to be about 7 days further back than normal after all the re-logistics of it. Okay. I'm currently sharing links. Between last night and this morning, I've been hit with like a to-do list and a request list of the likes of which would blow your mind. I think I think everybody's at full capacity. I'm seeing messages come in right now. It's like question marks. Have you shipped my order? Are you live right now? So it's like, okay, everybody calm down. We'll get through this. That's what I always tell my mom. We will get through this. Anytime she's freaking out about something. Like, Mom, we will get through this. It's no big deal. Okay. Right, Paul? Yeah, we will get through this. Oh, nothing. Just a lot happened in the last 12 hours. Selling. We sold half the store up front. Invoice. They've had a massive undertaking to get all these invoices out. Like, y'all have no idea. They've been here all day keying in like nonstop, like crazy. And I'm about to pile more on top of them. My job every night is to pile more on top of them. So they're probably like, goodness gracious, Chad, are we ever going to get a break? Okay. So let's get started. We need, I need a new basket of hardcore singles. Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. I woke up and like Ed's like, I know it's serious when Ed's like, we need a game plan. He's like, have you realized what you've done and how much we already have to ship? And I'm like, I'm going to help out at some point or another. I'm probably going to have to stop the show. I say this all the time, but I'm like, I'm probably going to have to stop the show at 11 o'clock and literally just start helping them get stuff together. But y'all are going to talk me into selling until 2 a.m. again, and we're going to sell another 10,000 items. So, okay. First item of the night. Let's get started. We got a crate and a half of new vinyl. It's weird not having a flip video to go through. So, Laura said, I was shocked in half the stores. It looks pretty weird up there. And it does look pretty weird up there. And I still don't have everything pulled off the shelves. So G's supposed to come in the morning and, you know, start watching that show. And I was like, I'm probably going to have to be here to help because it's so much. And a lot of it's up in my head, like memory. So, all right, first thing we have is, let me get this off the screen. We have Memphis Slim, the original Chess Masters. This is sealed. This is sealed for a $15 start. This is sealed original Chess Masters Memphis Slim. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Welcome, everybody. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Has everybody hit the John is my favorite button? And Laura might have something to say about that. And then we have Leonard Cohen, live songs. We have Leonard Cohen, live songs. I'm going to go ahead and put something up from the advertised auctions. 1973 UK original with the company inner sleeve. Leonard Cohen, $25 start. So that's a sealed 80s pressing Chess Masters of Memphis Slim. It already has a bid for $15. Welcome, everybody. First thing I'm going to do is we're probably going to grab a new crate of hardcore singles. My mom said, well, I guess I'll have to close the store since everything's sold. I don't know about that, Mom. You got to come into work just like everybody else. All right, let's grab an empty crate. All right, let's go through this crate on the table, and then I'll swap around and see what's going on. All right, first thing we have is Memphis Slim. And this, and the Vaughn Brothers, Family Style. Limited Edition 2000 on translucent blue-colored vinyl. The Vaughn Brothers, $39.99. There wasn't actually a flip video for today. So, those will start again. Sometimes I post one for the Sales Monday, but we didn't because there was already so much going on. And then Nina Simone Sings the Blues, $39.99. Any invoice corrections or errors, if you have messaged the Facebook page, Ed will be in tomorrow to start replying to those. So by tomorrow, midday, he's probably going to start working on somebody probably, David, your name, I think I know what happened. Your name overcrosses all the Davids and Mikes we have. I say the wrong name all the time. And they usually write down whatever I say, and I say David D. or David Johnson, and I think a few things got tagged incorrectly. You know, every Monday we have about 10 or 15 invoice corrections, which isn't bad out of thousands of sold records. So they have their less than, it's amazing. They tag most stuff accurately, but usually if I say one thing, that means somebody didn't get it, so that means I messed up 2 invoices. So, but yeah, he'll be in tomorrow to work on that. The Yes album is $64.99. That's a 45 RPM. And then Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti. That is a music on vinyl pressing, $38.99. I got to be careful of those names. There's so many Jeffs and Roberts and Davids and all the, most common names ever. And I abbreviate last names sometimes, and I say one thing, but I mean another. The Cure Pornography is $34.99. The Cure Pornography is $34.99. And we have Whipped Cream and Other Delights, Herb Albert's Tijuana Brass. Herb Albert's Tijuana Brass. That is $33.99. Nico, a Janitor of Lunacy. Nico is $44.99. That's on green splatter, number 27 of 100. Nico, Janitor of Lunacy. That's at 2LP, green splatter. And we have Van Halen, Women and Children First. Van Halen's a MoFi Ultra Disc 1-step, $134.99. And Extreme 3, this is 3 sides to every story. This is $49.99. $49.99. Extreme 3. Otis Redding, Lonely in Blue. Otis Redding is a 2013. That's a compilation. Blue vinyl, $29.99 on that. And we have Venom, $36.99. This is In Nomina Santanis. The Need Anthology, $36.99 on Venom. We also have Silverchair Frog Stomp. Silverchair is a music on vinyl press for $46.99. Silverchair Frog Stomp and Sepultura Arise is $44.99. And the Black Crowes Lions is $38.99. What is currently up for auction? Memphis Slim. This is sealed. It's the original Chess Masters. This is going to be a $15 starting bid, and it already has a starting bid. This is sealed, and Tim Colino has it for $15. It is a 1986. 1986, and then Leonard Cohen live songs. Leonard Cohen is a 1973 UK original, also with a accompanier sleeve. That is a $25 start. James, I think you've already messaged the page a couple times. Ed will be in tomorrow to fix that. Probably what happened is you claimed one last week during the sale, and then you'd already told me to order you one. And so I think when you claimed one, and then we had one ordered for you, it got rolled over to a different week. And now you've got invoiced twice, and they will reply to you ASAP, okay? There's usually no invoice corrections done on invoicing day, even if you get one at 11 a.m., which I don't think they started till 1. Dwayne Sevilla gets Black Crowes Lions, and you get that. But I promise somebody will reply to you. I promise you're not going to get charged twice. I promise you they will take it off the invoice. And I promise you that was happening because you requested one, and then I think you claimed one live, and then it came in, and then we already pulled one for you, and then you bought one live, and then you've got billed with 2. So that happens very often. So final call, Tim Colino has both auctions. I'm going to go grab our next basket of hardcore 45s and or singles. There's other kind of stuff in there, I think. Let me go do that because we're going to need those, and I'm about to start putting up some more Fred bundles, okay? And Rebecca, let me pull those up and make sure I still have them. I hope I do, and we're going to go ahead and get started with a vintage, probably discount bin or buy it now best offer bin. Something of that nature is about to happen right now in the discount. Half off, discount. And Tim, when I come back, you're the only bidder on 2 auctions. I'm going to go ahead and sell them to you. Let me go grab another basket of singles right quick. There's Jack. There's Jack. Oh, here's Jill. Grab this box of singles right here. Oh, man, this looks like a good one. Let's sell everything in here. I just absolutely love it when Jack and Jill's here. How fun to say, Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill. All right, what's our first single here? Here we go. We have Iron Age Painkiller. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Iron Age Painkiller, $5 start on that. All right, so Leonard Cohen, this is sold to you. Or excuse me, Leonard Cohen. Tim Colino, you get the Leonard Cohen for $25. Thank you. And then Memphis Slim here. Memphis Slim is officially sold, MS, to Tim Colino Jr. for $15. Thank you, Tim Colino Jr. That is sold to you for $15. Also, I'm going to need this new crate. And we also need... we're going to have a new crate of vinyl here in a second, so we're going to need a waiting list on that. So let me go do that. I'll be right back. Welcome, everybody. Thanks, everybody who tuned in last night. That was probably one of the most epic walking around sales, I call it, as I've ever had. I guess that's the way to put it, walking around sales. Probably one of the best ones I ever have since I've been doing it, just because it was just incredible. So I thank everybody for tuning into that. Really appreciate it. All right. And now... All right, let's go here. And here we go. Okay, so let's go over here to this crate. What was in here? I think it's a great one to do buy it now or best offer. Yeah. All right. Let's do this crate. BIN or best offer. These are all vintage pre-owned records, and the front part of the crate has some sealed stuff too. Front part of the crate has some sealed stuff too. Minor threat and 9-inch nails. Okay, I might go ahead and pull those right now for you so I don't forget. So this is our last copy of 9-inch nails Woodstock, and that is so to Rebecca Howitt. And next is Minor Threat, which is also so to Rebecca Howitt. And Rebecca, let me go ahead and pull Minor Threat for you. Let me do that right now. John's coming through with his bulldozer. Yeah, it's tight quarters through here. Plus, I got 6 crates of your stuff from the other night, too.
Well, now you got
10. We got 10 John crates to go through. Plus everything Laura and Paul's marking. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so let me find that for her. Let's see what else we got here, because I'm going to go through these crates next anyway. Okay, I still owe you a Minor Threat. I've got the 9-inch nails pulled for Rebecca. Minor Threat's hiding somewhere. It's about to jump out and grab me. But let me, it's probably in this crate. Did I go through this crate too? I'll find, oh, I bet it's on the crate I set on the ground. Yeah, it's over here. Okay, I'll do that. I'm going to do that crate next. All right, so here we go. Next thing is, okay, that single's a $5 start. Let's grab the next auction over here, which I got some more sealed stuff as well. That just got brought to me. So let me find that. And I got another sealed Memphis Slim. This is Memphis Slim. This is I'll Just Keep On Singing the Blues, Muse Blues Series. Sealed Memphis Slim. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Sealed Memphis Slim. I'll Just Keep Singing the Blues. And what was the name of the single? Well, all these singles, I'm probably going to read them this time. And then I'm like, what are these? This is Iron Age Painkiller Records. This is Iron Age, The Way Is the Narrow. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. All right, everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Yeah, we do owe Vladarchek. We do owe Vladarchek an air horn. My air horn's up front. I left it up there. We never did blow it last night. I will do that very soon. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $36.99. This is a buy it now or best offer. We have Little River Band Diamantina Cocktail. Little River Band is $9.99. And Iron Butterfly Inagata Davida. Iron Butterfly, $19.99 on Iron Butterfly. The best of Bachman Turner Overdrive, that's $14.99. Best of BTO. Also, Elvis, the top 10 hits. Elvis Presley is $29.99, the top 10 hits. The Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. Edgar Winter Group is $26.99. They only come out at night. Blue and Black Epic label, $26.99. The Alan Parsons Project, iRobot. Alan Parsons Project, $19.99. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. That's $19.99. And we have Frank Zappa, You Are What You Is. This is $39.99. Chris Gardner, Elvis Presley, $24. That's so to Chris Gardner. We have Skyfish. This is a 3-track. Secret Lover, Lover and Masquerade. And Wild Night Tonight. That is $14.99. And we have Bonnie Raitt, Sweet Forgiveness, $9.99. And Tony Bennett Something has a big promo stamp on the front, and that is $9.99. All right, the single's a buy it now for $5. If anybody wants Memphis Slim, he is a buy it now for $15. Rebecca Howitt on Iron Butterfly for $15. That's so to Rebecca Howitt. Also, we have the Lou Reed Rock and Roll Diary, 67 to 80. That is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. And Shannon Price on IRS. That is so to Shannon Price. And we have Frank Zappa Studio Tan. That's in shrink wrap, $36.99. Frank Zappa Studio Tan. And we have Elton John, Rock of the Westies. So a sealed Memphis Slim is available for a $15 buy it now. That is so to Tim Colino. And Rebecca Howitt gets the single for $5. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And our next auction is Pink Floyd. This is the original motion picture soundtrack to More. This is a 1973 U.S. Winchester pressing. It's in VG Plus condition, and we're going to start it for just a $25 start. Pink Floyd, the original motion picture soundtrack, More, played and composed by Pink Floyd. That is a $25 start. A 1973 Winchester, which is a reissue pressing. That's up for bid. And then our next sealed record is going to go up right now. And what is our next sealed record? It is Johnny Paycheck. Take this job and shove it, Paul. This is Johnny Paycheck, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. That is sealed, Johnny Paycheck. That's up for bid. Sealed copy of that. Tom Jones, Something About You, Baby, I Like, $9.99. And Peter and Gordon, Knight and Rusty Armor. Peter and Gordon's $9.99, and Herman's Hermits is $19.99. That is a 2 LP compilation. Our next single is called As Good as It Gets and Armatron. As Good as Dead and Armatron. That's a buy it now for $5 start. Now, I have an announcement. As of this morning, I was awake. It was about 4:30 a.m. Seth Hackett, who sometimes works here and sometimes Seth doesn't work here because I fire him every week. Seth is officially a father. Their child was born this morning. Congratulations, Seth Hackett. The child was born. Seth is officially a dad, which is extremely scary. That is very scary. I've known this guy a long time, knowing he is going to be fathering somebody a month early. A month early. Congratulations, Seth. Okay, we have Fresh Air by Manaheim Steamroller. Fresh Air is $14.99. We have Lou Reed, Walk on the Wild Side. Lou Reed is $29.99. There is some creases going on here on the cover. Lou Reed is $29.99. And Cruising, the Village People. It's the State of the YMCA, $14.99. The No Nukes Concert, that's a triple LP, $34.99. And we have Purple Rain. Purple Rain. This is Prince. It has the original under sleeve. It is an original club copy. $39.99. All right, so final call to get a bid on Pink Floyd for $25. More is a 1973 Winchester press. We have a sealed Johnny Paycheck. Take this job and shove it. And then As Good as Dead and Armatron is a final call for a $5 buy it now. We have Prince and the Revolution Parade. Prince is $34.99, and we have Queen, A Day at the Races. Queen is $34.99. It is a boy, Bo, B-E-A-U, Bo. Bo Hackett. Sounds like somebody on a Dukes of Hazzard. Sounds like a Dukes of Hazzard character. We have Outlaws, Playing to Win. EX Edition, $12.99. And we have Queen the Game. EX $29.99, Queen the Game. And yes, I guess now I'm financially responsible for a small child, because if I legit fire Seth, then the child goes hungry. We have the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. This is VG $14.99. Yes, a Led Zeppelin 3 was pulled for you last night. Yes, it was. And we have Jesse Coulter. I'm Jesse Coulter. Jesse Coulter is VG Plus $14.99. And I Will Survive, LSA Records, some sort of 12-inch single, EX $9.99. And the Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Streets, EX $17.99. As Good as Dead and Armatron's, a buy it now for $5. And if anybody wants Johnny Paycheck, it is a buy it now for $15. Brody wants the Rolling Stones. Brody, I've got you the Rolling Stones. Thank you. And Brody, I will send you more pictures of the Rolling Stones books from last night. Won't be a problem. We have Christine F. Gunhunsenheit. These were some pretty new arrivals from last night or last week, and we're going through them one more time for best offer, probably before they end up in the store. And here is some sealed stuff. Yeah, this is some kind of recent stuff here. This is ID Entity Riverside. ID Entity Riverside, that's sealed for $39.99. Michael Ruttman on the sealed Johnny Paycheck for $15. Thank you, Michael. Sealed $15. That's so do you. Rebecca wants As Good as Dead for $5. And we have Pretty Boy, Can I Take You Home? That is sealed for $19.99. Let's see what else we have over here in the sealed department then. The Shield department, I have... let's see. I've got two from Tom Robinson Band. 2 albums from Tom Robinson Band. This is North by Northwest, and this is Tom Robinson Band 2. There's 2 sealed albums here, both of those for a $15 start. 2 sealed Tom Robinson Bands, $15 start on that. Next is Reactor, Neil Young and Crazy Horse. That's $34.99. 38 special delivery. Unfortunately, there is some writing down here on the cover. No condition notes on the vinyl from that Connery collection, $19.99. Golden Earring Moontan. Golden Earring is a 2 LP. That's on clear vinyl. $39.99 for Golden Earring Moontan. That's a limited and numbered to 5,000 on transparent colored vinyl. Also, we have Sonic Youth. Hits are for squares. Sonic Youth is sealed on gold nugget colored vinyl. That is $34.99. I've got 2 of those, and we have Anathema Alternative 4. Anathema is unopened. That's $29.99. Grateful Dead in the Dark is on silver vinyl for $29.99. And Grateful Dead Skull and Roses is sealed $34.99. Doug Reeder, you do get the Pink Floyd, and that's so to you for $25. Thank you, Doug Reeder. That is so to you. Let's go ahead and grab our next single that's laying on top here. And this is called Arms Exploding Caterpillar Tracks. Arms Exploding Caterpillar Tracks. That's going to go up for a $5 start. If anybody wants anything in here, wants to make an offer on anything in here, it is totally up to you. If not, I think I'm going to go ahead and knock out the crate and a half tonight of new vinyl. I have our first bundle from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is Asleep at the Wheel. The band, Asleep at the Wheel. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different albums by Asleep at the Wheel, and those are going to go up for a $15 start. 11 albums by Asleep at the Wheel, a $15 start on that. And Rebecca's offered $29 for Anathema, okay? That is so to Rebecca for, or maybe you're asking, yeah, Anathema was $29.99. It was $29.99, if that might have been a question of price. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and knock that out. And kind of the agenda. So last week, they were cranking out so much from the Fred collection and bundles. Actually, at the end of the week, we still had 6 crates John had marked that I had never shown. And those are still around here somewhere. I guess they're right there. Yeah, they're right there. And he just delivered 4 more. I think there's already a couple up here from Paul, and I'm sure Laura's marking stuff too. So we have a crazy amount of stuff to go through. It's going to be just one new arrival crate after another. If you're just tuned in watching for about the next several hours, 5 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, if you're watching, it's just going to be one new arrival after another. Some of these crates from the Fred Goodwin collection, I've been going ahead and taking offers on them. So we've been going ahead and taking offers as well on some of those new arrivals. A little unusual for me to be doing that, but it's Fred stuff and trying to get all that sold. We've been selling his records for 6 years now, and we recently, like this year, just got the last probably 10,000 moved in here. So that's so to Rebecca. Jones for 7 and Tull for 15. So Joe Salomo, you get Jethro Tull for 15. And what was Jones? Let me see if I can find that. Jones for 7. First thing I think of is George, but there's got to be a different Jones in here because I don't think there's a George. What was the Jones album for 7? We will find that and probably sell it to you if you let me know what that was. Tom Jones. Tom Jones. That's sold for $7. That's sold to Joe Salomo. Asleep has fits for 15, 20, 18, and 20. Nobody bid on the 2 Tom Robinson bands. Those are both sealed, and they're $15 buy it now. And Arms Exploding Caterpillar Tracks is a $5 buy it now. And Asleep at the Wheel's at $22. The Facebook quote request. Are you talking about like stuff to order? Stuff to order, Shannon? If so, Ed usually, when he checks that, he usually transcribes it on a sticky note and then delivers it to me, and then I'll order it for you. He may have just not relayed that yet. Okay? And Rebecca wants Arms Exploding. Rebecca gets Arms Exploding for $5. Okay? Sleep at the Wheel still getting bids. Looks like it's between Preston and Tim Graham. Okay? Let's go ahead and grab a crate of new stuff. And miscellaneous. No, we kind of have our, we've had our due of miscellaneous, believe me. I think it's going to cause last night's, y'all bought so much. We sold so much. Y'all bought so much. It's probably going to cause a chain reaction. It's going to cause a chain reaction in the shipping department that is, well, we're already about 7 days back. It's probably about to get 7 days for probably the next 5 days. So I hope not, but y'all literally have maybe caused a crazy chain reaction of y'all bought so much. So bear with us. I will be saying this all night. Bear with the shipping department. They're about tomorrow. They will be 7 days out, and we hadn't even started putting into the logistics of all the miscellaneous. Ed was like, we're gonna have to order boxes, more supplies. We're gonna need more tables. We're gonna need more shelving. I was like, oh boy, here we go. Asleep at the wheel, 23, 25. And those are still getting bids. And then Bonnie Raitt was Sweet Forgiveness. Yeah, Sweet Forgiveness, I believe was that her album, Sweet Forgiveness, and that was $9.99. $9.99. All right, first thing in here is Wasp Headless Children. Wasp is $36.99. Wasp Headless Children, excuse me, $38.99. Wasp is $38.99. Wasp. Let's go ahead and pull up the waiting list here for Wasp. WASP. Is there a waiting list for Wasp? Tony Clem. Tony, I just seen where you paid your invoice. He's a buyer. And Tony, congratulations. You've already got a new invoice started for this week. You just got Wasp Headless Children. Wasp Headless Children. That is so to Tony Clem. He was on a waiting list. Now, I've got 2 extra copies there. Let's put up some new auctions. First, Heath Norman wants Bonnie Raitt. And then kind of our Sunday schedule is going to be records, coins, miscellaneous. So probably like once a month, I'll be able to do what we did last night. And hopefully that gets us enough time to move stuff out of the back and mark it, fill back up the store. And then when I'm up there, we can do that. Because I don't know about this Sunday. I'm hoping, I'll have to ask Paul. They're about to go on a buying trip, but we should have records this Sunday, the next Sunday, and then the next Sunday, and then I'll probably do coins, and then I'll do miscellaneous. That's kind of like what we're going to be looking at the rest of the year. It's probably going to be records, coins, miscellaneous, or coins and knives and miscellaneous. And sometimes, y'all know, on those coins and knife shows, I do miscellaneous as well. Our next auction is Booker T and the MGs, Soul Dressing, a 2020 U.S. reissue in mono. That is a $20 start. Booker T and the MGs, Soul Dressing, a $20 start. Thank you, John. And I'm also going to take a drink of purple juice while I'm over here. I've mixed it up, and it's chilling, but I hadn't drunk any of it. Let me do that right now. Also, this is the first new week with $7.99 shipping. Maybe $8. Everybody's wanting me to just go ahead and say $8, but shipping is now $1 more than what it was, okay? That need to let everybody know that right now since a new week is starting. But shipping is $1 more than what it was, what it has been for the last 3 years. I think after 3 years, I've been told I need to increase it by $1, so, or 99 cents, whichever y'all prefer. I prefer 99 cents. Here's a Vinyl Me Please that I didn't know I could get, but I've only got one of them. Billy Joe Schaefer, 05 and Dimers Like Me. Billy Joe Schaefer is $34.99. Billy Joe Schaefer. Jerry Stone, here it is. Dark Horse, George Harrison. Jerry, when I ordered these, there were 5 in stock. They only sent me 1. And it is sold to Jerry Stone. This is $38.99. Now, the good thing about shipping is y'all have 7 nights to buy stuff. That includes Mondays or what we did last night. And you have all week. And if you buy 1 record, I still think that's pretty fair, the way we pack and what we use and the postage cost and labor. But not only that, if you buy 3 Funkos, a Misfits figure, a set of Pink Floyd drinking glasses, 10 records, 9 45s, and 13 8-tracks, I'm still only going to charge you $8. We have, what is this? Front 242. This is $33.99. Front 242. And we have Korn. And we have Issues, $33.99. Korn Issues, $33.99. That's a 2 LP for Korn. And I have Nirvana, Nevermind Madrid. There actually might be a waiting list on this. Nirvana, Nevermind Madrid, $29.99. Let me check on this waiting list here. So lots of announcements. Seth Saddad, shipping, miscellaneous, invoices. I can't keep up with it all. We actually don't have a waiting list for this Nirvana. These were probably the extra copies. $29.99 for Nirvana, Madrid $19.92. And let's go ahead, before I show those, let's see here. We have Asleep at the Wheel and Booker T. All right, so let's go back up the top. The last thing I had was, okay, so Asleep at the Wheel was that, I think, 13 lot bundle, 23 and 25, and then 26. We sold Heath Norman, Bonnie Raitt, and then Asleep at the Wheel 26, Asleep at the Wheel 25, and I think we're still at 26 on Asleep at the Wheel, okay? So 26 Asleep at the Wheel, that is with Jim, Robin, Glenn, and these are all Asleep at the Wheel albums. Let me count them one more time. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. There was 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 Asleep at the Wheel albums. 11 Asleep at the Wheel albums. And the last bid on those was $26 with Robin Glenn over on Facebook. And then before that, it was Tim Graham at 25, and then Jim Ciascio also bid 25. This is Booker T and the MG's Soul Dressing. It's a 2000 US reissue in mono, and it's a $20 start. Sean Fairweather got Front 242. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Those are $33.99. And then Kelly Vlodarchek on Nirvana. That is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek on the Nirvana. Thank you on that one. And then Autumn Betts got a Nirvana. Thank you on that one. And then we have next, Rod Bryan got the Billy Joe Schaefer Music on Vinyl. That is sold to Rod Bryan, the Billy Joe Schaefer Music on Vinyl. Thank you. And then there was a waiting list for this. I know I just ordered more too. I just ordered more. So if all these happen to be claimed, I know I just ordered like 7 more. So there's already more in the chute. And this is an Iron Maiden. There's a couple Iron Maiden bootlegs we sell the heck out of. And this is one of them. This is Iron Maiden live at Wembley. And the waiting list for this is Chris Gardner, MT Matt, and Teresa Brookshire. So thank you, Chris Gardner, MT Matt, and Teresa Brookshire. So those are sold, 1, 2, 3. And those are all gone. 1, 2, 3. And there's already more on the way. There actually may be. No, there's not another one here. There's that, okay? Now, next thing we have is Korn, Follow the Leader. Korn is a 2 LP, Follow the Leader. That is $33.99. And this is, these are all requests here, okay? So these are all customer requests. This is Junior Mafia Conspiracy for $44.99. This is a 2 LP, and this was a special request to Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let me know. Junior Mafia. That's $44.99. And then we have Falling in Reverse. This is $33.99. Coming Home. And that was a special request for Justin Deckelman. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. If anybody wants one of those, let me know. And Melanie Martinez Portals. Melanie Martinez Portals is $33.99. That's on limited edition Bloodshot translucent vinyl. And that was a special waiting list or a special request for Natasha Pickett. So thank you, Natasha. And if anybody else wants any of those 3 albums I just showed, we can order you for them as well. Iron Age is already sold, but I'm about to add more hardcore singles right now. Sean Ghost Bath should be, when did I order that from? It should be here Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, Ghost Bath should be here Tuesday or Wednesday. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Yeah, and there's a pre-order for one called Funeral. I don't know if you want me to post that in the group or if you just want to go ahead and do that. then, or if you just want me to go ahead and add you one, I will. But yeah, Ghost Bath should be here. Make sure, yeah, it should be Tuesday or Wednesday. Should be Tuesday or Wednesday. All right, thank you, Natasha. All right, now, Asleep at the Wheel did not get another bid, right? Asleep at the Wheel did not get another bid. So those are sold to Rob and Glenn for $26. And then Booker T is sold to Brent for just that one bid of $20. And let's introduce all new auctions, okay? The next new auction is a Miles Davis box set, the Master of Styles. Never seen this before. Miles Davis. Miles Davis is a 1984 USOG. This is a compilation. It is super clean. I love those words. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sides. So 3 LPs of Miles Davis. 1984. It's called the Master of Styles. $35 start on Miles Davis. And let's go ahead and throw up another single from the hardcore. And this is Kelsey. K-Y-L-E-S-Y, Point of Stillness and Judgment Day. That's a $5 start. And let's do another sealed. Let's do another Fred bundle. And I think we got Mr. Bobby Bear here. We do. We got Mr. Bobby Bear. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Bobby Bear albums. Bobby Bear, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in shrink wrap, 6 sealed, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 Bobby Bear albums, a $20 start. $20 start on that. Miles Davis already has a bid for $35. Okay. Everything sold last night is going to be invoiced with everything the rest of this week. I think we've made a decision that would make their life much more easier because they're going to try to spend some extra time. It's going to take a lot of extra time to tag that stuff. They can't watch that in half speed or twice speed. They're going to have to watch all 6 hours in live time because it was so crazy. Yeah, all the 45s are sold. Yeah, all the 45s are sold, Darren. Yeah, Iron Age did sell. Okay, and I want to thank everybody again for last night. Before we get deep into just tonight, one more thank you for last night. When I went live, I really didn't know what I was going to get into. We had more people watching last night than any record sale we had all week. And at one time, it got up to 337 people at one given time. And when I went live in front of that one showcase, there for a while, I thought I was going to sell everything in there. Like I was just showing stuff, and I really couldn't keep up with how fast everything was selling. And I was by myself. I was holding a laptop, a cell phone, and my camera phone. And I was like, what have I got myself into? This is insane. And we ended up selling like all the posters up there. Half of that showcase is empty. And I was like, wow. So I want to thank y'all once again, like I said in the post, Collectco Nation. That was incredible. So that means I'll make sure that I want to do that again. We'll have to get everything restocked. And I'll have to get everything reorganized up there. And we'll do it again in about a month. One more time here. Wasp is either on magenta or clear vinyl. It's definitely colored though. Wasp is $38.99. And then Front 242 is $33.99. Front 242 is $33.99. And then Korn Issues is $33.99. Korn is $33.99. Nirvana is $29.99. Last one, Nevermind Madrid. And then Korn Follow the Leader. That is $33.99. Korn Follow the Leader, $33.99. Okay? The Bobby Bears, yeah, definitely going to have somebody here next time. We can't rewatch that one. That's one that like they've got to be here tagging live. For sure. Let's take a look at Kelsey. Kelsey is on like grayish marble vinyl. Kelsey is on grayish marble vinyl. Okay, final call to Miles Davis. Just one bid to Brent Robley. No, Philip Hope did bid 37. So Brent, you got outbid. The Bobby Bear album, 10 Bobby Bear albums. I'm looking for a $20 start. As of right now, there's not a bid on that. And yes, Randy Rhoads did sell. The Randy Rhoads poster sold. Everything in the pictures this morning is all sold merchandise. The Randy Rhoads poster, the Grateful Dead poster, the Kiss poster, the Iron Maiden poster, the Larry Bird jersey, the Star Wars poster. Yeah, all those sold. Okay? So there's that. Okay, and let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and grab another LP box. I'm going to grab another LP box, okay? And let me go do that right now. Here is more new vinyl. Here is more new vinyl. Let's do it. All right. Here we go. Let's see. Sean. I hope you're watching, Sean. Here is your Miles Davis Bitches Brew box set. Or I should say one-step box. $134.99. And I ordered one extra. This was a special request for Sean Fairweather. Miles Davis, the Bitches Brew MoFi Ultra Disc one-step. And this is $134.99. $134.99. This is Miles Davis Bitches Brew, $134.99. And that one sold to Sean Fairweather, and I have one copy left if anybody else wants that. One copy left on that if anybody else wants it. And here's the other Air Supply's Greatest Hits. And these are $29.99. $29.99. Air Supply's Greatest Hits, $29.99. $29.99 for Air Supply's Greatest Hits. And the B-52's Cosmic Thing. B-52's The Cosmic Thing is $34.99. Love Shack Baby, $34.99 on the B-52s, okay? So let's go up and let's start at some point and figure out where I need to work my way down. Paul says there is heavy rain on the rain. There's heavy rain on the way in case my feed gets wacky. Hopefully not. And then Kelsey got a new bid for $10 to John Mincemoyer. Brent came back in on Miles Davis at $39. Bobby Bear's got a bid for $20. Miles Davis got a new bid for $40. And then Brent's out on Miles Davis. And then we have Greg Herman on B-52s, and Brent's out on Miles Davis. All right. So Miles Davis, the last bid on Miles Davis was Philip Holt at $40, final call. Kelsey is a $10 high bid, and Kelsey is at $10 with John Mincemoyer, and the Bobby Bears are at $20, and that is a final call. The Sisters of Mercy Floodland, $34.99 for the Sisters of Mercy Floodland. That is a music on vinyl pressing, $34.99. And this new Air Supply came out last week. And I'm going to make sure, Jerry, let me, while I'm over here, I don't know if I actually for sure, let me make sure if I didn't actually put down Jerry for heading out. Thank you, Jack. Jill's already left. Yeah, Air Supply. Jerry, I don't think I actually had you down on an Air Supply waiting list, but I thought you wanted one. So if you do want one, let me know. But I have two on hand. And then Harem Scarum. And then we have Harem Scarum, $38.99. This is a limited edition of 666. Yes, limited edition of 666 copies on individually colored vinyl, $38.99. Limited edition Harem Scarum. What are they doing? Numbering something 666. That's a bizarre number. And I think I've had those before. Harem Scarum, $38.99. And we have Men at Work, business as usual. Men at Work is $34.99. That's a MoFi pressing, new and sealed. A lot of audiophile stuff in here. And we have Reservoir Dogs and At the Movies pressing. This is music on vinyl, $38.99 for Reservoir Dogs. Next thing is Kelsey. And Kelsey is sold for $10. And that is sold to John Mincemoyer. So thank you, John. That is sold to you. All right. Now, there's that. And then Miles Davis is sold to Philip Holt for $40. And we have Rebecca Howard on Reservoir Dogs. And then Bobby Bear is sold for $20. And Bobby Bear is Robin Glenn. Those two albums are sold for $20. And Kathy Collinsworth also wants a Reservoir Dogs. Those are sold and sold. Next is Carole King Tapestry. This is a music on vinyl pressing, $44.99, new and sealed from MoFi. Next auction I'm going to do is going to be this right here. It is going to be blues with Big Bill Broonzy, Sonny Terry, and Brownie McGee. Next thing we have is a 1968 U.S. reissue, and this is Big Bill blues with Big Bill Broonzy, Sonny Terry, and Brownie McGee in a WFMT Chicago presentation, Studs Terkel interviewer. That is going to go up for a $25 star. That's a vintage Folkways blues record, $25 star. Thanks everybody for joining. Hopefully you've hit the like button on Facebook. We got 2 no bids, and they were sold together, and it's a $15 buy now. It's 2 sealed Tom Robinson Band records, 2 sealed Tom Robinson Band records, and that is a $15 buy now on that. The next auction is going to go up right now. Oh, I just now noticed Laura has the 15. That's good. I like this. I got some lower start stuff here for the earlier part of the show. Blind Lemon Jefferson. Got some cool looking blue stuff tonight. Blind Lemon Jefferson is a 1974 U.S. original compilation, and this is going to go up for a $15 star. Blind Lemon Jefferson, early blues. That's a $15 star. Next is the Sisters of Mercy, First and Last and Always, $34.99 for the Sisters of Mercy. And we have Dunkirk. Let me make sure I didn't have a waiting list. Dunkirk is a music on vinyl at the movies for $49.99. Dunkirk, a film by Christopher Nolan, and of course the music by Hans Zimmer. $49.99. Let me make sure I don't have a waiting list for that, okay? Let me make sure I don't have a waiting list for that. Let me jump over here, and this is Dunkirk. Yeah, no waiting list. So both of these are available. $49.99 on that. Big Bill has a bid for $25, and Blind has a bid for $15. Let's grab another single. And then we have Kelsey, my friends. They were from Savannah, Race United. That's very cool. Well, if we're in a K box here, we may have more. Most of these boxes, John, and don't hold me to that, but most of these boxes have been alphabetical order or close to it. Here's the next one on top, which looks very interesting. Jaw Struck, Peace Through Pain. That's going to go up for a $5 start. We have White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, $38.99 for White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, and DRI, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, 4 of a kind. Limited edition, $1,500 on individually numbered copies on red and black mixed colored vinyl, $38.99 on DRI, and Obituary, we've only got 1 copy, Slowly We Rot, $38.99 on that. And Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. And this is $38.99. $38.99. So we got Big Bill Broonzy, Blind Lemon Jefferson, and Jawstruck. Big Bill has 1 bid for $25. Chad, what time do you expect to sell the Who Sellout? The Who Sellout. I can do it. Actually, I'll do it next. If you're going to be here, I'll do it next. And let me see here. Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay, and then next is Justin Deckelman on DRI. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. And Jeremiah Stacy on Ministry. Good deal. Last couple in here is more MoFi. This is Rock and Soul Part 1, which is a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. That's $44.99. And Lamb of God, Wrath. Lamb of God is $38.99. Lamb of God, Wrath. Blind Lemon Jefferson. Just 1 bid to Brandon Lack. That's sold for $15. $15 on that. And then over here is Big Bill Broonzy. Big Bill Broonzy, Tim Colino, just the only bidder on that for $25. Thank you. And I'll give Jawstruck 1 more chance. Some of the 45s everybody tends to maybe check on and look up. So I give those maybe even more time sometimes than the LP auctions. But if they don't get a bid pretty fast, I'll go ahead and roll them. So I'm looking for a Who album. Let's see what I've got. Here it is. It was just requested. And let's go ahead and roll it. So this is marked as follows. A 1967 U.S. Pickneyville original in mono, VG++ EX minus, a $30 start. Currently, there's no copies for sale of this particular pressing. This 67 Pickneyville mono, there's none listed for sale right now on Discogs. $30 start. $30 start. It is a mono. It's an OG mono copy of The Who. And Christopher, there it is. No problem whatsoever. And Jawstruck has one bid for $5. That's a final call. I think I got another Fred bundle to do. We have Mr. Hank Snow, some more classic country here. Looks like we got 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 more Fred bundles to do. Early here tonight. Here is This Is My Story, Hank Snow, number 1. Hank Snow, My Nova Scotia Home, number 2. Snow in All Seasons, Hank Snow, number 3. Award winners, number 4. Lonesome Whistle, number 5. Sings the Grand Ole Opry Favorites, number 6. And the Hank Snow album, number 7. 7 Hank Snow albums, $15 start. 7 Hank Snow albums, $15 start on those. Now up for bid. Okay? Now, this had a lot of audiophile stuff in it. I want to read through these one more time. This is our second crate of new vinyl tonight, and I'm going to condense what other ones was over here right quick. The Who already has a bid for 30. Chad's going to take a drink of blue juice. And here we go. All right. So there's that. The Who's at 30 and Jawstruck's at 6. Oh, man. All right, so I did already pull one for Sean. That was a Miles Davis Bitches Brew box, you know, a quintessential jazz album. And I haven't heard any of the true audiophile reviews, but this has got to be probably one of the better pressings of this that has been manufactured recently. $134.99. I'm going to do that recrate. Actually, let me go ahead and see if I can find it right quick, Rebecca, because if I don't, then I'm going to forget. So I actually thank you for the reminders, because if I don't pull it, I will forget. There it is. Yes. So let's go ahead and do this. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you. Minor Threat is down. Carole King is $44.99. The B-52s, that's a MoFi pressing of Cosmic Thing, $34.99. A MoFi pressing of Sisters of Mercy Floodland, $34. I try to stock some of the silver, what they call the silver label. It's MoFi stuff that's not as pricey as maybe the 2LP or the Super Vinyl. So a lot of these are just mid-30s, like Cosmic Thing and Sisters. Great value for MoFi just being $35. I mean, that's sometimes the cost of just a standard LP. Air Supply's Greatest Hits, brand new collection, 50 years of Air Supply. We've got 2 left for $29.99. Harem Scarum self-titled, that's $38.99. And we have Men at Work. That is $34.99. Who Can It Be Now? More MoFi. That's a Gayfo jacket, too. Carole King is $44.99. Carole King is $44.99. And we have The Sisters of Mercy. That's $34.99. Also, Dunkirk is $49.99. We have White Zombie for $38.99. DRI is $38.99. Obituary is $38. Ministry is $38. Those are all music on vinyl pressings. And then Mac the MoFi, Hall & Oates is $44, and Wrath is $38. Diego does want the Miles Davis. Thank you. And we got numbers 3,073 on that one. 3,073. Thank you. So both Miles Davis are sold. Alvo Dabney wants a Men at Work. I have most, yeah, I know for sure. Every MoFi record in here, I think I have a copy myself. Yes, I do. I've never opened the Sisters of Mercies. I've listened to those. But yeah, I mean, some of these I grabbed. They're so affordable. I'm like, I better go ahead and get these before they stop making them. Alvo Dabney, I mean, because it seems like years later, out-of-print MoFi records are selling for $65, $75. So some of them, so I'm like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and grab a couple of these, you know, sealed. Probably not a bad thing. Of course, I'm also a record dealer, so I'm like, thinking about potential resale in the future, but great thing. MoFi is always a great value if you're getting to get them at MSRP. If I ever have them on sale, it's insane prices. Darren Johnson, 6 on Jawstruck. So Shannon, you bid 5. Darren bid 6. Shannon Price, you've been out. The Who has bids for 30, 35, 40, 40, and now Christopher Dean's at 45. If anybody wants the Hank Snow albums, I think that was 7 Hank Snow albums for a $15 buy it now. And yes, Sean, you got a Bitches Brew. Yeah, you got one. I mentioned it earlier, the first time I went through, and then he got one, and Monty Reed on Hall & Oates. Yeah, I'm lucky. I got that pre-order in early. If you hadn't have told me about that months and months ago, we may not have got any because they're out of stock with the other distributors. So we got lucky on that one. I've learned to put in Oh, my bad. There was a bid on the Hank Snows. Tim Turner bid $15. Tim Turner did bid $15. Tim Turner bid $15 on the Hank Snows. I'm sorry. Tim bid $15. So let me give that a final call because he had a bid in. I apologize. Final call to Tim Turner for $15. So now if anybody wants to bid, I would do it right now because it's going back up. And this Jaws truck is sold to Darren Johnson for $6. Let's go ahead and introduce another single right quick. Let's go ahead and do that right now. And we have tough down, reach for the top, or touchdown. Touchdown, reach for the top. Touchdowns on red vinyl for a a $5 start. Speaking of 15, so Hank Snow, if I miss a bid and I call it sold and somebody does a buy it now, they might have not thought there was a bid because I never did say a bid. So I got to put it back up for one more chance because Rick might have wanted them, but he would have maybe bid if he knew there was a bid. But Rick, if you don't want a bid, then I'll go ahead and sell them to Tim Turner unless another bid pops up. So that's how that works. So if I miss a bid, I apologize. But what I do is if no one tries to buy them now, I'll go ahead and sell it to the person I missed. If somebody tries to grab them, they were probably thinking they could get them for $15 because I never did say there was a bid. I hope that makes sense, but that's the best way to do that. And now we are going to swap out crates. We've already filled up a crate. And I've got 2 platter packs here full of records for $49.99. These are new old stock platter packs, and they're full of records, all sleeved and nice records, random assortment, $49.99. Even some with picture sleeves, like Captain and Tennille. So $49.99. And this one has a name on it, or it has where he kept stuff in alphabetical order. I say new old stock because these things were new. We had tubs full of them. I think y'all know we got them from that Big Bob collection, I'm pretty sure. So we've sold a bunch of these. They're platter packs, and they're absolutely full of records. And these are very nice. We have the white one and the red one. And they're $49.99, and they're full of records as well. Your pick. Now, this will be able to come off. You'll have to do a little work on it, Michael, but if that's the one you want. And then we have a red one left if anybody wants that, okay? So now they're bidding on the Hank Snow. Touchdown has bids for $5 and $5. And now the Who's moving to a final call with Christopher Dean for $45. $45. And the only other new vinyl that came in tonight were these. Wasp Headless Children for $38.99. Front 242 is $33.99. Korn is also $33. And then Nirvana Live at Madrid. And then here's Korn Fall the Leader. Freak on a Leash. So that's all the new vinyl right there. And I think I'm going to go ahead and go into some new arrivals over here. And let's see what we got, okay? I'll see what collection they're from. And I think there's already a crate over here from Paul, isn't there? Paul, did you already bring up a crate? Let's see what we have here. Michael Ruttman doesn't want the white one. Okay, let me swap out crates because this one has gotten really full. There's so many crates up here now. I don't know what they've brought up for tonight or what's been brought up from previous nights. Yeah, these are just new arrivals here. Priced is marked. Let's go ahead and go through them. All right. Speaking of corn, are you ready? All right, the platter packs are sold. So Michael Ruttman got the white one. Michael Ruttman got the white one. And Paul Brothers gets the red one. Okay? And we sold a ton of platter packs last night in the miscellaneous sale. And we have dozens more coming soon. I've been watching Woodstock 99 performances. I watched Limp Bizkit's Woodstock 99 performance, Metallica's, Korn's, Rage Against the Machine, Ice Cube's. Some pretty good ones. Okay. Let's see what's going on. So touchdown. Darren has it for 6. Shannon Price, you're out. The Hank Snow lot is about to be sold to Rick Perrine for 20. I got to make sure Tim Turner doesn't want to bid again. And we didn't have any other bids on the Who, right? No other bids came in on the Who. And Christopher Dean, that sold to you for $45. That sold to you for $45. Christopher Dean, $45. Thank you. And let's get a new empty crate started. Let's get a new empty crate started with new singles. The Who, that sold. And touchdowns at 7, he's out. Okay, we got more stuff coming. Sorry for the confusion on that lot, but these are sold to Rick Perrine for $20 on that. That sold to that. Kid Rocks is iconic. Limp Biscuits is, I think, iconic. Man, yeah, that's wild. The crowd, I mean, it's just insane looking. When they pan out there to the crowd, I mean, it looks like a war is going on or something. We have Clock Clean ER Skinhead Lady. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. Next new auction is going to be up right now, and it's Randy Travis, Always and Forever. This is a 1987 U.S. original specialty pressing with the original under sleeve. Randy Travis is a $25 start. These are new arrivals priced as marked. The Ventures, nice. Telstar, Lonely Bull, $9.99. Susan Sings from Sesame Street with the children's chorus. I don't know if I've seen that Sesame Street record. $19.99. Susan Sings from Sesame Street. Raggedy Ann and Andy picture disc. $19.99. And we have Emmylou Harris luxury liner. $14.99 on Emmylou Harris. And we have Houston, I'm Coming to See You, Glenn Campbell. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. The Elephant's Child, narration by Jack Nicholson. That's $19.99. And Captain Kangaroo Colors, original cast music from the CBS TV show. I've never seen that one before. Captain Kangaroo, $19.99. Let's go over here, and TD is now at $8. Clock Clean is at $5. Kelly Vlodarchek is first on Sesame Street. Stacy first on Raggedy Ann, Susie next, and Waylon, Will the Wolf Survive, $24.99. First time I really looked into Woodstock 99 was, of course, the new documentary on Netflix. And then when I seen Limp Bizkit open for Metallica, I was like, okay, I've got to go back and watch that, because that's actually pretty cool seeing this guy up here after watching that Woodstock 99 thing. And then I forgot it's, you know, at first I've always kind of overlooked his music, but for that era, I could see why it was so, I mean, it's just like, let's just break stuff kind of music. I can see why it was so popular for that era. 1977 U.S. Terre Haute original. It's just like, let's just destroy this place tonight. Grateful Dead, Terrapin Station, a 1977 U.S. Terre Haute original. It is a first press indicated by the black labels, the black Arista labels. It has the original under sleeve. It's in VG Plus, and that's going to go up for a $25 star. Randy Travis has a $25 start. Touchdowns at 9 and Clock Cleans at 5. Autumn Bets on Captain Kangaroo. I was waiting for somebody to claim that. And we have Carly Simon, Spoiled Girl. Now, that one I don't see as often from Carly. $9.99 on Carly Simon. Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits, Volume 1, $14.99. There's another Carly Simon. Here is her big one, Anticipation, $9.99. And Rhythm Heritage, Sky's the Limit. Rhythm Heritage is $9.99, and Emmylou Harris, Last Date. That's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Emmylou Harris is $16.99, and a Pocket Full of Miracles, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. That is $14.99. Tamala Motown, 1970. That's one I don't see as often. $14.99 on that. Touchdowns at $10. We're about to sell Clock Clean and Randy Travis, though. Fantasia. This is Tommy Rowe. That's $9.99. Autumn Bets on Elephant, and that was for Elephant's Child. That's on Autumn Bets. Thank you. We have Count Basie at the Savoy Ballroom, $9.99. New York City, 1964. Basie Big Band is in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Warrior Scandal featuring Patty Smythe, $24.99 on that. And Boz Scaggs Middleman, $19.99. So first thing we're going to do is sell Clock Clean. Clock Clean is sold for $5 to Shannon Price. Darren Johnson gets touchdown for $10. Randy Travis is sold to Robert Tomick for $25. And Chad Smith has the Grateful Dead, just one bid, $25. That's a final call. Sandy Villa on the Emmylou Harris last day. We're going to sell that to Sandy Villa. Thank you. And we have On the Road, Count Basie and his orchestra. And this happens to be on red vinyl from Pablo Today. That's $19.99 for Count Basie On the Road. Next thing we have is the Rolling Stones Aftermath. The Rolling Stones is a 1966 USOG mono. However, it is VG minus condition. It is VG minus condition, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. The Rolling Stones Aftermath. This is a 66 USOG mono, VG minus, a $15 start on the Rolling Stones Aftermath. Next is Chicago, and that is $9.99 for Chicago. We also have Kool and the Gang spin their top hits. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I've seen that before. $14.99 on that. Let's add another single. Lord just delivered a crate. We'll probably do that one next. Uh-oh. And where's my basket of 45s? Let's pull a random one out of here. What is the most random 45 I just pulled out of here? Crash. C-R-A-C-H. This is C-R-A-C-H. Crash. That's a $5 start. That's up for bid. And what is this one here? This is Life Force, The Impact on green vinyl. It's a $5 start. It's a $5 start. Next is Stones 15. Stones 15. We have Rags to Rufus featuring Shaka Khan. That's $9.99. Diego gets Kool and the Gang. Thank you, Diego. Also, Exile, All There Is. Exile is $9.99. And Andre Crouch and the Disciples, Soulfully, $19.99. And A Taste of Honey, another taste. Taste of Honey is $9.99. And B.W. Stevenson with his big hit song, My Maria, $9.99. Grateful Dead is officially sold to Chad Smith for $25. The Stones has bids for $15, $15, $20. That does have the song Paint It Black on it. Crash and Life Force or The Impact, those are $5 starts on those. $5 starts on those. Going through new arrivals here, sticker price. And after that, we got more new arrivals, then more new arrivals, then more new arrivals, and more auctions, and more auctions. I think y'all see where this is going. Next is Cat Stevens, Catch Bull at 4. Cat Stevens is $14.99. Life Force is at $5 of Darren Johnson. And Steppenwolf at Your Birthday Party. Steppenwolf is $19.99. And Soul Cinders, $19.99 for Soul Cinders. Rockettes live at the Ritz. Rockettes is $19.99. And Country Music Time Life Collection, Waylon Jennings. He's in shrink wrap. No condition notes on any of these. $19.99. Margaret Gerhold wants the Smoky from earlier. Thank you on that. That's so to Margaret Gerhold. Troy's out on the Stones. Life Force does have a bid for $5. No bid on C-R-A-C-H. Crash. A Pair Ungrown. A Piece of the Pie. Cult Merch. Limits and Boundaries. Live to Life or something like that. Chris Collins on BWS, and BWS was B.W. Stevenson, My Maria. Thank you on that. Songs on Exile, we have How Could This Go Wrong, All There Is, Too Proud to Cry, The Part of Me That Needs You the Most, Destiny, Being in Love with You Is Easy, Let's Do It Again, and Come On Over. Next is Neil Sedaka, The Hungry Years. Neil Sedaka's in shrink wrap, $9.99. And Rock and Roll Rocket, Starbuck, $14.99. Also, The Very Best of the Ventures, $9.99. There was a Ventures record when we started the crate. And we have Starship, No Protection, $14.99. Next is Thin Lizzy. And this is a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute reissue. The second label OGs were on Vertigo, even in the U.S. So second label OGs were on Vertigo, even in the U.S. Gotcha. So this is on Mercury. Thin Lizzy Fighting has the company inner sleeve, so it does have a Mercury inner sleeve. Nice, though. Wow, Thin Lizzy, a $15 start. That's now for bid. We're always getting requests for those. Life Force is sold to Darren Johnson for $5. Von Stom gets the Rolling Stones for $23. And if anybody wants C-R-A-S-H, that is a buy it now for $5. Carol just asked what it is. It's called Crash, C-R-A-S-H, and the song is A Pair Ungrown. It's a $5 buy it now. Also, we have Merle Haggard, The Land of Many Churches, $24.99. Wow, a $15 start on Thin Lizzy. What's our next Fred Goodwin bundle over here? Jean-Luc Ponty. Jean-Luc Ponty, it looks like. Imaginary Voyage. Jean-Luc Ponty. We have 1, 2, that one's sealed. 3, that one's sealed. 4 and 5. And I don't know if all these are from Fred. I better stop calling them all Fred, because I mean, they might be. I don't know. Paul did the pulling, or Laura, or John. Somebody did. But I think most of these, they're pulling is because Fred had all this stuff in alphabetical order. I could be wrong. I know if they're country and they have Fred written on the back of them for sure. I don't know about Jean-Luc Ponty here. Either way, there's 5 albums, and I'm going to put them up for a $10 start. $10 start on Jean-Luc Ponty. $10 start. So next is Thin Lizzy 15. Thin Lizzy 15. Shannon Price does get Crash for $5. Thin Lizzy 15. And Marshall Bassett wants Merle Haggard. There we have it. Thin Lizzy 20. Next is Emmylou Harris Cimarron. Emmylou Harris is $14.99. Deodato Whirlwinds. Deodato is $14.99. We have Joe Stampley. That is a white label promo. That's a cool cover. Look at that. Joe Stampley is $19.99. White label promo. These are sticker price new arrivals. Glenn Campbell, Arkansas. Glenn is $9.99. And we got Phantom 309, Red Savine. We sold a big bundle of his stuff the other night. There's Red Savine, $9.99. And Count Basie Swings and Joe Williams Sings. That's $19.99. So the last bid on Thin Lizzy is $20. The starting bid on the 5 Jean-Luc Ponty's are $10. As of this moment, no bid. And the next single is going to go up right now. And it is Ape, S-H-I-T. That is, I'm assuming, the name of the band. Black vinyl, $5 star on Ape. Ape Poo Poo. That's a $5 star. Thin Lizzy is at $22. Next is Elton John Caribou, $17.99. Jefferson Starship is $14.99. Dragonfly, Starland Vocal Band, Rearview Mirror, that's $9.99. And the last 2 records is Harry Chapin, he is $9.99. And U2, Angel of Harlem, $24.99. This is a 3-track, 12-inch single, $24.99. All right, next thing we have is over here. We have Thin Lizzy at $20 of Gregory Roberts. Thin Lizzy, $22. Marshall Bassett on Red Savine. That is sold to Marshall Bassett. And we have Thin Lizzy at $25. And the albums in the Jean-Luc Ponty are Cosmic Messenger, A Taste for Passion, Jean-Luc Ponty Live, Magnetic Ocean, and Imaginary Voyage. 5 albums, $10 start. Chad, did you get the first Count Basie in the crate for $9.99? This one here, I don't think I did. Chad Smith wants this Count Basie. I might have missed that one, okay? There is that. Now, I'm going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. Let me do that. And I'm going to pull up this next crate that Laura has marked. All righty. Purple juice. I tell you, I'm much more comfortable tonight than I was last night. I don't know if y'all heard. I don't know if y'all heard what I was having to do last night, but I was on a remote phone, of course, with low battery as soon as I started. So I was having to wear a backpack, and I went through an entire iPad charge and 2 laptop charges. So I was basically wearing a backpack for a battery source. And there for a while, I had 1 laptop charging and 1 on my back. And I was running and talking and pulling and holding. And it was a workout. I mean, I was sweating. Y'all were making me work for it last night. I'm much more comfortable here at my home. This is like home field advantage here. Nothing's moving. Everything's right here around me. This is much more comfortable, I will say. I like this. But the way we did it last night, that's the only way possible. But I've learned something. I'm going to order an external battery, and I'm going to wear one of those hats. I'm going to wear one of those hats with a straw, so I don't have to use my hands. You know, the hats with the straws, you know, where the straw comes around in my mouth. I'm going to order one of those too. I am going to order one of those too. Okay. So there's that. There's the Laura Crate sticker. Nice. Snoopy doing the chemtrails. Okay. Here we go. Next thing was Thin Lizzy 27, Jean-Luc Ponty 10, Ape is at 5, Thin Lizzy 35, okay? So we're about to sell that, and let's go ahead and get another single up, because Ape is on the tail run. And the saga continues ferocious. And the saga continues ferocious. A $5 start on that. All right, so here we go. We have the best of the Mamas and Papas. A 2LP VG Plus $14.99. California Dreamin'. Nice. Beatnik Beach. Beatnik Beach is EX edition, $9.99. Straubs, Burning for You. I always thought that was a wild cover. Straubs is EX $12.99. EX $12.99 on Straubs. And we have Queen, EX condition, $27.99. That is their self-titled debut. I'll take Starship, No Protection. Starship, that's the one that's kind of purplish looking, right? Yep. Pam, I had a feeling you was going to buy that. That's my, in all serious, ESP that just came out. I was like, I wonder if Pam has that one, because I hadn't shown that one in a while, and she's been almost all of them. Okay? And we have Deborah Allen, Let Me Be the First, EX $9.99 on Deborah Allen. All right, so 8 got a new bid for 6, which means Darren, you got outbid by Shannon. Thin Lizzy, TL on Thin Lizzy. Shannon went out. Gregory, you have it for 35. And the Jean-Luc Ponty's are sold for $10 to Paul Redfern. Paul, are you a first-time buyer? Paul, are you a first-time buyer? I don't think you are. Paul Redfern, I just don't say that too often. These are sold to you for $10. By the way, if there is anybody out there watching for the first time, welcome to CollectCo. Unlimited shipping. We invoice on Mondays. We're on our second of 7 nights in a row. Saturday night this week will conclude. As much as you want to buy, welcome. Michael McCullen on the Queen. He was technically first on that. Then Gregory, then Darren. Gregory asking a couple questions, but this is sold to Michael first. And then Melanie Jennings got the best of Mamas and Papas. John Nazarko second. Next is Marry My Hope, a 1989 Euro original alt-rock post-punk, VG Plus $12.99. And Fruit, Spoiled Rotten, a white label promo garage rock album, F-R-U-T or Frut. F-R-U-T, Fruit. That is EX22. Paul's bought before. Thank you and welcome back. Everything bought last night, Stacy, and for anybody else, is going to be on the invoice, the next invoice. Yeah. Everything. So last night started new shipping. Last night started a new shipping invoice, okay? All right. Now, let me make sure I didn't miss a bid on 8 because he said out. Shannon Price, this is sold to you for $6. Gregory gets Thin Lizzy for $15. Gregory gets Thin Lizzy for $35. And nobody bid on Ferocious, so they're a $5 buy it now. Mike Massey on Mary. That's sold to Mike Massey. Thank you. Soundtrack recording from the film, Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix is VG Plus $17.99. And Music to Paint By. Wow. Music to Paint By in mono, VG condition, $9.99. I have a record called Music to Read James Bond By. And I've never seen Music to Paint By, though. Next is Green Onions, Booker T and the MGs. This is a mono reissue from Sundays. Booker T and the MGs. This is a 2002 U.S. reissue in mono, EX edition. Booker T is a $15 start. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Canned Heat. This is called Living the Blues. It's a 1968 U.S. Indianapolis original with the company inner sleeves. It is an EX condition, a $25 start. This is Canned Heat, Living the Blues. Nice jacket, too. Not bad, just light ring wear. $25 start. Next is John Martin Foundations, a blues rock album. EX edition, $9.99, a gold stamp promo. And Sherman Andrus, Soon Coming. That is a gospel album, EX edition, $9.99. Also, we have The Flower Kings by Royal Decree. Boy, we must have bought a collection where somebody had a ton of Flower Kings because we've seen a bunch. That's EX, $27.99 on The Flower Kings. The next single is APA, Lights Out. APA, Lights Out. That's a $5 start. Green Onions has a bid for 15. The Fruit album, David Mark, that was EX condition, $22.99. It's a white label promo on the Westbound label, $22.99. Diego wants Jimmy. Nice pickup there. Soundtrack recordings from the film. That's so to Diego Sanchez. And one more quick single. This is Fresno. $5 start on it. Slut Vinyl. That is going to go up for a $5 start. Next is the Rolling Stones Tattoo You, EX $29.99. Bob Lugwood mastering. Why Don't You Start Me Up, $29.99 on the Rolling Stones. And Mark Allman is EX $12.99. Mark Allman self-titled. Bob Dylan Street Legals VG Plus $17.99. And Webb Wilder Hybrid Vigor. Webb Wilder VG Condition $9.99. And Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $14.99. David Mark does want the Fruit album, whichever way that's supposed to swing. Kathy wants the Rolling Stones. She's going to get started up with the Rolling Stones and Fleetwood Mac Penguin, EX $24.99. Did You Ever Love Me? I love that song there. It has that what's that called? Not a glass drum, but it sounds like a Jamaican sound almost. Did You Ever Love Me? That's a cool Fleetwood Mac song if you've never heard that. All right, Booker T, just one bid for $15, and that's so to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. That is so to you for $15. Fresno has a bid with Robert for $5. APA is a buy now for $5. Final call to give bid on Canned Heat for $25. Step right up is WC Fields at your Buick LeSabre Value Carnival. Wow, promo from Buick Cars. WC Fields, EX $12.99 on that. And we have Todas, and this is Marnina. Todas Ao Vivo. Pop from Brazil, EX edition $9.99. Shannon Price on APA and Steel Drum. Right there. Yes, is that yours? Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, that's yours. Is that one yours? Yeah. Wow. Sorry. I'm in Paul's way. I've got my phones laying everywhere. I'm firing Seth in our group chat. He says he's feeding the baby Demas's soup. I was like, oh boy, this is why he should not be a father. Okay, and Laura just grabbed me a bottle of water. Wow, that was a crazy delivery. We had Paul bring up records and Laura bring up water. Okay, sorry, I got very distracted there. David Mark said so. Stone Fresno 5, BTMGS 17. Paul, your bid came in late on that one. Sorry about that. Steel drum, yes, steel drum. Not a glass. A glass drum would be dangerous. Psh, my eyes. We have Fruits already sold, and we have the Bears Aches and Pains. A white label promo, EX $9.99. Queen, the game. This is EX $22.99. And we have Stan Getz, Zoot Sims. And this is an A2US EX $17.99. No bid on Canned Heat. It's a $25 buy it now. And Fresno's a buy it now for, or sold, excuse me. It's sold to Robert Warner for $5. Robert, that's sold you for $5, okay? Okay, sorry. Next is the Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request. Yes, Canned Heat is a double album. Yes. 1967 Terre Haute original stereo press of their Satanic Majesty's Request. With the original inner sleeve, a $25 start, lenticular cover. Brent Robley on the Bears, like Chicago, the Bears. And we have next... Physical Graffiti, a sealed 40th anniversary edition for just $29.99. Wow. With a note from Laura, Chad loves Led Zeppelin, a 5-heart rating, $29.99. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Sorry, I had to talk to Paul. Sorry about that. That's Paul's fault. We have Jeff Hallwarts gets Led Zeppelin. Thank you for the note, Laura. Chad loves Led Zeppelin. And then Troy, then Dennis, and then Sandy. And we have the Flower Kings. This is $29.99. And Wild Eyed Southern Boys, 38 special, $17.99. $17.99 for 38 special. There is a name written on the cover, but there's no condition note. Sorry about that. Paul was leaving. We got, good news. Between now and next week, we're going to be buying nearly, 22. We'll be buying nearly 35,000 new records. We're buying Wednesday 22,000 records on Wednesday. 22,000 records on Wednesday. That day, Paul's leaving to go buy a collection like in Wisconsin. And then he's going next week to Georgia and then maybe to like Texas. So just FYI, we hadn't bought a collection in a while. We've been trying to just sell down what we have here. But we've realized we need to get some new high-end stuff in. And we've all of a sudden, boom, collections have just boom, 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 boom. Like so much, I was discussing with Paul, we've got to figure out where to put them inside of this store. So I've got to help him clean out this corner. I got to help them clean the back. And I don't know, honestly, where we're going to put them all. I mean, y'all see what the store looks like, right? I walked through here multiple times. In the next 2 weeks, there's going to be about 30,000 albums brought into this store. And we're going to have them just stored everywhere. So it's going to be pretty insane. All right, here's our next auction. Sorry, that's what I was talking to him about. He was like, I want to make sure you know we got to find a place to put all these records. And I was like, I know. All right, so we got Sonny Terry, Sonny Story. Sonny Terry is a 1984 U.S. reissue. That is a $25 start on that. Next thing we have is, Chad, after years of watching you, I've caved in and got some Zeppelin. Have to admit I'm digging it, but not the radio hits, some hidden gems. Physical Graffiti. Physical Graffiti has the best deep cuts and probably, oh man. Well, the best deep cuts are on Physical, Presence, and Led Zeppelin 3, if you like acoustical stuff. Fred Cardinal on Flower Kings. That's so to Fred Cardinal. And then 38 Special. 38 Special is $17.99. 38 Special is $17.99. And then the Rolling Stones is a OG VG copy, a $25 start. OG VG copy, $25 start on that. And we have Manzera. This is sealed. Manzera from Roxy Music, $14.99. But as a self-proclaimed Led Zeppelin expert, I would say the best deep cut album for deep cuts is Physical Graffiti. Check out the Rover. And you see, to me, these aren't deep cuts, but In the Lot, Down by the Seaside, the Wonton song that I already mentioned, In the Rover. Most people don't know about those. 10 Years Gone. 10 Years Gone. I mean, there's so many great songs on them that you've never heard on the radio hits. So many great songs on there. Von Stom on 38 Special. Von Stom on 38 Special. And 25 on the Rolling Stones. Okay, so those have bids. The only no bids tonight are Canned Heat, Living the Blues, which I've unfortunately lost the sticky note, but it was OG. It was OG, $25 on that. We have 2 singles, APA for $5, Ferocious for $5, and 2 sealed Tom Robinson bands for $15. Boogie with Stu. So many deep cuts on Zeppelin. I mean, that was, of course, it has Cashmere and Trampled Underfoot. It has the big hits on that one. Or it has big hits on that one, too, of course. They all do. But next is Sting, Nada Como El Sol. This is Sting Sings in Spanish, $14.99 on that. And we have the Flower Kings, The Sum of No Evil, translucent blue vinyl, $29.99. And Greg Sutton, Soft as a Sidewalk. Greg Sutton is sealed for $9.99. That's a rock album. Melissa Manchester, a MoFi pressing. It's a gold stamp promo, too. MoFi promo, Melissa Manchester, $49.99. Does Sonny Clark have 4 o'clock blues on it? Sonny Terry does not have 4 o'clock blues. No, sir, not on this one. By the way, this is a final call to Brent Robley for $25. And the Stones has bids for $25 and $26. Von Stom, you're at $26. And that means that, Slicker, you're out. We have Oliver Jake, Jump Up. Oliver Jake is a jazz reggae album, $9.99. And we have Led Zeppelin 2. This is sealed. And another, thank you, Laura. Chad loves Led Zeppelin, $29.99. Very true. Without them, we probably wouldn't be here today doing this if I hadn't have fell in love with their music. So that's that and the Beatles. And yes, and y'all know my bands. I think y'all know my bands by now. Beatles, Zeppelin, Crosby, Stills and Nash. Yes, that's what all started it for me. Career Suicide. $5 start on Career Suicide. This is our next single. It is on black vinyl. It's a $5 start. $5 start on that. Next is Tall Tales, Richard Lupa. That is sealed for $9.99. And Marilyn Martin. This is Serious. That is sealed. That's a soft rock album. $9.99. Now, the best deep cuts on here, I love the Lemon Song. I mean, I think if you want to hear like the best Zeppelin, like all 4 of them doing their best, the best drumming, vocals, guitar work, and then just grooving, check out the Lemon Song. It's kind of a dirty song, though. Tony Orlando and Don's Greatest Hits. Tony Orlando is sealed, $9.99. When I first heard I was like, what is he saying? We have Baby Grand. This is sealed, $9.99. Iconic cover art. That's very true. That's the note from Laura. Iconic cover art. Look at the cover. Baby Grand, $9.99. Very bizarre there. $9.99 on that. Career Suicide 5, Career Suicide 5, and Career Suicide 6. And let's see here. The Rolling Stones just got a new bid for $28. The Rolling Stones, new bid for $28. And Sonny Terry did not get another bid. So, Brent, that is so due for $25. That's so due for $25. Brent says, I have 26 albums now. He's meaning just tonight. He bought 26 just tonight. Roy Sundome, East to West, sealed $9.99. Well, a couple of these guys last week that bought bundles from me, there's a couple guys that bought multiple bundles. They probably bought 200 albums in 1 week from me. If you count some of those bundles, I mean, that's pretty wild. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, a 1979 U.S. Pitman. This is with the revised inner gatefold and corrected credits, but it's a nice copy. Original under sleeves, VG Plus, a $35 start. Pick between the Beatles and Zeppelin. Oh, no, you can't make me do that. No. Oh, my gosh. It's like you have to make one go away forever. That would be tough. Robin Glenn on Tony Orlando and Don. It's really a mood thing, you know. Tony Orlando and Don, that's so to Robin Glenn. Orleans with Hop Sticker. That is sealed for $9.99. And we have Witch Cream. That is sealed, a disco record, $14.99. All right, so the Rolling Stones did get some new bids, but Vaughn went out. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Slicker for $28. And Pink Floyd is a $35 start. Pink Floyd is a $35 start on that. $35 start. Yeah, Robert Plant gets a little nasty. He's, I think he likes women. I think Robert Plant 100% likes women. Next thing is Memphis Slim, Trouble. Memphis Slim is a 1984 U.S. sealed copy. Memphis Slim, 1984 U.S. original. Memphis Slim, Trouble. It's sealed. It's a $25 start. $25 start on Memphis Slim. Pink Floyd's at $35. Career Suicide is a final call for $9. The Wall is a 79 OG. So we do get quite a bit of OGs in. It is 1975. There's just a couple variants in the jacket, and that's pretty tough to find. That's finding a jacket where the credits aren't updated. They're updated here. but it is an OG press. The disc, the matrix, everything is OG. That is an OG on that. 100%. Let's keep going through this crate here. We have Colorado, Neil Young with Crazy Horse. This is sealed for $29.99. Sealed Neil Young. And there they are. Speak of them again. $29.99. Oh, man. $29.99. There it is. Wow. I don't know how many times from beginning to end I've spun this on cassette, a CD, all formats, streaming, driving, flying. It's like 4 Michael Jordans got in a room together. But they wasn't playing basketball. Next is Robert Ellis Oral Special Pain, sealed for $9.99. This is the Subway Surfers, 1989 West Germany original, $9.99. And the Flower Kings, Adam and Eve, another Flower Kings, $24.99. Career Suicide is sold to Shannon Price for $9. And let's update the other ones and see what's going on. I wonder if Sean Fairweather's already got off the feed. If so, now he's like, is Chad going to stop talking about Led Zeppelin? Memphis Slim, did this get a bid? Final call for a $25 start. Memphis Slim, trouble. No bid? Memphis Slim, final call. Speaking of Led Zeppelin, a couple of these guys right here, it's all a chain reaction. If he didn't make music, they wouldn't have made music. Pink Floyd 40, Pink Floyd 41. We have Talk Talk, Such a Shame, 12-inch single. Nice. Sealed. No, it's open. Talk Talk is $14.99. Little cover damage. And we have Mountain, the best of Mountain. This is a weird one, isn't it? Yeah, the back cover looks like the front cover. The best of Mountain is $17.99. $17.99. And Roy Orbison Laminar Flow, sealed for $19.99. Sealed Roy Orbison Laminar Flow. Let's put up another hardcore single. And this is Press Gang. Self-Destroyed EP. Looks like Press Gang. Press Gang is a $5 start. That's now up for bid. We might start doing some bundle lots of the hardcore singles in just a second. I was going to try a few individually. Memphis Slim does have a bid. Rob Zomer on Q. And Q was for, what was Q, Rob Zomer? Or was that a miscue? Was your Q a miscue? And Scott D. Roche got Talk Talk. Let's go to Scott D. Roche, the Led Zeppelin 2. Woody, Led Zeppelin 2 is a new sealed remaster. It's a Jimmy Page remaster, $29.99. About around 2014, Jimmy Page went through and remastered all the Zeppelin catalog for vinyl, and they've been in print since then. That's around when things started ramping up for vinyl remasters, 2010s, mid-2010s. A lot of people started Kiss remastered in 2014. Black Sabbath remastered in 2012. And these have been in print since then. These are $29. A lot of artists started doing that for vinyl, and those are those same versions that's been in print since then. They sell a bunch of them every week. Pink Floyd's at $43. Slim's at $25 slicker. Fred Cardinal on FK. FK was the Flower Kings. Fred Cardinal also on TT. And TT was for... what was for TT? What was TT? Fred, I must have missed TT. And then Press 5. And then Chris wants the 2 Glenn Campbells. And let's go over here. So, Fred, also, there's one flower. You've bought every Flower Kings I think I've had except this one. Here's another one. It's EX. It's a box set, $27.99. $27.99. Before I do that, we need to pull a couple of Glenn Campbells from a previous crate. I can do that right quick. We can pause for Glenn. I'll do that right now. But yeah, vinyl, I wasn't really following it too close back then, probably like maybe some of y'all were, but around mid-2010s is when a lot of stuff started getting remastered. I mean, vinyl, the big surge, of course, was 2020. 19, 2020, 2021, that was when it took another huge surge. But around mid-2010s, it really, you started seeing a lot of people remastering stuff. Glenn Campbell, these two Glenn Campbells are sold to Chris Collins. And then Pink Floyd at 44, that's still getting bids. And Fred does want that last flower, or I think that's truly the last Flower Kings there. So let's go over here to Press Bang. And it has one bid with Darren Johnson for 5. Fred bid first. Fred did bid first on that, so he's at 5. Memphis Slim is sold to Brent Robley for $25. That is sold. And Pink Floyd's at 45. And now Chad needs a drink of purple juice. Let me do that right now. Purple juice, purple juice. I don't know. We might bring back the blue juice this week, Laura. I may have Laura go get me I've been craving one. Maybe tomorrow I might get back on the wagon or off of it, whatever you call it. Slicker, Memphis Slim already had a bid. Brent had it for 25. I thought maybe you thought it was a buy it now, and then I've went ahead and sold them to that, so I apologize. I didn't think you were bidding. I have another Fred Goodwin lot to knock out right quick, and this is old Johnny Bond. Johnny Bond from the Fred Goodwin collection. We've got one. There's a couple here on Star Day, or maybe more than a couple. There's 2 Johnny Bond, 3 Johnny Bond, 4 Johnny Bond, 5 Johnny Bond, 6 Johnny Bond, 7 Johnny Bond, 8 Johnny Bond, 9 Johnny Bond, 10 Johnny Bond, 11 Johnny Bond, 12 Johnny Bond, 13 Johnny Bond, 14 Johnny Bond, 15 Johnny Bond, 16 Johnny Bond albums, a $25 start. 16 Johnny Bond albums. Several of those were sealed too. All right. And now Press Gang is sold to, make sure Darren didn't bid again. Well, I got to give that maybe 30 more seconds, and they're still bidding on Pink Floyd. Let's read through I'm just going to read through the titles. This is what's left from this first Laura crate. And Paul's got 3 crates up here. So I've got, let me count total new arrivals. 6, 9. There's 12 crates of new arrivals to go through. Wow. 12 crates of new arrivals to go through. Here we are. If you need a price, let me know, because we got to just keep rolling. We have Beatnik Beach. We have Straub's Burning for You. So Beatnik Beach, Straub's Burning for You. Let me pause right there. So Purple Juice is Great Value Energy Packets from Walmart. Great Value Energy Packets from Walmart. That is Cherry Slush and Acai Berry. 1 packet of each, mixed in about a half of a Dasani bottled water, so it's highly concentrated. I can literally taste the powder when I'm drinking it. That is Purple Juice. That's heavenly potent. My mom drank 1 packet one time, and she felt like she was on, it was wild. They're very potent. So I drink 2 and about a half bottle of water. That's what I'm drinking. The blue juice is from a local coffee shop here called Elevate. And they're very expensive. You can buy 2 whole Great Value packs for $5. 1 blue juice at Elevate's like $11 after you leave a tip. So they're like $11 a piece, sometimes 12, aren't they? They're expensive. But, of course, it's a local coffee shop, so they've got to make their money, too. We have Beatnik Beach. We got Straub's, Deborah Allen. I don't know if y'all go buy coffee at coffee shops, but coffee isn't cheap from what I understand. We have Music to Paint By. We have Marilyn. We have John Martin Foundations. Also, Sherman Andrus coming soon. That was a gospel album. Mark Almond, Bob Dylan, Webb Wilder, Marshall Tucker. We have Fleetwood Mac, W.C. Fields, a Buick Promotional Records. We have Marina, Totus, Queen the Game. Also, this is Stan Getz and Zoot Sims. Manzera, Sting. There's another Flower Kings. This is $24.99. And we have Greg Sutton, okay? So Press Bang is sold to Fred Cardinal for $5. Jeremy Dalton's at $47 on Led Zeppelin. And we have a final call on those Johnny Bond albums for $25. I've already forgot how many, but there was a bunch of them. Details on Pink Floyd. It's a 1979 U.S. Pittman original with the corrected credits, gatefold jacket, original inner sleeve, VG+. I'm loving the jacket, though. I have become Comfortably Numb. Jeremy Dalton had it for 47. I hadn't worked my way down, though. Jeremy Dalton also gets Led Zeppelin 2. A couple people asked about it, but he's the first to claim it. That's so to Jeremy Dalton. Wow, Jeremy getting some classics. Led Zeppelin 2 and The Wall. That's like the top 10 essential albums of all time. Led Zeppelin 2 and The Wall. Jeremy has that for 47. And then we have, let's see, we have, what do we have here? Which Web? Let's go back and find that. Web, that was Webb Wilder Hybrid Vigor. Webb Wilder Hybrid Vigor is VG $9.99. Which Mark Almond here. Mark Almond is EX Edition $12.99. And then Slicker Van Slyke gets Flower Kings. That's so to Slicker. We have Manzara. Manzara from Roxy Music is sealed $14.99. The Dylan album was Infidels. No, Street Legal. Street Legal is VG Plus $17.99. There is a bid on the Johnny Bonds for $25. Pink Floyd 48. Pink Floyd 50, and then Pink Floyd 51. Next is Melissa Manchester. That is a MoFi pressing, a gold stamp promo, $49.99. Fred says he's pretty sure he claimed that Flower Kings too, but go ahead and let Slicker have it. Thank you. There was like 5 in this crate, and I think you got 4 of them, Fred. There was like 5 in this crate. Maybe Laura can confirm, maybe 3, or 4, but you got most of them. Dustin Hodges does get the Mark Almond. ST wants the Manzara. That is sold. And then Randy Klein wants the Dylan. So the Dylan, who asked about the Dylan, though? The Dylan was asked about Jerry Ferguson. Jerry, if you don't want that, Randy does. I'm not going to spend another second on Mr. Johnny Bond. Mr. Bond, Johnny Bond. He does not work for MI6. He is going to get those. Cyclone Doug is going to get all those for $25. It's probably going to cost us $25 to ship them. It's no joke. No, not media mail. It's going to cost a lot, though. Some of those bundles I sold, like, we sold all those Louis Armstrongs. It was like a stack this big. It was like $200. And I was like, man, it's going to cost probably a fourth of that to ship them, though. Especially if y'all get, I think what we have to do is if they order they figure it out in the back, but of course you can't ship them media if y'all buy like a Funko or something like that. So we got to pay a lot more in ground postage if y'all don't get just media. So it makes it much more expensive. So I don't know how they figure all that out there, but I'm glad they do and I don't. Could y'all imagine if I was back there trying to figure out all the shipping and do all this and the invoicing? Well, we wouldn't be able to do this. So I'm glad I have great people here. We got great people here. Bob Dylan. So Jerry asked about it first, Randy. Jerry asked about it first, and he's getting it. That is so to him. And we have Oliver Jake jumped up. Oliver Jake is $9.99. And Tall Tales, Richard Lupa, that's still available. So is Marilyn Martin and Baby Grand and Roy Sundholm. Orleans was sealed. Witch Cream. We have Neil Young, Colorado. Zeppelin 1 is still available. Robert Ellis Oral. This one's tough to read because it's backwards. Who is this? The Subway Surfers is an alternate rock album in 89 West Germany. $9.99. The Subway Surfers. That looks interesting. The Best of Mountain, $17.99. Mississippi Queen. Roy Orbison is sealed, $19.99. And Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles, $19.99. All right, our next auction. So we still got Monk and The Doors and Pink Floyd and Bowie and The Doors and The Stones and Zeppelin and The Doors and Fleetwood Mac and Booker T and the Beatles and Soft Machine and Dr. John and Lightning Hopkins and Bob Seger and Bill Withers and Jimi Hendrix and Little Richards and Miles Davis and John Prine and Brian Eno and Etta James and Little Walter and Charles Mingus. But let's do Monk first. Thelonious Monk. As mentioned in a Steely Dan song, a 1967 U.S. original. Here's the kicker. It is in a good way, it's an EX copy, an OG EX Monk. Straight, no chaser. That's how I drink my purple juice. Straight, no chaser. EX, a $65 start. Monk, I love that cover. Definitely a jazz-looking cover. $65 start on that. The next claim or bid was Pink Floyd, $60. Brent does get Neil Young, Colorado. Rocky Mountain High. We have Mike Massey on Subway. That's sold to Mike Massey. Zeppelin is a new sealed remaster copy, $29.99. In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. I love John Bottom's triplets there. Amazing. All right, there's Monk, $65 start. Let's put up a couple singles. The next single I have for you is the following. Let's do a few, actually. Let's do Power of 10. Wow, we might do that one by itself, actually. Northwest Hardcore Compilation. That sounds interesting. Plus, they had that one originally marked for a lot more. Power of 10 is a $5 start. Well, probably one of the last ones I'll do individually. Power of 10, $5 start on that. The Marilyn Martin. Marilyn Martin was right. She was right in here. Marilyn Martin is sealed $9.99. Monk is a stereo. Monk is a stereo. Where are we on Pink Floyd? Jeremy's out. Jerry, you have that for $60. All right. It's time for a new crate. Let's knock out one of the new Paul crates. And we're moving right along. I'm going to set this one here behind me. If anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know, okay? They're just right here behind me. Let me reply to this message right quick. Why is my keyboard? Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what he's got in here for us. Power of 10 has a bid for 5. Jerry says he'll take Zeppelin, Power 5, 5, and 6. And Hobby says he will take Marilyn Martin. All right, and that's going to really fill up my crate. And let's go ahead and swap out while the going is getting good, eh? All righty. That's another full crate, Houston. Houston, we have a full crate. Returning to base. All righty. Here we go, folks. I'm hoping during this cleanup we'll find some more New Orleans type singles. I know there's more in this building. It's just amazing. I don't know where they're at. We've already sold Leonard Cohen. That was like one of the first auctions tonight. And it did not get a bid, and somebody got it for the buy it now price. All right, Monk is a final call to get a bid in on 65. Let's sell the Zeppelin, or excuse me, I got Zeppelin on my mind tonight. Jerry Ferguson on Pink Floyd for 60. Thank you, Jerry. Whoop, let's get that back in the sleeve. That's sold to Jerry Ferguson for 60. Power of 10 is now at 8. That's the first record in the new bin. Let's go ahead and grab another auction. Let's do... let's see, what do we have up? Jazz. How to counter jazz. How about the best of the Doors? Or balance jazz, not counter it. A white label promo of the Doors. This looks like a really good copy. It's a 1985 U.S. Specialty Original white label promo. It's on translucent brown vinyl. That means it's on very high quality virgin vinyl. Near mint minus, no condition notes at all. It does have a notch. It is 2LP remaster, the best of the Doors, a $55 start. Monk does have a bid for 65. New arrivals here, priced as marked. Let's go through them and see what we got in here. Mirage, Avant-Garde, and Third Stream Jazz. A jazz compilation, Mirage, $14.99. Or that could also be pronounced Mirage or Mirage. That is $14.99. This looks like, I don't know. It's Bud Powell, Broadcast Performances. Bud Powell is a 1973 US. That's $14.99. Art Pepper, The Omega Man, Carl Perkins, Ben Tucker, and Chuck Flores. A white label promo, that's $14.99. Art Pepper. Gary Peacock, December Poems. A 1979 German import, $24.99 on Gary Peacock. The Rock Jazz Incident, conceived and arranged by Marty Paich, P-A-I-C-H. A 66 US mono, $14.99 on that. And Old and New Dreams, Don Cherry, Dewey Redman, Charlie Hayden, and Ed Blackwell, 1979. That is $24.99. All right, so I left off by saying Power of 10. Chris Bryant had that for $8. Next is another bid with Darren Johnson for $8. Then Slicker is the only bidder on Monk. He bid $65, and now that's a final call. Power of 10's at 10. The Doors got bids for 55, 55, 55, 55, 57. Power of 10, 9. Info on Doors and condition. The Doors is at 60. Power of 10 is at 10. The Mitchell Perciani Trio Pianism, that's a 1986. That is $19.99. Also, Percussion Profiles, Jack DeJohnette, Pierre Favre, Fred Studer, and that is a 78 German white label promo. This variant is not on Discogs, $34.99. Diego Sanchez on Pike, and that was this may be P-A-I-C-H, this one here, Diego. That may be how I'm supposed to read that. Marty Pike, P-A-A-C-H. Okay, and then Monk is sold for $65, and this is sold for $65 to Slicker Van Slyke. The Door 70, 72, 75. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Soft Machine. It's a 1973 U.S. Pittman Original EX Edition, a $25 start. This is a 1973 U.S. Pittman Original Soft Machine 6. It's a 2LP, a $25 start. The 10 is a final call to Chris Bryant for 10, and the Doors. The Doors is a 1985 U.S. Specialty Original. White label promo, translucent brown vinyl when held a strong light. It does have the original company inner sleeves, and this is a near mint minus. There is no condition notes on this. It looks like the day it was pressed at Specialty. I'm looking at it right now. It looks like the day it was pressed at Specialty. The high bid on this is $75. All right. Next is Jim Pepper, Coming and Going. Jim Pepper is a 1984 U.S. Jazz Fusion album. That is $24.99. We have Winter's Ending, Rick Pruitt and Mark Davis. That is a 1981 U.S. Jazz album. That is $14.99. Inner Fires, The Genius of Bud Powell, a 1982 U.S. That's $19.99. And Hold On, Noel Pointer. That's a 78 U.S. Jazz Fusion album, sealed, $14.99. Power of 10 is sold to Chris Bryant for $10. That is sold. Soft Machine does not have a bid yet. Looking for a $25 start. Okay, here's our next singles. We have Worn Path, as performed by Punch. We have Paleface Destroyers, Loto Ball, and Pompers. Those three singles going up for a $10 start. $10 start. Let's do three. Some may be 10, some may be $12 starts. We'll do these for a $10 start. 3, 4. You can just put 45, $10 start. Doors 80, 82, 85. Soft Machine is a $25 start. $25 start on that. Matthew Cabot on Pointer. Thank you, Matthew Cabot. Let me just figure out what some of these are. No Pointer right here in front of me. Matthew Cabot. Sometimes also on these jazz albums, I'll read off like this, who plays on it, and somebody will say grunts, because they'll hear one person that they really like their music, their jazz music from, their instrumentations, and I'll be like, what is grunts? And then I'll figure it out later. So I try to read as many of those names, because some people buy a lot of jazz albums just because of one person's instrumentations. I'll be like, I want anything with Art Blakey on it. If I hear Art Blakey on drums, I'm in. So I try to read all those that I can, but then I try to figure out what I've actually said. I'm going to mute my mic. I'm like, holy moly, what did I just read off? All right, here we go. So Soft Machine does have a bid for $25. The 45s are a $10 start. The Doors is at $95 of John Robb. Continuing is Anita O'Day and the Three Sounds. Anita O'Day is an original 62 U.S. stereo, and the note from Paul is beautiful copy, vinyl and jacket. Wow, that is for what, a 1962 mono? It's in better shape than I am. $24.99. Maggie Nichols, Peter New, Nichols and New. That's an 85 UK free improvisation jazz album, $29.99 on that. Soft Machine has one bid for $25. It's a 73 US Pittman original. 73 US Pittman original. Can I review the order of the Power of 10 bids? I can. Chris Bryant bid 10, and Darren Johnson had it for 10. I made a mistake. Darren Johnson bid Power of 10, 10. And I remember saying that because obviously it rhymed or whatever. I said Power of 10 to 10. Then, Chris, you bid 10, and actually y'all were tied. So we need to run this one more time, and Darren has the high bid for $10. Darren has the high bid for $10, and this is Chris Bryant, you're out. Okay? And Soft Machine has a new bid for $28. Next is the Roscoe Mitchell Art Ensemble. This is called what? It's a 1968 U.S. free jazz. Paul says not for the faint of heart. $54.99. Not for the faint of heart. What does that even say? I can't even read that. It looks like, either way, we have Music with 58 Musicians, Volume 1. A 1980 promo sampler, Music with 58 Musicians, $14.99. 58 musicians. All right, these 345s are a buy it now for $10. Chris Bryant, are you still watching? You are out on the Power of 10. The Doors is a 1985 U.S. Specialty Original, white label promo, translucent brown when held a strong light with the original company inner sleeves. The vinyl's near mint minus, and the jacket I would grade, it's EX or better. It has the high quality audiophile sticker and the hop sticker on there. It is not in shrink wrap. Not in shrink wrap. She says that jazz is very free form. It sounds like they listened to this in the back. Must be some wild jazz. The Roscoe Mitchell art, and that is $54.99 on that one. We have Bob Moses, When Elephant Dreams of Music. That's a 1983 US. That's $19.99. And we also have what? We have Simaja, No Burning Out. That's an 84 Christian rock album, sealed, $14.99. Chris Bryant, are you still watching? You were outbid on the Power of 10. Darren Johnson had it for $10. You actually just tied him. He had came in first. We got to make sure he's watching before we end that, though, Darren. Al Smith, Hear My Blues. Eddie Lockjaw Davis Showcases. This is an 87 US remaster, $14.99 on that. And A.J. Brown, Rhyme or Reason. A.J. Brown is a 1988 Jamaican import reggae album. That is sealed for $19.99. And Sonny Auday and his African Beats. This is called Synchro System. That is in shrink wrap. No condition notes on anything in here. $19.99. The Christian Rock album is right here. And that is sold to Dwayne Caldwell. Semapia? What's that called? S-E-M-A-J-A. That's a J. S-E-M-A-J-A, Dwayne. Thank you. That's sold to you. The Doors is sold over here to who? And this sold to John Robb for $95. Let's get that back in the sleeve with them. That was a top copy, audiophile grade. Thank you on that one. Let's grab another new auction right quick. And the next auction I have is going to be, give me 1 second. Okay, I have Dr. John, Destin Tivoli Bonnaroo. Dr. John is a 1974 U.S. PRC Richmond original. It does have the foil cover with the company inner sleeve, EX edition, a $25 start on Dr. John. Destin Tivoli Bonnaroo, EX edition, a $25 start. We have Swallow, First Take. This is Barbados Reggae, $14.99 on that. And we have Signature. This is a 2000 Reggae, $14.99. Signature. By who? By Freddie McGregor, a 2000 Reggae. That is there. Okay, now we have Soft Machine at 32. Chris Bryant, you are actually outbid on the Power of 10. Your last bid was 10, but somebody bid 10 before you, and he corrected me, and I think you got off the chat. That's technically still up for bid. So you can say out, or you can bid for 11, and then we'll wait. We got to wait and hear back from Darren. But yeah, we had to redo that one. That was my second mess up of the night. If I do more than 3 more, we'll be okay. If I do more than 3, it'll be an off night. Sunny Ade is so to Diego Sanchez. They're also bidding on Soft Machine. Dr. John's up for bid. Richie, the Richie Kamskua Quartet. And that's a 1977, $9.99. We're heavy in a Paul Jazz crate for sure. The Last Concert, the Modern Jazz Quartet. That's a sealed original from 1975. $39.99 on that. And Bob Moses Quintet Family. Bob Moses is a 1980 US, and this is $19.99. Bob Moses Quintet Family. And James Moody, Never Again. James Moody is a 72 US VG Plus, $19.99. How much was Freddie MC? Freddie, that was this McGregor. It is $14.99. No condition notes on that. Slicker's out on Soft Machine. That is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $32. Dr. John has a bid for $25. Our next auction is going to be the Doors, Strange Days. And this is a 1967 U.S. Monarch original. Side B has revised mastering. Interesting. Original under sleeve. A VG copy. This is a VG copy. Strange Days, a 67 U.S. Monarch. The one we had the other night was a VG++ EX. This is a VG copy, a 67 Monarch. A VG copy, a $25 start on that. Now, Darren Johnson, you've been outbid on the Power of 10. Power of 10 is at $13 with Chris Bryant. We have So Much Guitar, Wes Montgomery. That is a 61 US mono, non-deep groove, VG Plus $39.99. So Much Guitar, Wes Montgomery. And Playing, Don Cherry, Dewey Redmond, Charlie Hayden, Ed Blackwell. EX Edition, $22.99. 1981 US. And we have the amazing Bud Powell, Fats Navarro, Sonny Rollins, Roy Haynes, Max Roach. Late 60s or 70, or it's either a late 60s or a 1970 US Stereo Remaster, EX 2299. Am I sure I want to do this again? I am sure I want to do this again, yes. And I think between Mark communicating with me and I think Mark messaged me, and I think Christopher messaged the page. I think we've got it all figured out. The record is going to Mark, and I hope everything's okay with both buyers. Mark was going to give it to Chris. Chris said Mark can have it. We've actually changed it 4 different times. So it went to Chris to Mark, Mark to Chris, and I think Mark's got it, and I think he's already paid for it. So, and I hope everything's good with Chris. And I think everything's I know everything's good with Mark. I hadn't really got to read messages from today. Usually when I wake up on Mondays, Ed has sent me usually the invoice totals, how many customers we had, and if there's any major problems. And there was no major problems. And I've went through and I kind of scanned through messages. I hope everything's okay. I think it is. I need both of them on here and buying every night, so I hope everything's okay. And they got changed 3 or 4 times because Mark was like, you can let Christopher have it. Christopher's like, this more, I think. He's like, no, Mark, I don't know. So I think Mark's got it. It's his, and I think he's paid for it. So I think we can shut the door on that one, hopefully. But I just hope I hope both of them's happy. Bud Powell, BP. Bud Powell was sold to Jared Inc., and Paul Redfern does want Freddie. And Freddie was the Freddie McGregor, right? Paul Redfern, that's so to you. Chris Bryant, you've been outbid on the Power of 10. That's at $15. You've been outbid again, Chris Bryant. You've been outbid on that. Chris, there is Darren. He's going to be bidding on most of these punk singles, and he's going to be bidding over on YouTube. So you probably won't see his bids unless you see him over here on Restream. I'll try my best to call him out. But Darren bids on most of these too, just FYI. Ivan got Dr. John for $25, and The Doors is a $25 start. Next is Oliver Nelson Images featuring Eric Dolphy, a white label promo, VG Plus $14.99. And we have Little David's Fugue, Fugue, that's VG Plus $9.99. Last few records in here, Charlie Palma, boy, I struggle with his name, Paul Miri, and that's EX 1799, an original 1960 US stereo. I've lost Chris Bryant. He said Chris Bryant 17. You're going to be bidding on these for a while. Chris Bryant's at 17 on Power of 10. Darren, it goes back to you. And then we have Niels Henning, Orsted Peterson, Jaywalking, 76 US EX 1299. The Doors is a 67 US Monarch. Side B has revised mastering, original under sleeve, VG condition, a $25 start. The next LP is going to go up for auction right now, and that is Out of Nowhere, Miles Davis. This is a German reissue of An Unknown Year. This is a German reissue of An Unknown Year. It is originally released under the title Many Miles of Miles Davis. VG Plus, a $15 start. $15 start. Diego Sanchez on Paul Lamariri. That is Soto Diego. He also gets Peterson. That's also Soto Diego. And we have the Kles Moria Metropolis. That's VG Plus $9.99. Kles Moria Metropolis. King Pleasure, Moody's Mood for Love. VG Plus $9.99. And Gene Krupa, Lionel Hampton, and Teddy Wilson. This is an original 1956 US mono, VG minus $9.99. Don Cherry, Dewey Redmond, Charlie Hayden, and Eddie Blackwell, Old and New Dreams. A 77 Italian import, EX $27.99. And The Scene Changes, The Amazing Bud Powell, a 67 US stereo, VG plus $39.99. Where's David Hoy at? Where's some of our other jazz buyers? Darren's out. Okay, Darren's out. Chris, you get this for $17. You get that for $17. Okay. I love these battles. Y'all hardcore bidders should be hardcore. The hardcore bidders should be hardcore. There should be punches throwing. Y'all should be yelling at each other. There should be, at your house, you're probably throwing chairs against the wall. Are you kidding me? I was outbid again. Ah! Next auction is Painted Black, Amnesia. We have Plow United, and we have the 1981-84 Oppressed, Fatal Blow. Those three are being sold together for a $15 start. Those three are being sold together for a $10 start. $10 start on those. $10 start. The Doors is at $25. We're about to sell it to Jerry Ferguson. And then Robbie Woods got GK, and that's Gene Krupa. That's sold to Robbie Woods. Rod Bryan was second. David Hoy wants Old and New. That's sold to David Hoy. There's David Hoy. I summoned him on demand. There we go. David Hoy on Gary Peacock. David Hoy on Gary Peacock. David Hoy on Gary Peacock. Gary Peacock. Let me figure out which one that was. Was that, or did I just already sell it? Who was that? Gene Krupa. Okay, it must be further in the back. Miles Davis is a $15 start. The 345s, Shannon Price is in at $15. And I'm looking for Gary Peacock. We're about to sell the Doors for $25. I can't leave it up much longer. Time's ticking. I feel like you should have already bid by now if you were going to bid. Let's go back here and see what's going on. That must be further back. There it is. Okay, that's so to David Hoy. All right. Miles Davis, 15. Actually, the first time I went to, I guess my first true metal concert was Metallica. You know, that was the Georgia concert, the Atlanta concert, like 5 years ago. And I was like, I wonder what this crowd's going to be like. I think there was more nicer people at the 3 Metallica shows I've been to, down in the pit and down on the general admission, than probably any other show I've been to. We had the most problems at a James Taylor concert. Seth got yelled at by some woman. It was so funny, too. That's funny. It was funny. Next is Jerry Ferguson gets the Doors for $25. Jerry Ferguson got the boards. I don't think Mark's watching, or he probably would have asked about it for the fun of it. And I hope Christopher S. is watching. I don't know if he is, but Christopher S., if you're out there, I'd love to have you on buying and bidding, okay? I'd love to have you on buying and bidding. Miles Davis is called Out of Nowhere. And what did I do with the sticky? It's a German reissue of An Unknown Year, originally released under the title Many Miles of Davis. So a lot of these jazz albums or sometimes repackaged under different titles and artwork. So this music is called Many Miles of Miles Davis. It's a German press, conservatively graded VG+, and that is at $15. Yeah, Seth likes to sing along at concerts. And, of course, when James Taylor is doing Sweet Baby James at the Bridgestone, there's, 27,000 people there. You can hear a pin drop, right? Seth was trying to, maybe hum along. Other people were, too. He was trying to hum along. And I'm pretty sure this woman was like, can you please be quiet? I was like, oh, my gosh. But, yeah, when I went to a James Taylor concert in a big arena, I was like, what is this going to be like? You got a guy like James Taylor in front of thousands of people. Is he going to get that quiet? And it was like a golf tournament. When he starts doing some of those songs, it gets so quiet. Just yesterday morning. I mean, it's like you could hear a pin drop. And it was pretty funny. The Bob Seger System, a 1977 U.S. Jacksonville reissue. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. You cannot hear a pin drop at a Bob Seger concert, especially when he starts doing that song. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, the Bob Seger System. This is a 77 pressing, a $15 start. These 345s are sold, and those are gone to oh, no, that was a Miles Davis bid. 15, what am I looking for? Shannon Price. Shannon, those are sold to you for $15. $15 on that, okay? I'm just going to read these titles. I can't go through all this jazz stuff in great detail again because we got so much more. But if you do need details, don't be afraid to ask. I'm just going to try to read what I see here. Mirage Avant-Garde, that was Bud Powell. If you need more information, let me know. Art Pepper, Old and New Dreams, the Mitchell Puccioni Trio, Percussion Profiles, The Rock Jazz Incident, Jim Pepper, Rick Pruitt and Mark Davis, Bud Powell, Anita O'Day, Maggie Nichols and Peter New, musicians with music with 58 musicians, the Roscoe Mitchell Art Ensemble, Bob Moses, Al Smith, A.J. Brown, First Take, Richie, The Last Concert, Bob Moses Quintet, James Moody, Wes Montgomery, Playing, Oliver Nelson, Little David, The Klezmoria, King Pleasure, and The Amazing Bud Howell. I will say, seeing James Taylor, he came out on stage to play a song with Jackson Browne, and that was like one of the most surreal things, actually, seeing him in person for the first time. You have no idea how tall. He looked like a giant up there, but he's so surreal looking when you finally see James Taylor in person. You're like, wow, there he is. Art Pepper, The Omega Man, a 1974 white label promo, $14.99. Art Pepper, The Omega Man, $14.99. Way down here, down in Mexico, Mike McCullen on West. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other bids. So we have a Bob Seger and we got a Miles Davis up for bid. Miles had bids for 15, 16, 17, 20, 22, 21, Bob Seger 15, Bob Seger 15, Miles Davis 23, Bob Seger 16, Bob Seger 17, and then Michael McCullen does want Wes. And let me find that, and let's get into a new bin. That was from Wes Montgomery. There is that. Let's put up another lot. Greg passes on Pepper, so it's still available. The next lot of singles are going to go up right now. Let's see what I got laying here on top. We got The Recluse, Summer Showers. The Recluse, Summer Showers. We have Anatomy 71, Anatomi 71. And this is, I don't know about that one. I'll make sure it's some of these with swastikas on it I'm careful about. Life Force, The Impact. Life Force, The Impact. Those three are a $10 start. Some of these, I don't know if like they're, I don't know. I don't like putting up the ones with the swastikas on them. Bob Seger is at 18, Bob Seger 21. Facebook don't like it on the image, and I don't know about the music sometimes, so I'm careful about those. Miles Davis is at 23. Miles Davis is at 23. And Diego does want Art Pepper. That is sold to Diego. And Miles David Records, I don't think so. And then Old and New Dreams and Playing. Old and New Dreams and Playing. Let's find that one right quick. That's right here. That's sold to Matt Barnhill. 81 US EX 2299. All right, there's that. Yeah, I think some of this hardcore, it's like usually it's like never a pro deal. You know, it's called the, y'all can let me know, the Swastika Girls. That's the name of the band. So I'm not going to run it if it's anything, you know, anti-Semitic. Joey Ramone is Dead EP. But if it's not, then we'll sell it. Okay? Bob Seger 20, Bob Seger 20. Details on Oliver Nelson. Let's do this. Oliver Nelson images featuring Eric Dolphy. It's a white label promo, VG Plus, $14.99. Oliver Nelson images featuring Eric Dolphy, VG Plus, $14.99. Okay, let's grab a new crate. Obviously, I'm not going to put up anything that's anti-Semitic. Sometimes they put those on there and it's not. It's just, you know, like I've seen them on Dead Kennedys. It's like F off Nazi punks, and it's like, you know, they're just using it, but I don't want to sell anything that I shouldn't be. Okay, next crate here is this. And let's run through these and see what I've got here. Let me figure out which one I want to do here. Let's run through this one right quick. New arrivals coming at you right now. Next is details on Oliver Nelson. BS out. Can I get Old and New Dreams too? It was earlier in the bin, and I'll take Oliver Nelson. Sounds like anti-Ramones. So Oliver Nelson is sold. Grog is going to get the Oliver Nelson, and then Matt Barnhill. Can I get Old and New Dreams too? All right, Old and New Dreams. Sure thing. Old and New Dreams. Yes, Matt Barnhill. You got it. $24.99. That's so to you. Okay. Did these three singles get a bid? These three singles did not get a bid. So those three singles are a buy now for $10. All right, so those are available for $10. And then Bob Seger, BS here. The last bid on this, 2 people went out, 3 people went out. Jesse Rome, that's sold to you for $20. Rambling, Gambling Man. And then Miles Davis, I think we can wrap this one up and put up new stuff. MD, Mr. Miles Davis is sold. And this is Michael McCullens for $23. Donna did go out. Michael was the last bid, $23 on that. Okay? Let's go ahead and... So everybody's saying they're not for sure, but there's 2 people that's listened and said that the music is horrible. So I might just slip it into a lot here in a second. I might just slip it into a lot instead of actually putting it up front and center on that. It does actually allow it. Yeah, that's a good way to know. If Discogs blocks it, Discogs usually blocks all the hate music. If it's some kind of race hate music, Discogs typically don't allow it to sell. All right, here's our next auction. Lightning Hopkins, The Blues, a 1971 U.S. reissue, a white label promo, EX. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Lightning Hopkins, The Blues. I have messed up. I did a flip video one time of some albums, and I just flipped through them, and there was evidently some pretty bad stuff in there, and I honestly had no idea. I didn't know what they were, but I was quickly notified, and we took down the video because I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know what that was. Next auction is Led Zeppelin. This one's curious because it has a hop sticker on it. This is a 1971 Terre Haute OG. This is a Columbia Club copy. hop sticker, VG++EX. Now, as a Zeppelin collector, this is a hop sticker usually you see on the reissues. They wanted to put this album out without a name, so most of the earliest pressings didn't have an identification sticker. You know, there's nothing written on it, as y'all know. This album actually does not have a name. When Led Zeppelin officially released this, it is untitled. There's no name. Of course, we call it Led Zeppelin 4. Some people call it Man with Sticks. Some people call it Zoso. But it's technically untitled. So actually, an original hop sticker for an OG pressing is pretty unique. Terre Haute, it's a Columbia Club copy too. Also interesting, a club copy still has a hop sticker. So that's going to go up for a $35 start. It is OG. It's a CRC 4-digit 1841 Broadway with hop sticker. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. $5 start on that. Let's go over here. And next thing we have is Starland Vocal Band. This has the song Afternoon Delight on it. $9.99. $9.99 on that. And let's go over here. We have Steam, Nah Nah, Hey Hey, Kiss Him Goodbye. $19.99. Rosington, Return to the Scene of the Crime, Gold Stamp promo. That's $19.99. And the Rolling Stones, Harlem Shuffle, Gold Stamp promo single, $16.99. Hiram was one of the first people to notify us. He said, I will take those records so I can set them on fire. So here is, okay, so here's the last three singles. Here's those three singles. There's the last three singles that didn't sell for 10. Those didn't sell for 10. And these didn't sell for 5 and 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do 8 records for $16. 8 records for $16. 8 records for $16 there. 8 records, $16. That's all the unsold 45 so far tonight. And then Chris Collins on Starland Vocal Band. MT Matt is on Zeppelin. Carol's on the Rolling Stones. And no bid yet on White. Did I mention it's a white label promo? Lightning Hopkins, The Blues, a 71 US reissue. It is a white label promo, a $25 start. Craig Thomas says he'll take the bundle. So that gets him down as cheap as $2 a piece. That's sold to Craig Thomas, okay? That's sold to Craig Thomas. Next thing we have is this and this. Let's try a few more here. This and this and this and this. Okay, give me 1 second on that. Stone's a promo. Let's check the label. I think it may just be gold stamp, Carol. Let's see if the label's promo. The label isn't marked a promo, just FYI. It is a gold stamp promo on the back, though. It is a gold stamp promo, but the label is standard. I always thought that artwork was cool for a Rolling Stones record. Okay, there's that, and those have bids. Let's introduce some more singles, but first, there's Buck Owens. Buck Owens is $9.99, and the New Ways of Seeing, The Stepford Husbands. The Stepford Husbands is $19.99, and Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love. Linda is $9.99, and wow, Dolly, My Tennessee Mountain Home. We don't get that one very often. It is a later one, $39.99. $39.99. And here is, so Carol says he will take those. Was Painted Black in that big bundle? I said a lot of 3. I think we had another one of those. We had another one of those. Wait a minute. Give me a second. Recluse, Blow, Painted Black. Did we have another one of those earlier? Wait a second. Give me 1 second. Okay, so should be 16 here. There was 1, 2, 3, or 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, you got that. This was the 8 that was 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There was 8 for $16, right? Yeah. Those 8 on top, which were sold to Craig. Okay, 37, 38, 39. Now, there's Dolly. And moving on, we have Bruce Springsteen, War, Also features Merry Christmas Baby, Incident on 57th Street. This is $19.99. And Billy Squier Live. Wow, that's pretty cool. $14.99. It's like an EP. And we have the Stand GT Apocalypse Cow. What a bizarre one there. $19.99. $19.99 on that. Somebody's already offered. I think Denise said she would. Denise, give me 1 second. Denise says I'll take it for. Denise said earlier for $5. I was gonna just put it in a bundle, but I guess that'll be the fastest way to go ahead and sell it. So Denise said she would do it for $5. So let's sell that to Denise for $5. Denise gets that for $5. So Denise Offendahl, we'll sell that to her for $5. Okay, I'll put it right over there. She asked. We'll go ahead and sell it. And it's gone. I don't think we made a determination exactly what it is, but it's gone, okay? We have the Rations, Martyrs, and Prisoners. We have Ramallah, But a Whimper, and Pre-Death Realizations, Dead, Post-Death Realizations, Interlude, Summer Showers. That is a lot of 3, and a lot of 3 is going to go up for a $10 start. All right, there's that. Sorry, I got something in my eye, which is making it very difficult to see right now. Oh boy. Okay, I'm good. Quickly, the no bids. There's only 2 no bids. We got 2 sealed Tom Robinsons for $15, and canned heat is $25. That's the only 2 no bids so far tonight. Now, working our way down, we had Hopkins, 1 bid for $25. We're about to sell that to Michael McCullen. White label promo. The Stones, I remember saying $40. Chris Bachek on BS, and that was for Billy Squier. Sandy Villa second. The Stand is sold to Shannon Price. The Bruce Springsteen is right here, $19.99. It's a War, Merry Christmas, and Incident on 52nd Street. And that is available for $19.99. And Led Zeppelin's now at $41, okay? We have Spirit, Future Games, $14.99. And we have Rock Menu. This is a hot platter of Chrysalis hits. So these are artists on the Chrysalis label, a compilation. Pretty cool, $19.99. Huey Lewis, Pat Benatar, John Waite, Blondie, The Babies, Tony Basil, Mickey, You're So Fine, Jethro Tull. That's $19.99. Rock Menu, and Linda Ronstadt's $9.99. Michael McCullen, you do get Lightning Hopkins for $25. And now Led Zeppelin's at $41 and $42. Those 3 singles are a $10 start, no bid, final call. Also, speaking of, there was what am I trying to say? This Facebook page pops up on my feed every once in a while, and they share charts like a certain week. It'll be like this week in 1983 or whatever. And there was a Bruce Springsteen song that was #1 I've never heard of, Reckoning, which I think was from We Are the World. And I didn't know that was a #1 hit. I also never had heard it before. And I went through, I was like, what is this? And it was from We Are the World. I think it's called The Reckoning. But I'd never had heard of that song before. And it was a #1 hit. We have Etta James, Back to the 50s. Because usually I can go down those lists. If I see one of those, like, top of the charts, I'll go through there and I make sure I know every song. And almost every day or every week when I see those, I'm like, okay, I know every one of these. That was the first time in a long time I seen a song and I had never heard it, and it was a #1 hit. Bruce Springsteen. I think it's called The Reckoning from We Are the World. But usually I go through there and be like, yep, I know those. Boom, 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 boom. And if there's one I don't know, I definitely go listen to it because I'm like, I got to know all this stuff, you know? It's kind of like part of my job. Etta James, Trapped. Yeah, Trapped, not Reckoning. Trapped, that's it. Trapped. Thank you, Craig. Trapped. 1984 U.S., previously released under the title Miss Etta James. So this is a Etta James album. It was originally called Miss Etta James. This is a 1984. It's a $15 start. What is the Stand again? The Stand was Steam. What was that, Gregory? Stand. We got Linda Ronstadt, Rock Menu, Spirit, Springsteen, Dolly, another Linda Ronstadt, The Ways of Seeing, Buck Owens, Rosenton, and Steam. We also have Steam. Chris Collins gets the Rock Menu compilation. And we have Johnny Paycheck, Everybody's Got a Family. Johnny Paycheck is $19.99. Webb Pierce, the great songs of Webb Pierce, $12.99 on Webb Pierce. And Just Another Night, Mick Jagger. That's a 12-inch single. Another Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. And The Romantics, Rhythm Romance. That's a full album from The Romantics. Gold Stamp promo, $24.99. And Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind. That's $9.99. Johnny Paycheck is So Did Cody Wright. These 345s are now a buy it now for $10, a no bid. Etta James, a $15 start. Final Call and Led Zeppelin for $45. We have Vicky Sue Robinson for $9.99. Never Gonna Let You Go. Count Basie 20 Greatest Hits, $9.99. Right before Rock Menu. Yeah, nothing in here by Stan. You might have heard me say Spirit and Ron Stat. They're Spirit and Ron Stat, so those might have got confused there. Seals and Croft, Sudan Village. Seals and Croft is $9.99. Neil Sedaka's Greatest Hits. That's in Shrink, $9.99. Laughter in the Rain. And The Roaches, Another World. The Roaches is $9.99. We will sell Hiram the Ramallah for $5. And that means if anybody wants those last two for $5, Rations and Pre-Death Realizations, I'll sell you both of those for $5 now. Tom Robinson is sold to Kristen Barnett. Both of those for $15. Luke's out on Zeppelin. And then I bought the Stand they probably were asking about. Oh, Starland. Man, where are y'all seeing this stuff? Hold on a second. So in this crate, we have sold... there's Bob Seger, Miles Davis. We sold Starland Vocal Band, Rolling Stones, Billy Squier. Oh, The Stand. Yes. Sorry. The Stand. Man. Yes, Gregory, there was an album called You Wasn't Crazy. I'm crazy, but you're not. This was sold to Shannon Price. Sorry. And then we sold Lightning Hopkins. There's Rock Menu. There's Johnny Paycheck. There's the two Tom Robinson. And then somebody got Bruce Springsteen. Sorry, I'm missing a lot of stuff tonight. I'm low sleep as usual. I'm very low sleep as usual. Chris Baycheck got Bruce Springsteen. Chris Baycheck on Bruce Springsteen. That's so to Chris Baycheck. We're going to figure all this out, I promise. Y'all are going to keep me straight. I know y'all will. Robin gets Sedaka. These two singles are sold to Scott Oman for $5. Now, Canned Heat is sold to Matt Lawson for $25. There are 4 Linda Ronstadts in this crate, actually. Yeah, all 4 of them are still available. Led Zeppelin sold to MT Matt for $45. And a final call to get a bid on Etta James for $15. Next is going to be Charles Mingus, Wonderland, with John Handy, Booker Irvin. And this is a 72 U.S. reissue, previously released under the title Jazz Portraits, VG+, $15 start on that. And we have rock guitar greats, Hendrix, Clapton, Beck, Page, Sonny Boy Williamson, $19.99. And we got Ronstadt, that's Hasten Down the Wind. We got Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, Ronstadt, Mad Love. There's 3 Linda Ronstadts left. Dusty Springfield, You Don't Have to Say You Love Me. Some sort of compilation there with Son of a Preacher Man. Billy Ray was a preacher's son. Vanilla Fudge, Mystery. Vanilla Fudge, $14.99. And Buck Owens, Hot Dog. All right, let's put up some more singles. Let's grab a random handful out of the crate. What do we have here? We got... Oxel Baker, I'll buy all the uranium you've got. Wow, this one was marked for $18. All I Ever Know. O-L-E-W. All I'll Ever Know. Christmas Time Is Here. The Vince Guaraldi Trio cover. Numbered 40 of 50. Green vinyl, lathe cut. It's kind of messed up right there, though. Do y'all see that? It's kind of... They've messed up the lathe cut. Numbered 4 of 50. What an interesting lot of records there. I guess this band is called Allwell. Well, that's a... Y'all know how I struggle with those O sounds. My accent just won't allow it. Oh, it's tough. Oh, well. I got to really think about it to get it out. Okay, next is Slicker wants classics. That was the guitar. Did you mean guitar greats, maybe? And then Etta does have a bid for 15. How much was Dusty Springfield? $19.99 on Dusty Springfield. Maybe he meant classics instead of greats, right? Rock guitar greats. I bet he did. Wow, we don't see this dolly very often. The best there is, $24.99 for dolly. You won't see that one very often. $24.99. Country Music USA Opryland cast album. Opryland cast album is $19.99. Voices in Bluegrass, the Osmond Brothers, $10 start for these three. $10 start for those three singles. Yeah, $10 start. Final Call on Etta James, and it has a bid for $15. And Final Call on Charles Mingus for $15. Next is the Tubes now. The Tubes is $19.99. Jethro Tull War Child is $19.99. And, wow, Twisted Sister, Rough Cuts. What's that doing in there? $24.99. Uh-oh, Lord, John's got into some metal again. He knows that's a no-no. That could be a $25 starting bid. Oh, my gosh. Twisted Sister. The element of surprise has arrived. I'm going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. All right, last night we sold one of these new in the box for $44.99, and I could have swore somebody said they wanted this last night, but if it's on the feed that I didn't catch it. But here's the Misfits for $39.99. It's a bobblehead. The Misfits, $39.99 for the Fiend. It is. We sold one new in the box last night. We sold one new in the box last night for $44. So he looks pretty good sitting back there. We might have to leave him. All right, there's Twisted Sister. All right, let's go back up to the year. Or go back up the year. What am I saying? Oh, wow. That was a great neck adjustment. Oh, man. What a relief. Did y'all hear that? I hope so. All right, 45's 10, 11. 45's 15. Robert Garza. Gerardo might have been tagging somebody. And then William Howe, first on Twisted Sister. Then Mike Straws. What year is the Tubes album? 78, 81, 77. 77. Scott next on Twisted Sister. Gregory next on Twisted Sister. Michael next on Twisted Sister. Samuel wants Springfield and Dolly. So I'm assuming this Dolly. And I'm assuming this Springfield. Those sold to Samuel Kopich. Robin, Twisted Sister Long Gone. Then Susie. And I think it was Rebecca. No, Rebecca got the one in the box last night. Rebecca got the one in the box last night. I told everybody, I said, I have another one behind the counter that is out of the box if anybody wants it. And I think somebody made an offer, but I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. Me and G's going to rewatch that sale tomorrow. We got to start tagging all that stuff in the morning. It's going to be quite the ordeal. All right, so Charles Mingus did not get a bid. 72 U.S. reissue, VG Plus. Mingus is a $15 buy it now. And Etta James is sold to Kristen Barnett for $15. Now, Slicker never did say yes or no. Let me make sure. I'm going to go ahead and tag him. He said classics. And I bet he meant greats. So, Slicker, I'm going to sell this to you. If that's not right, let me know. The 45s are at 18 with Shannon Price, a final call. Chris Bachek got Charles Mingus for $15. Thank you, Chris Bachek. And we have Uncle Green, you. Uncle Green is $14.99. The Union Gap featuring Gary Puckett, Woman, Woman, $9.99. Utopia, $19.99. And Tanya Tucker, Changes. Turn and face the strain, changes. I don't want to be a richer man. I don't think that's the song she's singing. That was David Bowie. But there's Tanya if you want her changes. This is a 2002 U.S. reissue. Booker T and the MGs, Hip Hug Her, sealed a $25 start. Booker T and the MGs, Hip Hug Her, $25 start on that. Time may change me, but I can't change time. That's one of my favorite Bowie songs. Wow, what a composition. Next auction is David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. David Bowie is a 1973 U.S. Indianapolis original. Wow, high grade on this one. EX++ near mint minus. Wow, that's up there. Nice, a $35 start. About a VG Plus cover on that one. Chris Bacek on CM. That was the Charles Mingus. She said pass on tubes. Uncle Green is sold to Kristen. Joe Salamo on Puckett. And these three singles are sold to Shannon Price for $18. Shannon, those are sold to you. Next is Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, $19.99. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz is $14.99. And Billy Squire, Signs of Life, Shrink and Hop, $19 on Billy Squire. Billy Squire. I text Seth this morning. I said, your child has the same birthday, May 12th, as Billy Squire and Tony Hawk. Today's Tony Hawk's birthday. Today is Seth's new child, Bo Anderson Hackett. He was born this morning. Steve Winwood has a birthday today. And somebody else. I didn't look up any bad ones. I didn't want to tell them like, Mussolini was born today. Billy Squire is $19.99. David Bowie, $35. Here is our next single lot. The Miller Sessions Close Call. The new something, something, something. The something, something. And then we have Clancy 6. I think this is also Clancy 6. Yeah, the New Flesh Clancy 6. The New Flesh Clancy 6, Flancy 6, and the Miller Sessions Close Call. Those three are a $10 start, okay? Moving on. We have the best of Gino Vanelli, $9.99. Webb Pierce, I'm going to be a swinger. Not a singer, a singer, a swinger. Webb Pierce is $9.99. Al Stewart, Last Days of the Century. Al Stewart is $14.99. Once more, Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton. Porter and Dolly is $24.99. The Dueling Banjos soundtrack. There's John Voight's Car, $19.99 on Dueling Banjos soundtrack from the... Wow, I've never seen this Rick Nelson album. Rick Nelson, Bright Lights and Country Music. Rick Nelson, that's $9.99. Jerry Reed, When You're Hot, You're Hot. When You're Not, You're Not, $12.99. And About Last Night, that's a soundtrack, $19.99. John Waite, Sheena Easton, Bob Seger, About Last Night. Bowie already has a bid for $43. Final Call on Booker T. He's a 2002 U.S. reissue, a sealed 180-gram Sundazed, $25 start. Bowie's at $35, $43. And we have Melissa Bailey on About Last Night. Final Call on those three singles for $10. Now, what we're going to do is I've got a Paul crate coming up next, and I'm just going to read these very quickly. That way, if you need a price, let me know. And here's what's left in here. Steam, Rosenton, Buck Owens, The New Ways of Seeing, The Stepford Husbands, Linda Ronstadt, Dolly Parton, Spirit, Linda Ronstadt, Webb Pierce, Mick Jagger, Romantics, Linda Ronstadt, Vicky Sue. Yeah, Yogi Bear was another one. You're right. Count Basie, Seals and Croft, The Roches, Vanilla Fudge, Buck Owens, Country Music USA, The Osborne Brothers, Jethro Tull, The Tubes, Utopia, Tanya Tucker, Bruce Springsteen, Rick Springfield, Billy Squire, Gino Vanelli, Webb Pierce, Al Stewart, Dolly Parton, Porter Wagner, Dab, Bulling Dan, blah, blah. How about Dueling Banjos, Rick Nelson and Jerry Reed? All right. And if you need a price, those are going to be right here behind me. I'm actually going to go ahead and try to swap out right quick. And let me see what else is back here behind me. Robin Glenn Murphy on Gino Vanelli. Gino Vanelli, the best of. Not the worst. That was the best of Gino Vanelli. Need to go ahead and do a little crate condensing here. Be able to find these Paul crates. Sethro. I can recap the 45s. Yes. The 45s are 2 by the Clancy 6 and the Shapeless Entanglement and the new Clancy 6. The Miller Sessions Close Call. 3 for a $10 start. Let's go through a new crate. Let me see what these 2 crates are looking like here. And let's go through this Paul crate. All right. And I hear Laura's price gun. Possibly another Laura delivery coming soon, eh? I hear a price gun. That's a beautiful sound when I hear Laura's price gun clicking back there. It's click, click, and I'm like, okay, that's another sold record. We just got to get it up here in front of the camera. One second. Sorry, I actually just texting Seth, checking in on old Bo. Checking in on old Bo. Bo was born very early. He was born a month and a half early, so he is in NICU, but everything's okay with him. They're just watching him. He was born a month and a half early, so they're just watching over old Bo. He sent me some pictures and in our group text, and I was just looking over them. All right, Bowie 50. And all right, the 45s are a buy it now for $10, and Booker T is a buy it now for $25. So the 45s are 10, and Booker T is 25. Booker T and the MGs hip hug her, 25 on that. And we have David Bowie, Jerry Ferguson at $50. Jerry Ferguson $50. Mama's doing fine. Rachel's doing fine, and Bo's doing fine too. They're just watching them. He's hooked up. Man, he just sent me a picture. He's hooked up. They got stuff, like all kinds of stuff hooked up to him. Looks pretty wild. David Bowie, and our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Jimi Hendrix, Little Richard, Friends from the Beginning. And we have a 1972 USOG. All the comments regarding this release on Discogs claim that Jimi Hendrix may not actually even be on this album. That's very funny. EX Edition, just a $5 start on that. Just a $5 start on that. Jimi Hendrix and Little Richard, Friends from the Beginning, a $5 start on that. Next thing is David Bowie's at $50. First record in this next Paul crate, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Bridge of Spies. That's a live, unofficial, sealed Parachute Records, $29.99. And Rock and Roll Rocket Starbuck, $9.99. Rock and Roll Rocket Starbuck, nice. Dusty Springfield in Memphis. A 2017 RTI pressing. That's one of the good ones for these. $39.99. $39.99 Dusty Springfield. And Eddie Joe Downs Country Stars and Honky Tonk Bars, sealed for $19.99. So David Bowie. Jerry's about to get that for sure. Let's grab another single here, or another lot of singles, that is. The next lot of singles I have are what? Prides of... Man, some of these are hard to read. Prides of Waller. Pampers. I'm going to leave that one in the sleeve. Guts, Rat Hole, Pampers. And let's do Press Gang versus the 1985. Those three for a $10 start. Chris Bachek on DS. That was Dusty Springfield. Jerry Ferguson on CSNY. Samuel Next. And Final Call on the Jimi Hendrix Little Richard. It's only at $5. And David Bowie is sold. David Bowie is sold to Jerry Ferguson for $50. Thank you on that. Let's put those back there. $10 start on that. All right. So obviously I was awake after the sale last night, and Seth was like, this kid may be born tonight. And I was like, do what? Of course, he was up all night, and I was one of the few people awake. And it was pretty amazing as people woke up in the morning, seeing all the text and the different groups. They were like, what? Bo's been born? What? It's because I was awake, and of course Seth was awake, and so it was in the middle of the night. He had to wake up his parents and her parents. It was a total surprise. So it's pretty cool seeing everybody wake up and reply to the news. It was like, what? This is Tony Booth, $9.99. Tony Booth. Charles Chaplin's A Countess from Hong Kong. That's a soundtrack, $9.99. And Caravan, Better by Far. Caravan is a 1977 UK, $19.99. And Papa Wade Ray, that's sealed, a 1982 US mono, $14.99. And The Cotton Pickers, that's a jazz album, $9.99. Definitely in a Paul crate. We've went through some most mainstream stuff. Now we're deep into the weeds. We have The Fugitive Kind. The Fugitive Kind is a 1988 garage surf album. That looks interesting. $9.99. And Gene Summers, The Southern Cat Rocks On. Gene Summers is $19.99. And Jerry Garcia, Lonesome Prison Blues. An unofficial Jerry Garcia live in 1982 at the Oregon State Prison. Wow, I didn't know that happened. Jerry Garcia, $29.99. Learn something new every day. The 45s did not get a bid, right? They did not. So those 3 45s are a buy now for $10 if anybody wants those. Make sure I don't miss anything here. We sold that. Hendrix 5, Hendrix 5, Hendrix 10, Hendrix 12, Hendrix 15. Shannon wants FS, The Fugitive Kind. That is sold to Shannon Price. And we have Newborn Woman, Vicki Lawrence, 1979 Funk Disco Soul, $29.99 on that. Next is The Peep Shows, a 2003 German import punk album, $29.99. And Detour, Silence is the Answer, a 1981 German electronic psych experiment record, $19.99. Jimi Hendrix is at $16. One second. Okay. Francois Hardy, that's a 1967 US. The note from Paul is fantastic artist. VG $14.99. Detour is sold to ST over on YouTube. And Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly. Well, Roberta Flack is VG $11.99. Okay, and the next auction we have is The Doors, Alive She Cried. A 1983 U.S. Specialty Original, and this is a first press indicated by the labels having no producer credits. So this is an OG pressing. Very clean. A $35 start on that. Jerry, you're about to get the Hendrix and Little Richard. And we have Travis Wade on FH for Francois Hardy. That's so to Travis Wade. Thank you. And Teach a Chick to Dance, the exciting mock kung fu. A 2001 garage album. That's VG $9.99. And we have Greg Staub, a jazz album, VG Plus $9.99. All right, and we have an offer. These lots were 10 and 10, which was 20. And Shannon said he'll do all 6 for 15. All right, those 6 records sold to Shannon for $15. That's everything from Prides to the Clear Clancy. All right, Doors already has a bid for $35. Next is Susie and Los Cuatro, the singles, a 2006 garage punk album. Susie is EX $16.99. William Drugovich on Mock Fu. That's so to William Drugovich. Also, Count Basie and the Kansas City 7. Count Basie is an original 62 mono, VG $19.99. And Emmett Rhodes is EX $16.99. Let's see what's next over here in this lot. We have Boom and the Legion of Doom. That sounds interesting. Boom and the Legion of Doom. Is that the front of it? I guess it is. There's the front. Boom and the Legion of Doom. This is Disper Simpri. I'm not for sure if that's even English, but we'll put it up there. And then here is Masterpiece Cruel Summer. Those three are all $10 starts. Those three are $10 starts. William Drugovich also on Susie. And next is Stephen Halperin, Georgia Kelly, Ancient Echoes, a 1978 electronic new age ambient, VG Plus $9.99. Pam, I just sold Susie Quattro. Yes. This is Fron Jeffries. Fron Jeffries is a 69 white label promo. That's VG $9.99. Elissa Lanchester, Body Cockney Songs, EX $9.99. Those three singles. And Final Call on the Doors for $35. And Jerry, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Jimi Hendrix for $16. So that's sold to Jerry Ferguson. And then ST on AE. And that was for the... AE was for Ancient Echoes. That's sold to ST. Thank you on that. We have Linda Lewis, Not a Little Girl Anymore. VG Plus, $19.99. A white label promo with press kit, $19.99 on that. And Jung, The Big Band Syndrome. Jung is VG, $9.99. That's a cool cover. Very, very 60-ish there. VG, $9.99 on that. Final Call on the 45s. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction is Fleetwood Mac. This is a Speaker's Corner pressing. 180-gram virgin vinyl. High quality pressing. Pure analog audio mastering. Speaker's Corner. A 2007 Euro reissue sealed. A $25 start on that. Also, the Blue Boys is VG $9.99. That's a private press country album, the Blue Boys. The Doors are sold to Jerry Ferguson for $35. The Doors are gone. Steve Harley and Cockney Rebel, VG Plus $9.99 for Steve Harley. And we have Kenny Rogers in the first edition. That's his greatest hits, VG $9.99. Now these 45s are a buy now for $10. And we have the Sounds to Make You Shiver, VG Plus $14.99. The Sounds to Make You Shiver. There they are. Very cool there. Michael Ruttman grabs those 345s for $10. Thank you, Michael Ruttman. That's sold to you. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that's Little Walter, Boss Blues Harmonica. Little Walter is a low-grade record. The cover has heavy damage down here. It's been taped back with clear, like shipping tape. The corner is dinged and rounded. It's a VG Plus record. It's going to go up for just a $5 start. Quick auction on that. Little Walter, $5 start. We have Shiver is sold to Shannon. Shannon's going to shiver. And that's sold to Shannon. Shannon is officially shivering. Garrett Cypert on Count Basie. Count Basie is sold to Garrett Cypert. And that was right here. And then Michael next on Shiver. Then ST. Shiver's already sold. Michael Ruckman 5th. And that's always a popular. Boy, what an interesting look in Julie London here. Julie London is VG $9.99. That's in mono. Batman should be here tomorrow. Emmett Rhodes, Farewell to Paradise. Emmett Rhodes is a white label promo. Don't see that one as often. $24.99. And we have Half Breed by Cher. Half Breed EX. $12.99 on that. So Little Walter has a bid for $5. The Fleetwood Mac is a final call to Jeremy for $25. And let's grab a few more singles here for a $10 start. Let's see what the next three are here. We have Proud Youth, Nothing's Changed. Proud Youth, Nothing's Changed. We have Providence Union with some kind of scientific instrument here on the cover. Oh no, that's a Brunson burner, a Bunsen burner. It looked like something different at first. And then Public Assault, No Way Out. So there's three hardcore singles for a $10 start. Jim Davis on Julie London. All right, $8.48. Now, at this moment, there's a crate in the back still being marked. And then right now, I still got, at any given time, I could go through 9. I got 9 more arrival crates still up here. So we're just going to keep showing stuff. And I'm going to keep showing stuff and keep auctioning stuff. And If you don't like it, then I'm sorry. Susie Bree Love on share. That's so to Susie Bree Love. And Fleetwood Mac is so to Jeremy for $25. And we're about to sell Lil to Walter for $5. That's Jeremy Merrick. Merck. All right. The Susie Quattro is long gone. Susie is long gone. They've reissued the best of the Doors. There's a Doors greatest hits in print, but I think there's the best of the Doors, there's the Doors greatest hits, there's the Doors 13. There's a couple of different Doors albums that are compilations. We have Starbuck, Eddie Joe Downs, Tony Booth, Charles Chaplin, Caravan, Poppy Raid Ray, The Cotton Pickers, Gene Summers, Jerry Garcia, Newborn Woman, The Peep Shows, Roberta Flack, Greg Staub, Emmett Rhodes, Fron Jeffries, Alyssa Lanchester. Somebody said she played the Bride of Frankenstein. Linda Ruiz, Jug, The Blue Boys, Steve Harley, Kenny Rogers, and Emmett Rhodes. The name of the Susie Quattro was called The Singles. It was a singles, 2006 Garage Punk. Susie and Lost Quattro. It might not be Susie and the Quattros. It says Susie and the Lost Quattro. Not Susie and the Quattros. It's Susie and the Quattro. Yeah, I don't know if that's Susie and the Quattros. I think that's something else. I don't know who bought that. But at further examination, I don't know if that's the same thing. It says Susie and Lost Quattro, the singles. Is that Susie and the Quattros? I don't know if it is or not. I don't think it is. And then info on Kenny Rogers. That was Greatest Hits, VG $9.99. Ruby Don't Take Your Love to Town just dropped in, etc., etc. So we got a lot of cool stuff still to go through, long story short, including those 345s was a no bid for $10. And Little Walter sold just $5 to Jared Inc. Jared, thank you. That's so to you. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Rolling Stone Some Girls, a 1978 U.S. Presswell original with the original uncensored celebrity faces, original on her sleeve, EX, $35 start. The Rolling Stones, an OG copy of that. I'll add something else in just a second, but first, let's grab another new crate, okay? Everybody doing okay out there tonight? Where's everybody watching from? Thanks for joining us. I'm going to try to go through as many of these new arrivals. I do have some new arrival Fred Goodwin stuff to do best offer, like new arrivals, and I'm going to go ahead and take offers on it. If I can find one of those right now, I might go ahead and grab it just to kind of keep things balanced. And then, yeah, I think this is... Let's see here. Let me see what's in here. I can kind of look at the back. If a couple of them have Fred, it definitely looks like it. And there's some single. Oh, there's some singles in here. Yeah, these aren't from Fred then. 12-inch singles. Yeah, this was a new arrivals crate tonight anyway. So let's do this. Here, I'm going to pull all these out and try to bundle them. Let me bundle all these. I'm actually going to pull some stuff out and bundle it, because that would make sense. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty cool looking crate. So there's pretty good titles, really good titles, decent titles. Depends on what you're looking for. And there's some 12-inch singles, which I know y'all absolutely love. All right. Whoops. I hadn't moved my crate yet. Let me move this crate out of the way. All right. Love to see where everybody's watching from. This isn't a break period. It's just a period for me to see where everybody's watching from. Let me find that Kenny Rogers. Oh, it was right here in the front. Oh. Okay. So this is sold then to Michael Rogers. Excuse me, Michael Rudolph. Michael Rudolph. Thank you, Michael. Stones did get a bid for $35. That's because Mike Ospaw passed. Do you have the Godsmack reissues? I should have most of them, yeah. Or I can get them before the end of the week. And then Thin Lizzy's gone. Buffalo, Rolling Stones 37. And as usual, we got viewers all over the country. And possibly some out of the country. So these this little pocket of records was actually in the crate. And it looks like it's all circus records, which I think are pretty cool. So you got Circus Time, Ringling Brothers, and Barnum Bailey. Merry-Go-Round and Circus, and I hate this word right here, Kaeliope. Screamer, Circus Marches, Circus Kaeliope, and Music from the Big Top, the Merle Evans Circus Band. So that's a lot of 5 circus records, all nice, 2 in shrink wrap. I guarantee those are from Fred's collection. 5 records, a $20 start on the circus albums. 5 records, $20 start on the circus albums. Oh, I saw Brad comment, y'all have not reminded me to put up more classical lots. We'll do that here in a second because we've only got about 7 tagged auctions left. And I'm going to start pulling stuff out of old crates and reducing the price and auction it. And I'm also going to do some more classical lots, which was a hit the other night. That was a hit the other night for sure. All right, I'm going to take a drink of purple juice as well. All right, so the first thing I have is, so we're going on a buying trip. I need to let everybody know, in case you're watching out there, that's the direction Paul's leaving. That's the direction Paul's leaving, and he's heading that. If you're anywhere near that line and you have records for sale, maybe 1,000, maybe 500 really good metal records, maybe 5,000 really good records, then those will, they will try their best, as long as 2 things, the logistics work out and you have what we're looking for. I've told some people that before, and first-time people, they've reached out to our page. They have a crate of records that nobody wants, and they expect us to drive 300 miles out of our way to come get them. We're looking for premium, high-end collections. If you're on that path, they can detour a little. That's a general direction, and we will stop and buy your records, okay? Now, let's update these auctions. The Rolling Stones, the last bid on the Rolling Stones was Ricardo, and he has that at $37. The first bidder is out, and the first bidder was Robbie Wood. So, Robbie, let me know if you want backing on that. And then we have the circus albums. These lot of 5, Michael has those for $20, and that's a final call. King Diamond is scheduled to be here tomorrow or Tuesday, Vicky. Tomorrow or Tuesday. Next is 30 times 30. 30 great country hits by 30 great artists. That's a 2 LP, $14.99. The original Texas Playboys under the direction of Leon McAlfee. Live and kicking. $9.99. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. That is $19.99. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. Somebody's Knocking. Terry Gibbs. Terry Gibbs is $9.99. Mickey Gilley's Greatest Hits. Mickey Gilley is $9.99. Vern Gotson, You've Got Somebody. He's in shrink, $14.99. And Lee Greenwood's Greatest Hits. God Bless the USA, $9.99 on that. So the circus music is sold. It's tomorrow, Tuesday. Tomorrow is Tuesday. I don't know what I said, but yes. Michael, that's sold you for $20. And the Rolling Stones is sold to Ricardo. Ricardo, are you a first-time buyer? Margadona. Ricardo Margadona, sorry. That's sold you for $37. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, or no, I've bought from you before, okay? There's that. There's that. And then next is Gary Wellman on MG, Mickey Gilly. They leave Wednesday, and they'll be up there buying that stuff on Thursday. So they'll be driving back Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Traveling Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday probably. Gary Wellman on MG. And then Scott Oman on Lee Greenwood. Okay, second buy. Thank you and welcome back. What percentage? We have to see the collection. There's no way to say that. We just buy records. You have to let us know what you have. We'll come by. Usually Paul sometimes has them bought before he even gets there sometimes. So you just got to contact us. You got to let us know what you have, and we'll buy them. It depends on what they are. It depends on how many you have. It depends on what they are. Depends on what kind of condition they are in. Here we have a 1975 U.S. Terre Haute original. This is Bill Withers Making Music. An original EX condition. This is Bill Withers Making Music, a $15 start. Bill Withers, a 75 U.S. Terre Haute. That's up for bid. And we have, next thing is Brian Eno, Before and After Science. Brian Eno is a 1977 U.S. original. Tons of awesome studio musicians on this one. Phil Collins, Robert Fripp, Andy Frazier from Free. Is that what this is? Yeah. And more. VG Plus, it's an art rock Eno album, $15 start on that. So there's Bill Withers and there's Brian Eno. Those are up for bid. Both $15 starts. Come to your store and there's that. Okay, let me read what Thompson here. But first, let me show the Dirt Band Jealousy 81. Dirt Band is $14.99. We have Juice Newton's Greatest Hits, $9.99. And we have Willie Nelson. This is a white label promo. Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys. Hands on the Wheel. And Midnight Rider. That's a white label promo, $12.99. Coming to play into your store. And physically, the back room, Tom, I'm going to go ahead and break your heart right now. The back room is 100% off limits to everybody. Sometimes I don't even let employees back here. No, I'm joking. The back room is off limits. I'll go ahead and give you I'll give you the bad news and the disappointing part right here. No one is allowed in the back room. Nobody. I've had people show up. I've had people pay to come back here. You cannot look through records in the back room. That is off limits. We got 2 locked doors that shut and lock and barricade back here. I hope they lock. They're supposed to. It is off limits. But you are welcome to come to Coletco 100%. You are welcome. I'd make sure we're here and we're going to be open. And you won't see me. I'll give you the second bad news. It'll probably nearly be impossible to see me, but you are welcome to come to the store. You saw what it looked like up front. The up front part's pretty cool when everything's out. You also probably just saw the front part just got completely wiped out. Like we just sold half of everything in the front part of our store last night. Johnny Clegg and Savuka, $9.99. Johnny Clegg and Savuka. And Bob McGrath from Sesame Street. This is $14.99. Bob McGrath from Sesame Street. Foreigner, self-titled debut. Foreigner is $19.99. And H.A. Ray, Curious George. Wow, a Curious George record. I'm definitely in the Fred collection right here. That's $19.99. Joe Turner, the Boss of the Blues. Joe Turner is $19.99. And we have Loretta Lynn, Love is the Foundation. Loretta Lynn, $9.99. All right, so Bill Withers did get a bid from Gary Wellman. It sold for $15. Brian Eno got a bid for $15. And Mark Fallon bid $20. So Gary Wellman, you're out on Brian Eno. Is the sweetest thing on Juice Newton. Juice Newton is the sweetest thing on Juice Newton. Angel the Morton's on here, the sweetest thing I've ever known. Robin, it is on there, $9.99. And then next is one more question. Can I tell you? GNR or Metallica rarities? Okay, so if I tell you when we're coming, could you maybe look from GR Metallica rarities? Now, I'm going to break your heart again. No records are like that will ever be sold just generally out in the store. If we have anything rare from GNR and Metallica, everybody that follows our page knows they're sold right here. So I get what you're saying. People ask me this stuff all the time. If I come to your store and you get me the rarest, most expensive records you've got, can I just go ahead and pay you cash money for them right now? And my answer is no. So I'm going to break your heart again. You are trying what a lot of people try. So no, the answer to that is no again. That's another, I'm sorry, I've probably struck out with you. I apologize. Robin Glenn gets Juice Newton. We get that asked all the time. We'll buy a collection. People will see a $1,000 record. They're like, can I come right now? I'll drive to you. I'll give you $1,500 for that Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy original. And my answer is no, it is right here. It's going to be sold right here. So we're very fair here at CollectCo. Nothing is shown to anybody beforehand. There's only a handful of people that get early privileges. And that's me and everybody that works here. And I try to convince the people that work here not to buy too much. You can ask Paul and Laura. I basically tell them, and John and everybody, I'm like, customers come first. If we get in these great records, we're putting them out for sale. That's what made our company grow. Everybody knows the best stuff is shown right here. So we don't let anybody look early. We don't let anybody dig early. Nobody comes in the back room. Nobody gets any special early looks. Nobody gets to special early buy anything. No. And plus, right now, I don't think there's zero Metallica records in the store. Laura probably can verify. I don't think there's a single OG Metallica record in this building. There's 100,000 records. All the Metallica stuff's gone. If we have it, it will be sold on Thursday night here live at auction. And everybody will be on bidding. And it will be absolute war. That's how Metallica records are sold. So up front, if you visit our store right now, up front is stuff that's already been shown here. It's all 25% off. And that's what's up front. And a small selection of our new vinyl. So our store up front is mostly where we put our stuff that's not records and the stuff that's already been shown here. So, you know, I always tell somebody, if you want to visit CollectCo, you can visit live right here every night. You're welcome to come to the store, and it's a pretty cool experience. It used to be a lot bigger, but the best way to tune into CollectCo is right here. Gary Wellman has Brian Eno for $30. $30, Gary Wellman, Mark Fallon, you're out. And you'll never see many people downsell their store, but I just don't want anybody to like fly in from like New York City and, you know, expect. A lot of people's like, man, they sell all their good stuff online. Their store is terrible. And I'm like, yeah, that's the point. We really don't have a store. We sell live. We're an online business, essentially. Everything is sold right here. Pink Floyd is a U.S. Jacksonville. Discogs says this is the 6th pressing, but there's no exact year. It's definitely a 70s pressing, but it's a 6th pressing, a $35 start. But Lebanon does have really good restaurants, and a lot of people come into Nashville. A lot of people come into Nashville, visit Nashville. They'll drive down just 20, 30 minutes down the road, and they'll come see us and check out our store. Meet everybody here. Probably not me because I'll be asleep, but they'll get to see Paul, maybe my mom, definitely my mom, Laura, maybe John. You just never know. Bob McGrath is sold to Robert Vladarchik. But for a lot of people, and just same thing on our ads, people be like, they sell all their good stuff online. I'm like, yeah, we don't really. If you've noticed, I've never advertised, hey, come in our store and shop. I don't think I've posted that in like 2 years. I've never made a post that says, hey, come visit CollectCo at 101 Short Street. If we do, it's for a $1 sale. It's for a $1 sale. So that's about the only time. I don't think I've posted in 2 years to come visit our store. Reba is $19.99. So just let everybody know. I know there's a lot of new people watching. There it is. We are here every night. Michael Martin Murphy, Blue Sky Night Thunder with Wildfire, $9.99. These have never been put out. They're all being shown for the first time. And we have Raggedy Ann and Andy, Telling Time is Fun. This is $14.99. Raggedy Ann and Andy, Telling Time is Fun, $14.99. George Harrison, 33 1/3. George Harrison's $24.99. And Laura's also hard to find. Yes, sometimes if you come in and ask for Laura, she's going to say I'm unavailable. And it's $35,000 for an autograph. Raggedy Ann Andy's Dance Party. This is $14.99. Raggedy Ann and Ann's Dance Party. Also, we have Firefall Clouds Across the Sun, $9.99, and Super Hits of the Platters. This is in shrink wrap. Super Hits of the Platters is $9.99. How about Chuck Berry here? Let's limbo some more with Chuck Berry, $19.99. I can tell we're about to get into some of the singles here. Big Bad Boss Beat, that's $14.99. And we have Japan Live in Tokyo, 12-inch single, and Love is Infectious. Live in Tokyo, I think that's the name of the song. That's $12.99. All right, let's go back to the top. I hope I explained all that. I wasn't just doing all that just for Tom, but for anybody else that's relatively new following our page. Because I have some people that watch our shows, and then they make a trip here, and they think all this stuff is out for sale, and it's not. So if you noticed, I've never advertised this stuff is for sale in the store. It's for sale right here, right now, live here on Facebook and YouTube. So Brian Eno got a bid for $32.35, and then we got a bid for $38 with Mark Fallon. Gary Wellman, you're out. That's at $38. And then Susie wants both Raggedy Ann and Ann records. Those are sold to Susie and Susie. There's that. And we also have Host the Holy from the show. Yeah, new and sealed Led Zeppelin's $33.99. We have Robert Warner on Japan. We have Chubby Checker. I may have said Fats Domino. Chubby Checker is $19.99. I got to be careful what I say. I have people watching me. I'm Not Satisfied. Fine Young Cannibals, 12-inch single. Fine Young Cannibals, 12-inch single, $9.99. We have Everyone's a Winner, Hot Chocolate. Everyone's a Winner, Hot Chocolate, 12-inch single. That's $9.99. Brian Eno's at $40 with Brian Eno. So Gary Wellman bid $40 on Brian Eno. And Grace Jones, I'm Not Perfect. Grace Jones is $9.99. And Kissing the Pink, Big Man Restless. That is $9.99. Kissing the Pink. We have Back to Life Club Mix, Soul to Soul. Soul to Soul is $19.99. No bid on Pink Floyd. It's a U.S. Jacksonville reissue. It can be bought for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. That is available. Travis Wade on JG, and that was for Grace Jones. That is sold to Travis Wade. All right, there's that. Here we go. There's that. I have to put up a few more singles here. But yeah, I do have to, every once in a while I'll get people messaging the page, or I'll see reviews or something. I'm like, well, here's the two things. This place is no longer an antique store, or the other one is they sell all the good stuff online. There's nothing in their store. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's what I'm doing here. All right, we have Propagandy. We have the Preschoolers, and we have Primal Rue. There's 3 more hardcore singles. That guy's puking on the cover, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. And this one has some kind of flexi with it. So those are going to go up for a $10 start. All right. Next thing we have is Robert Vladicek on Soul to Soul. That's sold to Robert Vladicek. Jerry Ferguson gets the Pink Floyd bot now. That's sold to Jerry Ferguson for $35. And the Eno, Mark Fallon's out, so we're going to go ahead and sell that to Gary Wellman for $40. Gary Wellman for $40. There we have it. All right. Tom's probably like, well, dang, Chad just completely ruined my vacation plans. Now I'm going to have to completely plan my family vacation with my father-in-law. This sucks. We've already booked a flight, a hotel, and everything, and Chad's has completely ruined my day. I'm sorry, Tom. All right, next auction is the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. This is actually a Japanese pressing. This is a 1977 Japanese pressing, no Obi with inserts, EX edition, a $25 start. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, a $25 start on that. Next is Robert Palmer, Hyperactive, $9.99. So the 12-inch singles so far have been Robert Palmer, Kissing the Pink, Hot Chocolate, Fine Young Cannibals. That's the one so far. Also, we have Rod Stewart. Rod Stewart, Do You Think I'm Sexy? That's a good one. Rod Stewart, $9.99. I'm a customer for life. Good, I like those. Customer for life, I like that. Thank you. That's great. Appreciate that. Sorry to be so negative about that. I just don't want to disappoint. I don't want anybody to make a special trip here and be disappointed. Most of our marketing here is zeroed in for people to watch here live at night. Wow. Laura's right. This cover is trashed. The disc is VG. It is an OG John Prine. It looks like it's been ran through a wood chipper, but it is just a $1 star. We'll have some fun with that. Zero Two Zune wants a new sealed Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. If I don't go get that right now, then it will never get found. So let me go grab it right now. It's 10 steps away. All right, this is so to zero. This is so to 02 Zune over on YouTube. Thank you. 45's 18, 45's 20, 22. Michael Ruttman on the Rod Stewart 12-inch single. And we have 45, 25, 35. And we have John Prine 5, okay? There's that. Denise Williams, 12-inch single from Footloose. Let's hear it for the boy. That's $9.99. And the Guess Who, Botman, Cummings, Cale Peterson, the Guess Who, $19.99 on that. And Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. Also, We Are the World, USA for Africa, We Are the World, $14.99 on that. And for and just to explain, for a pure business perspective and financial point on why we do that. So last night, in about 6 hours, I sold more merchandise in the front part of the store than we probably could being open 3 months, 7 days a week, 6 hours a day in just like 6 hours. So that's why we obviously push doing this. It's just purely business, because what we did last night in just 6 hours, really in 4 hours, we sold more in that window than we had probably in months being open 4 or 5 days a week here in the store. So that's why we obviously do that. It's much, much easier to sell stuff. John Prine 5, John Prine 8, John Prine 5, and then Rydell does want DW. That's Denise Williams. That is sold. And we have Frankie Goes to Hollywood Relax. Frankie Goes to Hollywood is $14.99. And we have Go West, Don't Look Down, the sequel. Go West is $9.99. Now, to my knowledge, the Beatles Japanese pressing did not get a bid, and that is sold for $25. So the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, a Japanese pressing, that is a 77, no Obi with inserts. That is a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on that. So that's over here. John Prine is a completely destroyed jacket. I mean, he has been through war. We have saved him, though. Vinyl Preservation Society here at Coletco. The disc is VG, but it is a 4-digit, 1841. Same thing for like some of those early Zeppelins. And this is at $11 with Tim Voldness. Brent Robley on the Frankie. No, there was something before that. Wow, the 45s are at $45. These must be some good ones. The 45s are at $45. Brent put, the next comment is fight. Chad, I need to open a music venue. I'm going to put Laura in charge of that. Laura's going to open, that's your new project. Add that to my to-do list. Yeah, somebody else wanted me to start a music label too, and I'm like, man, as soon as we get this clone machine figured out, I can do it. Brent's fight might have been an autocorrect to Frankie. I bet it was. Frankie, yeah. So Brent's fight, I guarantee that was an autocorrect to Frankie, right, Brent? So Brent got Frankie. Brian C. was second. And Tim, remind me again which Godsmacks you need, Tim. Remind me again. That got lost into the shuffle. Mike Torrey's third on Frankie. Jerry Ferguson gets the Beatles for $25. And then, let's see here. Greg Galler second on the Beatles. And then auto-corrected 45's 50. Okay, now that means the John Prine. The last bid on the John Prine that came in is Tim Voldness at $11. Tim Voldness at $11. Hall & Oates, H2O. Hall & Oates is $19.99, H2O. And Foreigner Head Games. Foreigner Head Games, an OG copy, $19.99. 45's out, already have the propaganda. All right, so Darren Johnson has those three for $50. Final call on that. The John Prine with the trash cover VG disc, that's at $11 with Tim Voldness, okay? And then our next auction is, I think I got some more. Oh, let's get into the, by the way, Laura, the reason I mentioned her name, she just dropped off a new Arrivals crate. I do have some more sealed records here. And the next sealed record I have, I may do, what is, this one looks interesting, the Ultraviolet. This is a sealed record, the Ultraviolet, Another Victim. John brings me every day like a stack of OG sealed records. It could be really good stuff like Grateful Dead and Eric Clapton, or it could be stuff I don't know, or it could be really just, you know, typically if they were opened, it would be hard to sell them for $5. But either way, I try to put them up for auction because they are sealed. I don't know anything about this. Looks like an interest, looks like something y'all would be interested in, but I don't know. This is the Ultraviolet, Another Victim, a $7 start. $7 start on that. Okay? And then we have the 45s, that's at $50. And then Awake, Faces, and When Legends Rise. Okay, let's put Tim Holloway down. I can get all the Godsmack albums. So Tim Holloway needs Awake, Faceless, and When Legends Rise. Does anybody else need any Godsmack albums? Those are being ordered on demand. Jason on 4 for Foreigner, right, Jason? That's so do you, Foreigner. Next in here is George Harrison, Somewhere in England. George Harrison is $24.99. And Heart, self-titled. Heart is $19.99. Hall & Oates Private Eyes is $19.99. Reba McEntire, What Am I Gonna Do About You? Reba is $14.99. Roger Miller, Golden Hits, Dang Me, and King of the Road. All right, let's sell these 345s for $50 then. And that includes this little, let's see, I'll put it in between the, whoever's tagging, that includes that Flexi. It includes the Flexi, so those three and the Flexi. Those are sold to Darren Johnson for $50. Now let's sell the John Prine. The John Prine is sold to Tim Voldness for $11. So many great songs on that album. And the Ultraviolet is a $7 start. George Samberes on Reba. Okay, now, also, we have C.W. McCall. That has Convoy on it, $14.99. Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits Volume 2 with Coal Miner's Daughter, $9.99. And Twist with The Ventures, $14.99. Has an old price tag on the back, $2.79, which is today, for that era, probably about the same cost of what a new LP costs today. Inflation's a terrible thing, but it's a fact of life. Okay, next is, let's open back up this box. Ooh, yeah. 1, let's see here. 1, we have 2. What is that? 1, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, now, once again, I really don't know what I'm getting into with these classical records. This is going to be worth the entertainment hearing me read these. These classical records, this is going to be worth the entertainment of hearing me try to read these, okay? But we got 8 classical for a $15 start. Beethoven Overtures. Beethoven Symphony No. 4 in B-flat minor. London LL 915. Beethoven Symphony No. 3. Sergei Rachmaninoff, Leopold Stokowski, National Philharmonic Orchestra, Symphony No. 3 in A minor, Opus 44. Twilight Concert Program No. 2, Arthur Rodinsky. Rossini Overtures. Mozart, the piano quartets. Beethoven, symphonies number 5 and 8, Toscanini, and the NBC Orchestra. Wow, that's pretty cool, Toscanini. LPM, that's an early RCA. So all those classical records should be 8 there, $15 start. Up at the top, we sold Reba to George Sambares. Gary Wellman wants to know how much Roger Miller was. Gary, Roger Miller was $9.99. Denise Offendahl put George. Is that for George Harrison? It says George exclamation mark. Robert Barnett on the Ventures. Robert Barnett on the Ventures. Jesse Rome was second. No condition notes on Roger Miller. Todd Saw on Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits. I need an Oracle from Godsmack. I have those right here. I have those in stock if you need one, Vicky. I can give you one. Ultra 7. Robin Glenn, you were next on Twist. Ultra 7. The Ventures is already sold. Ultra 8, Ultra 8. Classical 15, Ultra 10. Classical 17. Classical 22. Gary Wellman on Roger sold. Oh, you were saying hi to George Sambares. Okay. I almost sold you a George Harrison record. All right, and then we need a Godsmack Oracle for Vicky Yoshikawa. I don't know where those are at right now, but when I find them, they will be found before Saturday. Luckily, everybody, this is Monday night, and we got another Laura crate coming up. Crate from Laura, and another Paul crate to do. Another Laura crate to do, and a Paul crate to do. A Laura crate to do, and a Paul crate to do. One second, please. All right. So the Ultra here is a final call to Retro Class Entertainment for 10, and the classical lot is with Brent Robley at $25. Classical lots at Brent Robley for $25. The other night, the average price probably for the lots of 8s I were doing were $45, $55, I would guess. All right, let's see what we got up here. New crate. These are marked by Laura. I got another Paul crate, another John crate. And this is Laura's crate sticker. Elvira? Who do we have here? She's going to help us out. That's who my guess is, but I don't want to be wrong. And then Laura come up here and attack me with her saber or whatever her weapon is. Okay, here we go. New 45s coming up. That lot was pretty good. Maybe we'll find 3 more good ones here. What do we have here? This is... Okay, we got Trigger Man, Abu Nadal, I'm going to wait on that one because I don't know what that is. It's interesting looking. Okay, and then we have Raw Power, WAP Hour, Raw Power, WAP Hour, and then Bobo Records presents G Club, Good Grief, All You Can Eat. That's going to go up as well. So 1, 2, 3 singles there. $10 start. All right, let's see who gets the Laura Crates Hob sticker. I'm going to show 5. I'm going to show 5 really fast records. Usually the sticker gets grabbed in one of these first 5 records, okay? And Elvira Betty Boo. That was kind of on my mind. That was kind of on my mind. Paul McCartney 2. VG Plus, $14.99. Laura's favorite solo McCartney album with Coming Up. The first track, We have Jethro Tull Stand Up, VG Condition, $9.99 for Jethro Tull Stand Up. Aztec Two-Step, Living in America, EX Condition, $9.99. Neil Young Trans, Neil Young is VG, $14.99. We have Glowa, is that what that says? Icky Thump Demos from White Stripes, EX Edition, $19.99. Was part of a 4LP Third Record Man's Vault package, but the best of the box set, or the rest of the box set, is MIA. EX, $9.99. And Rock Gospel, The Key to the Kingdom. That's a Motown gospel compilation from the big Motown artist. VG Plus, $14.99. So the first thing is Ultraviolet is sold to Rydell for $10. The classical lot, those 8 classical records, are sold to Brent Robley for $25. Thank you, Brent. Those are sold to you. And then we have the next comment was Robert bid 10 for those 45s. And then first on the Paul McCartney is Gary Wellman. And therefore the rare, now iconic, highly desirable, and extremely valuable lower crate hop sticker. That is sold to Gary Wellman. Darren Johnson, second. David V, third. Bob Riger, fourth. Shannon Price on WS for White Stripes. And then Craig was second. Robert Barnett, third. Is Rock Gospel and OG. It should be. It looks like it. It is. It's not a new copy, if that makes sense. $14.99. And Any Love, Luther Vandross. That's VG Plus, $9.99. And we have Saturday Night Live, EX, $17.99 with Aykroyd, Belushi, Chevy Chase. And let's grab... what's our next single? I got another sealed. I'm going to try to knock out some more of these sealed records here. How about this? Rockabilly Classics. Here's another sealed record. Roy Hall, Bobby Helms, Brenda Lee, Justin Tubb, Moon Mulligan. Sealed MCA Records. That's going to be a $10 start. Ron Duffield, you were next on the White Stripes. The 45s are at $12, now $13. Saturday Night Live is sold to Shannon Price. Luther is sold to Rydell Martin. And Rock Gospel sold to Rydell only if Denise passes. If Denise passes, it's sold to Retro Class Entertainment. So we'll wait on that one. Rick Wakeman, No Earthly Connection, VG $9.99. Oh, this is good. A Night at Studio 54, VG $9.99. A Night at Studio 54. Let's grab another classical lot. Let's see what I have in this tub. Classical lot. Let's grab another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, 8 classical records here. Let's see what I just grabbed. These are all from Fred's collection. I estimated Fred had about 3,000 classical records. And we've been selling them in lots now for a while. I revived them last on Saturday night at the end of the show, and I said we continue them tonight. The Moldau and Other Favorites, Leonard Bernstein, New York Philharmonic. Beethoven Concerto No. 3. Sirkin, Bernstein, Beethoven, Third Piano Concerto, Choral Fantasy, New York Philharmonic. The Creatures of Prometheus, Overture and Ballet Music, London label. Beethoven Concerto in D major for violin and orchestra, another London label. Beethoven Symphony No. 2 in D major and Symphony No. 8. Villain Tale and Other Favorite Overtures, Leonard Bernstein. And the Greatest Hits album of Bach, Beethoven, etc. Looks like a more friendly compilation from Columbia. Classical's a $15 start. All right, but up at the top, the 45s were at $13. I got to make sure Darren doesn't want to bid again. John Darden first on 54. Rydell, you do get the Rock Gospel. That's sold to Rydell Martin. 54 was sold to John Darren. Then Robert, then Robin, then Phantom. Rick Wakeman, Gary Wellman was VG Condition, $9.99. Then ST on 54. Then Debbie on 54. And then Classical has bids for 15 and 15. Final call to get a bid on Rockabilly for 10. We have the Yips, New Wave, the Yips, EX or the Yips. I think that's Yips, $12.99. Mike Bat, 6 Days in Berlin, a prog album. Gold stamp promo, Mike Bat, prog album. EX $9.99 on that. And we have Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, VG condition $9.99, and Revival. Revival is EX edition $12.99, and Verity, Interrupted Journey. Verity is a hard rock album, gold stamp promo, VG Plus $9.99. So Robert is in on the classical at 10. Robert is out. So let me hold on, man. Let me give last names. Robert Barnett is in on the rockabilly record at 10. Robert Warner's out on these 345s. So that's a final call to Darren for $15. And then the classical lot had bids for 15 and 15 and now 16. And then the next claim is John Darden on KR. That was Kenny. I love the hop sticker. The Gambler. You've got to know when to hold them. Know when to fold them. We have Gary Wellman on Mike, and that was Gary. I knew it. I knew you was going to be after that. That prog tag sells those. It's nice to know the genre on these. And then Revival, that's sold to Gary Wellman. Verity sold to Stuck 73. Classical 18, Classical 20. Always interesting stuff. Nice. Roy Orbison in mono. I was about to say, this should be an older record. It's on the Monument label, and it's in mono. I like that label there. Very cool. That is VG, $14.99. And Eddie Money, No Control, Shakin', VG Plus, $9.99. I Think I'm in Love, Eddie Money's VG Plus, $9.99. And Elvin Bishop, Live, Raising Hell, 2LP, EX, $17.99. So these 345s are sold to Darren Johnson for $15. Robert Barnett, you do get the Rockabilly Classics for 10. Hiram, you were next on Verity. The high bid on the classical lot right now is Todd Fisher at $22. Todd Fisher at $22. Todd Fisher, $22. Paul Redfern, you tied him. He came in first. Todd Fisher on Eddie Money, and Stuck 73 was second on that one. All right, and then we have next. We have 3 singles right here. We have, what do we have here? Inside Out, Noiseville, Above All. We have Poison Idea, American Leather, and Bored Straight. Oh, man, what a cover. Ouch. You'd have to be really bored to do that. Oh, my gosh. Give this guy a hobby. Holy moly. You'd have to be really bored. Oh, my gosh. Ouch. Okay, those 3 are a $10 start. Those 3 are a $10 start. Dr. Zebo third on Eddie Money. Winwood is VG Plus $12.99. And Laura, if you're working on pulling auctions, I do have some pretty good sign stuff I was going to give you. Like just the records are good. I think I hear her looking for auctions. Let me figure out where those are at right quick. And then, or I'll just give them to you tomorrow. It'll just be a few extras, but I wanted them in the hot picture. Osley Brothers, Between the Sheets, EX $12.99. Ramsey Lewis, Tequila Mockingbirds, that's VG $9.99. And Four Tops, VG Plus $12.99. And Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, Steve Steele's The Super Session. That's in quad, VG condition, $9.99 on that. Let me figure out. I got to plug up my other phone. Give me 1 second. Low battery, story of my life doing these live streams. All right, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that. So the last thing I said on the classical, 2 people were tied, and it was Todd Fisher was leading at 22. Paul Redfern tied him. Okay, then we sold Eddie Money. The 45s got in. It must be some good ones because here come the bids. 7, 10, 10, 11, 15, 10, 20, 10, 18, 12, 20, 16, 22, 25. Retro class on IB. IB was for the Osley Brothers, Between the Sheets. Paul Redfern got the 4 Tops. The 45s are now at 30. And we haven't heard about the loot. Ooh, thank you for, I know where that is. Let's, okay, here's, Gary, I'll take things into my own hands. I will, because I never did get a sticky note from anybody. How about this? Here's what we're going to do. I know exactly where it's laying on a shelf. I'm going to put loot, L-U-T-E, and we're going to put Gary. Sorry, this is very bad handwriting, but I know what it says. Gary Wellman, loot, exclamation, 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 and then I'm going to draw an angry face. Okay, because I know I've got to get back, because that's Gary Wellman. That's his angry face, because I'm not giving him information on his loot. Okay, I won't forget what that means. Now, we got singles 32, singles 31, and 35, and we got to get Robert air horn. Okay, so let me do that. Air horn, loots, anything else I need to write down for anybody? Air horn, that looks like firehouse. Okay, now next thing we have is T-Rex missing the cover art. Yeah, we had one of these the other night. This is a bizarre deal, isn't it? It's like it's missing a panel or something. T-Rex is EX 1999. Moving on. What's your name? The theme from Dr. No. Interesting. That's a... Who didn't... Laura, I don't have this James Bond record. What is going on? What's your name? Theme from Dr. No. 1985 German. VG Plus 999. We have Neil Young and Crazy Horse Life. This is EX 2299. And we have Bad Company, Burning Sky. Bad Company is VG Plus 1499. And Packed In Surf. It looks like a can of sardines. Beach Boys, Safaris, Chantays, Janet Dean, Trashman, Riviera, Pale Given. All right, that's EX 1499. All right, let me pause right there. Let's work our way down, because I think we're done on the classical bundle, because we got to keep those things coming. Boom, boom, boom. Classical out. We're done. So that last bid was with Todd Fisher. He gets these 8 classical records for $22. Thank you, Todd. Those are sold to you. 8 classical records sold to Todd Fisher for $22. Now, the 45s, we sold the Isley Brothers 25. We sold 4 Tops 30 on these. 32, 31, 35 on these. And then take a double with cheese. I had Whataburger last night, and I immediately wanted to go to sleep. Shannon Price gets T-Rex. Michael Ruttman gets Dr. No. Dr. No are the first 2 Skinnards available. I have them available with Analog Productions. I have audiophile presses. They are 64 and 46. One of them's a 2LP 45 RPM. T-Rex is already sold. Todd Saw on BC for Bad Company. The Sky is burning. And 36. Any RLs this week? Yeah, that's 2 things. Laura, I was going to tell you, I have 2 things I want you to... I have some autographs for you for auctions, and I have an RL that I want you to clean. Because if I don't give it to you to clean, we'll never sell it. And you know where they're at up front. If you want to grab the stack, I'll show you which one it is whenever you get a chance. So yes, I'm actually going to give it to Laura right now so we don't forget. And the autographs might have to wait. I got some really good, just like, I have good albums, and then like the autographs just add to them. But I have some good albums to auction for tomorrow that happen to be signed. Michael McDonald is EX 1299. Laura's one of the few people that knows where the RL stash is in this store. Walking Wounded. It's not that hard to find, though. EX 999 for Walking Wounded, and Violinski. Violinski is VG Plus. It's like you're going to the vault at Fort Knox. The 45s at 37, we got a whole stack of RL cuts. It's like, yep, let's go get those. Let's go get those. Let me shut my laptop over here. No need to have that on. Okay, more classical lots. Right now, the singles are at 37. And now we're into the non-check condition stuff. Historia del Musica Rock is sealed, a 1982 Spain pressing, $9.99. Wishbone Ash, front page news. Wishbone Ash is sealed, $14.99. And Bee Gees, Living or Life in a Tin Can. Bee Gees is a 1973 German press. That's $19.99. And Jesse Colin Young, American Dreams. That's sealed for $9.99. Let me see if I can. It should have a sticky note on the front of it. Yeah. Yeah, this one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one you found the other day, wasn't it? Yep, that's it. All right, so Laura has an RL in her hand. She's going to clean it and grade it, and we will be selling a RL SS OG first pressing. I forgot what it was. It might even be a Monarch, but yes, I just handed it to her. And Valley of the Kings, that's a 1985 U.S. post-punk. $19.99. Gary Wellman on WA for Wishbone Ash. That's sold to Gary Wellman. So, Christopher, yes, tomorrow, prime time, RLSS being sold. Blues Brothers, $19.99 for Blues Brothers. To Live and Die in L.A., Wang Chung, $19.99. And we have the Osmonds stepping out. The Osmonds is sealed. It's never been opened, $9.99. All right, while they're bidding on those, let me go over here and grab another lot of classical records. Let's do that right quick. Let's start from the front of the tub. I've been pulling from the middle. Now they fell over, so let's shift them. And let's pull from the front and work our way back for classical. Let's do it for classical. Let's see what we got here. We got 1, we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. I think this one on top's pretty good. Holst the Planets. Let me see if that's what that said. So we got... cool. A Sonic Space Spectacular. Holst the Planets. Leonard Bernstein New Philharmonic Orchestra. This is sealed. Bizet Carmen and Laurenci Suite. Stakowski. Carmen from Bizet's. Recorded in Paris, France. Bizet Greatest Hits. I don't know if I'm saying that right. We have more Carmen. These are some kind of series here. ALP 116, 115, 117. And we have Leonard Bernstein Scheherazade, exactly. Wow. All classicals, $15 start on that. Next is the Jesse Colin Young. The Jesse Colin Young was called American Dreams. It's sealed for $9.99, Gary. And then Shannon's out on the 45, so we are about to sell those to Darren for $38. Jason Thomas got Wang Chung. That's sold to Jason Thomas. Robin Glenn on the Osmonds. Robbie on MMC. MMC was, what was that, Robbie? MMC. And then there's that. Okay. All right, and then we have Bob Welch, 3 Hearts. Bob Welch is sealed, $14.99. Bob Welch, 3 Hearts. And everybody's favorite blues compilation, that is sealed, $19.99. Gary does want Jesse Colin Young. So the classical lot is a $15 start. That's a lot of 8 albums. That's some cool stuff there, the Holst the Planets. And some of his guitar solos, Jimmy Page, during Dazed and Confused, you know, that's a long, like half-hour deal they did during the live. He would get into some Holst the Planets. Michael Woods on, Robbie Woods wanted MCM. Sorry, that must be further back in the, oh yes, Michael McDonald. Robbie, sorry, that's so to you. Jeffrey DeLong on Welch, that's so to Jeffrey DeLong. And then Gary Wellman on BW, that's Bob Welch. Now, these are sold. Let's put up some new ones. These 3 are sold. And those are sold to Darren Johnson for $38, okay? Now, the first part of this crate must be good. I've been doing the stuff just laying on top, and now we're kind of working our way down. So let's see what the next 3 are. The next 3 in here are Point of View. We have... I don't know what that one says. I can't make that one out. Anybody? I don't know if that's actually supposed to say something. And then, or if that's just a design. And then Pyramid Scheme. What will we do next? Yes, I will read through those in 1 second. Gary Wellman, though, on BW. That was for Bob Welch. Okay, we're good. We have Ziggurat, Melodic Scandal. Ziggurat is a hard rock album. That's $14.99. Alabama, 40-Hour Week. Alabama is sealed, $19.99. The Babies. That is $14.99. The Babies, Masquerade Suite, The Comedians, RCA Living Stereo. Wow, this is a classic records pressing. $69.99. 1994 U.S. Classical Records, Classical Romantic, unopened, $69.99. $69.99. And we have Daniel Ponce, ARAWE, Afro-Cuban Jazz Funk, $9.99. The classical records are Hulse the Planets, Leonard Bernstein, Sherazade, I don't know why I'm saying Zod. We got 3 Hallmark of Quality Master's Voice. These are a third. This is a third record of a set of 3. Carmen, Bizette Greatest Hits, Carmen, I think that's the same person, and Bizette Carmen, yeah. And that's sealed. Great performances. National Philharmonic Orchestra. Sid Blair has all those for $15. 8 records, $15. Final call. Gary Wimanel Zieg, that's this. And then we have The Very Best of Kim Wilde, a 1984 UK original. That's $14.99. And Time Out, the Dave Brubeck Quartet, a 1971 U.S. reissue. Dave Brubeck is $24.99. Nobody bid on these 45s. Those 3 are a buy it now for $10. Those 3 are a buy it now for $10. Okay? Got some more like we're about to go through another Paul crate too. That was some stuff Laura brought up here. But first, I've got to put up another auction right quick. Let's see. I got sealed here. We're gonna do two not related sealed records in one auction. Sealed Peter Frampton and sealed the Dirt Band. These are sealed original records. Peter Frampton and the Dirt Band. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. LJ has the classicals for $16. Sid Blair, you have been outbid. Sid Blair, you have been outbid. Just saying, okay? Chad stretching. Oh my gosh. Oh. Jetstream gets Dave Brubeck. The Very Best of Kim Wilde. The Very Best of Kim Wilde was $14.99. Now, I'm going to read through these again. I always try to read through a Laura crate twice, and Paul crates, and John crates. We still got a lot of new arrivals, yeah. Still got a lot of new arrivals for sure. Okay, there's that. 2 sealed records, $15 start. There are 2... There's 2 $10 3 lots. 2 3 $10 lots. 2 $3 10 lots. Pass on Brubeck. No problem. Yeah, there is somebody's initials on the cover. MV wrote his initials on the cover and on the back. It's a 71 US. Okay? Sid's out on the classicals. LJ, you're about to get those for $2 a piece at 16. Chris Bacek on the Babies. And then right after that, Jackie claimed it. So Chris Bacek on the Babies, George Samberes on Kim Wilde, and now we're selling Alabama. Wow, some delayed claims come in, but I'll take them. Kim Wilde on George Samberes and Jason Thomas on Alabama and shrink wrap and hop sticker. Awesome. All right, let's keep rolling now. So Jethro Tull stand up. I was very curious if this is a pop-up cover. I'm assuming it's not. Oh, it is. It's a pop-up cover too. VG $9.99. So that is an OG, or at least an OG cover. $9.99 on that. And we have Aztec Two-Step, EX $9.99. Neil Young Trans, VG $14.99. Rick Wakeman was VG $9.99. Yipes, that is EX $12.99. We have Roy Orbison in Dreams, VG $14.99. Elvin Bishop, EX $17.99, Raising Hell. Winwood, Shrink and Hop Sticker, Steve is VG Plus $12.99. Today's his birthday, I believe. Ramsey Lewis Trio, VG $9.99. Tequila Mockingbird. Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, Steve Steele, Superstition, VG $14.99. Neil Young and Crazy Horse Life, EX $22.99. And Packed in Surf compilation, EX $14.99 Surf Comp. So LJ gets those 8 classical records for $16. Thank you, LJ. If anybody wants these 2 sealed records, Peter Frampton and the Dirt Band, just $15 on those. We have Walkin' Wounded, an indie rock album, 1986, EX $9.99. Volininsky, No Cause for Alarm, VG Plus $9.99. And Graham Parker and the Rumor, a sealed 1982 Spain compilation on Vertigo, Historia del Rock. All right, our next singles are Youth of Today. This is, it's sealed, or at least it's wrapped up in shrink where I can't get it out. Youth of Today, Disengage, Modern Love Story, Envy. I'm going to add to it. We have Primal Right. Primal Right's going to go in there with it. And so is this right here, which is called, and it's it literally has paint splattered all over it. Wow. This literally has paint splat. It's supposed to be like that. I hope so. Conclusion, Question, Conclusion, maybe. But those three, a $10 start. And Darren says, I'll take the last bundle for $10. Okay. So Darren gets the last bundle that didn't sell for $10. Tracks on Surf Comp. The Surf Comp is Beach Boys, artist number 1. California Girls, Good Vibration, Surfing Safari, Surfer Girls Surfing. The Safaris, Wipeout. The Chantays Pipeline. Jan and Dean, Surf City. The Trash Man, Surfing Bird. Riviera's California Sun. And Paul Gilman Man, Boomer World Theme. Next is Chris Bachek on Graham Parker. Gabe possibly next. Singles 10, 15, 25. Bee Gees is $19.99. Life in a Tin Can. Valley of Kings, an 85 US post-punk. That's $19.99. The Blues Brothers is $19.99. Everybody's Favorite Blues is sealed $19.99. The Masquerade Suite is $69.99. And Daniel Ponce is $9.99. Let's see what Paul's got over here in this other crate right quick. Give me 1 second before I do that. I'm still here. I promise I hadn't gone anywhere. I'm still here. Let me see what's going on over here. Okay. All right. Who's ready? Gabe wanted PF. So Gabe wanted PF, which was... Gabe PF was for... What was PF for, Gabe? He put Fram. Oh, maybe the 2 sealed records. You want the 2 sealed records for $15, right? Gabe got the 2 sealed records for $15. I think that's what he was after. All right, and then Scott Oman put BB for the Blues Brothers. How much was Tracks? Was that the Surfing Tracks? Packed in Surf, how much was Tracks? Let me figure out what that was. Tracks. You might have to help me out on that one. Tracks. And then the 45's 35.40. And then 45. And yes. Okay. So I want to make sure I didn't miss. If I missed something, let me know right now. Number 2. This is still available. And Laura is saying this classical record here sells for as much as $500, this OG. And this is a classical record, or a classic records, an audiophile label. If you get the Led Zeppelin classic record set, it sells for like $20,000. We looked it up the other night. somebody had asked about that. Could I ever get that? And yeah, that's why I'm careful sometimes with these classical lots, because every once in a while, a classical record could get mixed in that's like $500 as an OG. And we will know that if we see Jim B bidding, right? Where is Jim B? Final call. The 45s are at $45. Let's go put up this other new crate. I'm going to go ahead and condense this right over here. But yeah, that's why I'm sometimes I'll look at these classical records I put in these bundles sometimes, and I'm like, wait a minute, that looks familiar. Like I've seen it on PopSpsych or eBay or something selling for, or on a Facebook group where someone's found one and they sell for $800. So I'm always careful, but I'm sure one of them's going to slip through at some point. It happens all the time. Same way with these punk singles. I really don't know what I'm selling here. I have no idea what these are. I'm glad y'all do. I wouldn't be putting them up like this if they weren't getting bids, though. If y'all wasn't bidding and participating in these, they probably would still be sitting in the back. So I'm glad I found a bunch of y'all that want to buy these. Otherwise, they would still be stacked up in the back, just untouched. And speaking of that, it's time to sell these and put up all new. Darren Johnson, 45s. Okay, so Darren Johnson got these three for $45. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start a new stack because that's what we've sold tonight. Let me lay these in here. So what exactly is that classic record set that looks like a big metal trunk? Is that the complete Zeppelin discography, the big one that looks like a big metal trunk that I've seen people sell for like $20,000? Is that like the complete discography, sealed, all analog? I'm assuming that's what it is. All right, more classical coming up right now. Bernstein conducts Copeland. Historic organs of France, the great Silbermann organs of Alice E. Power Biggs. A festival of French organ music, E. Power Biggs. Bernstein's greatest hits. Bernstein Ravel Bolero. Bernstein's greatest hits, New York Philharmonica. We have Bernstein something Psalms and Bernstein New Philharmonic. 8 classical records, $15 start. Somebody bought the last bundle. I still got these 3 for $10. Proud Youth, Providence Union, and Public Assault. So that's the only 3 no bids. And the only other no bid is Booker T and the MGs, which is sealed, a $25 buy it now. It's a 2002 180 gram Sundays. Let's go through this Paul crate. Yep. This is a brand new crate of new arrivals here. Let's also mark 3 new 45s. And we have these. Pushing On, Pygmy Shrews, and Protest. Those 3 for a $10 start. All right. And let's keep rolling. Oh, I'm going to do 2 more sealed, or maybe even more. We have... Let me figure out what I can do here. Is there another sealed soundtrack, maybe? Trying to figure out what I have here. Okay, so these look bizarre enough to sell together. This is Circus Carnival music, Aladdin and the Magic Lamp, and Anne Murray Sings from Sesame Street Generation. 3 sealed records. That's about as bizarre and mixed as I can give you. That's also a $15 start. There you have it. New arrivals here, priced as marked. From the home of country music winners, Music City Song Festival presents Winning Country Songs. A 1979 Nashville compilation, sealed, $24.99. James Montgomery, live tracks. James Montgomery, a 1983 Canadian import. That's $9.99. Flute Man, Herbie Mann with Urbie Green. Joe Wilder, Hank Jones. That's $9.99, gold stamp promo. We have Interplay, Marion McPartlin. That is a 1969 U.S. jazz album, and it's signed by Marion. That's $14.99. And Lonnie Mack, Roadhouses and Dance Halls. Lonnie Mack, $14.99. And Philip Walker, Blues. Philip Walker is sealed for $16.99. I did get a notification today. All of our letters are on their way back from JSA. All of our letters of authenticity. So I think we've got about 20 items that required full letters of authenticity. And those will be back this week. And so probably by the end of the week, we'll have some really high-end signed albums, posters, all kinds of cool stuff. Sesame Lot 15, another bid for 15. Chris Bacek on MCP. That was Music City. Hold on, let me make sure that's right. Is that Music City Marion? No, I bet it's Marion. Marion. What happened to Marion? Did I already pull it out? Interplay. Oh, yeah. Marion. That is so to Chris Bacek. For some reason, I was looking for a picture of her on the front. She's on the back. That's so to Chris Bacek, then Phantom Canuck. Okay? Now, we have What Moody Adams Told an Atheist on Television. America's In Evangelist. That's $29.99. $29.99 on that. And This World, Martha Abbott, a gospel funk soul album, $14.99. These 345s are a buy it now for $10. These 8 classical records are a buy it now for $15. This sealed lot is a final call to Kelly Vlodarchik for $15. Sid Blair, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. We have, I've already shown that record. That's why. I have 2 of them. Okay, I'm not going crazy. So we got 2 of them. One is no condition notes, one's VG Plus. So $14 or $11.99. Danny Cox Live and the Family Dog. Danny Cox Live. That's a 1970 white label promo blues rock. $9.99. And we have Buster Benton, Spider in My Stew. Buster Benton is sealed. That's $19.99. And Right Direction. This is Jeanette Bradley and the Bradley Singers. That's a 77 Gospel Funk Soul, sealed, $14.99. Those are sold to Chris Bryant for $10. Those being those 3. Sid's out. These 3 sealed records are sold to Kelly Vlodarchik for $15. Now, if I can convince somebody to buy this classical bundle, I'll go get some more. Otherwise, when something like that stops getting a bid, I sometimes tend to not go get more of them. But we'll see what happens. I have the Jubilators, Togetherness. That is sealed, a gospel funk soul album. That's $9.99. And Mike Aldridge and Old Dog, a 78 bluegrass album. Mike Aldridge played on a lot of stuff. $11.99. Dale met him a lot of times, and Dale Pittsburgh Collection had him sign stuff. And it was amazing how many random albums we had signed by Mike Aldridge, a dobro player. Okay, here is our next singles. Race Trader, Invisible Battles Against Invisible Fortress. Something just fell out like a business card or something. Some of these singles have so much stuff stuck down in them. Or this label's called Organized Crime Records. There we go. Somebody bought the classical. That way the show can go on now. Classical bundle is sold. Enjoyed your shop tour yesterday. What a cool way to sell stuff. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in last night and everybody else. And we have Response, Stand Strong, and the Revelos, That's on the same label that like Quiet Right's on. The Rezillos, Scotland. Interesting. But those are now up for bid. All right, so the classical lot is sold to Bill Keenum. Those 8 for $15. Darren's already on the singles at $15, and Preston Rose wants Mike Aldridge. All right. Yeah, for those that's relatively new, the way I was doing it last night, that's how I used to do the sales in the beginning. I used to do that, and I would walk up to the bins and just flip through them, and we would do it like once a week, maybe twice a week. And now we do it, of course, as y'all know, every night. Okay, and let's go over here and grab another classical bundle. Let's do that right quick. I'm going to pull out another 8. We'll eventually get through this whole tub. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, and on those classical records, I had a feeling, because that's the only time they've been done analog, and I think that's why it's such a big deal. I agree, Patrick. I'm pretty sure that's the only time they were done analog. Stravinsky, Firebird Suite. That's a Columbia Masterworks. Leonard Bernstein, Shostakovich, Symphony No. 5. Orpheus in the Underworld, Leonard Bernstein. Leonard Bernstein, New York Philharmonic. Leonard Bernstein conducts Copeland. Leonard Bernstein, Rhapsody in Blue. John Williams and the Boston Pops. That's a good name. John Williams. He replaced Arthur Fiedler there, and then for a while. Leonard Bernstein, and then Leonard Bernstein, New York Philharmonic, Peter and the Wolf. So 8 classical records, $15 start on that. Next is 45's 10, 20, and Gary Wellman wants Danny C. Danny C is Danny Cox Live right here. That's so to Gary Wellman. Okay. Miss Danola 45s. I hope I can discover more soon. They're in this building somewhere. If not, then they're all gone. I hope that's not the case. There's no way. But we're trying to dig them out. The James Cotton Band, High Energy. I asked, that's $19.99. I asked John about them the other day. He's like, man, if they're back here, they're hidden. And it'll be one day where we find a couple more boxes. But the days of me going to get one crate after another crate after another crate, they're pretty slow inventory. We blew through thousands of them in just a few months. David McWilliams, Days of Pearly Spencer, $14.99. The last time I pulled up Square and ran a report, not counting lots, because this would be counted as one, we've already sold over 10,000 45s this year. And that's if you count like lots of 3 and 5 as one. So we've already sold over 10,000 45s this year. That is sold and shipped. That is paid for and shipped. Wow, Jethro Tull in Russian. Jethro Tull, Original Masters. That's pretty cool, actually. Jethro Tull is $14.99. And we have Randy Jones, 1982 Disco. That's $11.99. Prayer Meeting in Hell, Reverend S.M. Wiggins Jr. That is sealed, a 1977 Gospel, $19.99 on that. And Wynton Marsalis, Think of One, $9.99. Wynton Marsalis. And The Source, Jackie McLean and Dexter Gordon. That's a 1976 U.S., $14.99. I mean, I'm sure y'all remember some of those nights for about a month straight where I was doing $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. We'd go sold, 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 and then I would do it again. And, you know, in a few minutes, we'd sell like 100, you know, just in a moment. And I was doing that like all night. We really went through some 45s. We have Pendulum, the Dave Liebman Quartet, $14.99. So next thing here is the 45's 10, the 45's 20, the 45's 25, Classical 15, Classical 15. So that means that Bill Keenum, you're out. Paul Redfern bid first. Gary Wellman gets the Russian Jethro Tull. That's the Russian Jethro Tull, Uncle Chad. Scott Apple, Seth's uncle. Yes, Seth has a child in this world. Can you believe it? How scary is that? How scary is that? How scary is that, Scott? Seth is literally holding his child right now. Amina Claudine Myers. This is sealed, $14.99. This is the same Seth Hackett that I've seen punch bleachers at a Tennessee football game because he was so mad. Gary Mulligan, feeling good. A 1965 U.S. stereo, $14.99. And Paul Motion Trio, Lee Voyage, a 1979 U.S., $24.99. 8 for the 345s over here. These are sold for $8. Scott Oman, those are sold to you for $8. Now, Paul Redfern, Bill Keenum. Paul's bid came in first at $15. So let me know if you want to bid again. And then these 45s is a final call. Darren Johnson out. Darren has them for $25. Next is Crossings, Red Garland, Ron Carter, and Philly Joe Jones, 1978. That's $19.99. And Booker Irvin back from the gig, 1976 U.S., $49.99. Can I see the prayer meeting in hell? You can. Prayer meeting in hell is right here. Reverend S.M. Wiggins Jr. And there he is. It's a gospel album, 1977 sealed, $19.99. Bill's back in on the classical at $20. And Dance Paul Motion Trio, $29.99. 1978 German. Was it Alabama game? No. They don't get upset at Alabama games. No. Tennessee fans don't get upset at Alabama games. We get upset at Florida games, like Kentucky, stuff that, just should be easy wins, easy wins. We have Capital Jazz, Classicals Volume 3. Lose to Alabama, it's like, okay, that was probably supposed to happen. That is $14.99. Also, The Agony and the Ecstasy, Buddy Nash, sealed, $14.99. 1982 Texas Country, $14.99. Prayer Meeting, Rod Bryan gets Prayer Meeting. That's sold. We have Bernie Terrell. Look at that guy. That is a unknown year Nashville Country. This guy here was trying to be the next big star. Privately pressed, Bernie Terrell, $9.99, Nashville Country, and Brandy McGee, Rainy Day, a German import, $9.99. So these 3 singles are sold to Darren Christman for $25. The classical lots at $20. Now I'm waiting to hear back from Paul Redfern. Those 8s at $20. And Rob King, Keeping It Country, a 78 Canadian import, $14.99. And Stonewall, VG Plus, $9.99. This is also the same Seth Hackett that has lived out of his car for most of his life. I still don't know how he's been able to do that. Here's our next 3 singles here. Wow, look at these demented-looking pictures of Ronald Reagan. Reagan's SS and JBA, We Do Our Part. And we have Reagan SS, Hell of the New Dawn. And the Red, or the Reed. It would help if I could read it. Party Lines, YR Garbage. So you got some Reagans, even though that kind of looks like George Bush. You got Reagan, you got Bush. It's both Reagan's SS and the Reed. And those 3 are a $10 start on that. All right, and that's sold. 17 straight years of your life. I know. When we beat Alabama, I had never even remembered. So that's why it was such a big deal. Everybody's like, why is this such a big deal? I was like, well, we've never beat them in my lifetime that I could consciously remember. It's just one year after another, just devastation, getting beat, devastation. And then finally, and everybody's like, why are you freaking out for? I'm like, are you kidding me? Locomotive is $9.99. The amazing Jimmy Smith Trio, VG Plus, $11.99. You go into an Alabama game, most people expect you not to win. So when you win, it's like, wow, we beat the Kings. Nashville Wives, VG Plus, $9.99. Nashville Wives, Judy West, Dolly Parton, Jan Howard, Melba Montgomery, VG Plus, $9.99. And we have Taj Mahal, Happy, and this is VG Plus, $14.99. Unfortunately, I lost Paul Redfern, so Bill Keenum, you get this classical lot for $20. That's sold to Bill Keenum for $20. And Bert Sommer is a 1970 promo, VG Plus $14.99, and Black Gospel Explosion, recorded live, VG Plus $11.99. There's those and there's those. Okay, Those are a $10 start. I'm going to grab another classical lot. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. Let's do these. Ooh, that's got the... These are pretty cool. When you see them, you'll know what I'm talking about. And here we go. Okay, so first thing we have is Suite for Flute and Jazz Piano. We have Leonard Bernstein, the New York Philharmonic, Russian Sailor's Dance, Leonard Bernstein, Britain, the Young Persona's Guide to Orchestra, Leonard Bernstein, New York Philharmonica. I think that might be a duplicate. Well, we'll go ahead and leave it in there. There's a duplicate. Rachmaninoff, Piano Concerto. That looks like a good one. Rachmaninoff. And this looks like an audiophile deal. Importation. This looks like it's very well made. Printed in France. La Folia. And those three are, those 8 records are a $15 start. Next is Gary Wellman on Taj Mahal. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Randy Klein second. Retro Class got Black Gospel Explosion. Randy Klein next on Taj Mahal. Gary Wellman was first. The 45s has a bid for 10. Final call. If I Should Wake Before I Die by Reverend Thomas L. Barrett Jr., pastor at Mount Zion Baptist Church in Chicago, Illinois. This is a gospel, funk, soul sermon album. VG condition, $24.99. The Chief, Eddie Clearwater. The Chief is VG Plus, $11.99. And Chico Freeman, Tradition and Transition, EX Edition, $12.99. And Chad is going to take a drink of bottled water. I haven't took a drink since I've been live. I'm definitely going to right now. All right, there's that. Let me send this message. All right. We're good to go. Okay. So 45s are at 10 with Darren Johnson. All right. Next is Eric Dolphy. Dolphy. This is EX Edition, $22.99. Eric Dolphy. And this was, It Was You, Jesus, the Williams Singers. The Williams Singers, a 1972 funk soul gospel album. VG $9.99. Charles Lloyd Quartet, A Night in Copenhagen, EX $17.99. And Pentangle, Cruel Sister, VG $9.99. So Darren Johnson, you get these 345s for 10. The 8 classical records are a buy it now for 15. 8 classical records, a buy it now for 15. I've got 1, 2, 3 sealed records here. The Dirt Band, Make a Little Magic. The Arrangement Soundtrack. And Orson Welles, Leonard Bernstein, The Airborne Symphony. And those are 3 sealed records for a $15 start. It Was You, Jesus is sold to Neil Rigler. Thank you, Neil Rigler. That's sold to you. Music Inc., Charles Tolliver. That's EX, $64.99. Charles Tolliver, Stanley Cowell, Jimmy Hops, and Cecil McBee. A 74 U.S. repress. That's $64.99. And Charles Parker Encores. That is VG Plus, $9.99. And then LJ gets the classical lot for $15. LJ gets the classical lot for $15. That is sold. Okay? Paul has the classical at $21. That, I think, was the previous auction, and his bids, for some reason, wasn't coming through. But those are just sold for $15. And someone claimed the Sermon in Hell. I've already pulled that out. Sermon in Hell was already pulled out for Rod Bryan. I will double check, but yeah, he already got that. I'll make sure right quick. I know it was Rod Bryan, but I'm pretty positive I pulled that for him. Let me go back a few. All right, I'm going to read these one more time. Well, let me just look through my sold crate. It's hard to flip through my sold crate because the half, yeah, there it is. A prayer meeting in hell. Prayer meeting in hell, yeah. And Chris Bacek on Eric Dolphy. All right, that's right here. This sold to Chris Bacek. So those 3 sealed records, a $15 start. Here is our next singles. We got 1, 2, and 3. Our next 3 singles. This is Struggle, The Outcast, Outraged, Pure Vida, and Outraged, No Somos Igual. Those 3 are a $10 start. All right, there's those. And I'm just going to read the titles left in here. And if you need a price, let me know. Can't go through all these again in detail, but that is that. And then CT condition. CT was, let's find that. It wasn't Charles Parker. I bet it's Charles Tolliver. Music Inc., yeah. EX on this one, David Hoy. Yeah, it's nice. I'm looking at it underneath the light. It's nice. EX 64.99. Okay, I'm going to do another classical in just 1 second. As soon as I do some stretching. Oh, I better not go down. Oh, Chad's down. Let's read through these again. And then I'm going to put up another crate. It took ADT 4 different trips, 4 different service calls to my house, but they finally fixed my security system. Took 4 different trips and 3 different technicians, but they got it fixed. I'm just glad. Gabe Baez got Charlie Parker. Thank you. If you need more information on anything I read off, let me know. Country music compilation, James Montgomery live tracks, Herbie Mann Flute Man, Lonnie Mack, Philip Walker Blues, What Muddy Adams Told an Atheist, Martha Abbott, 2 different copies. We have Buster Benton. We have Right Directions, Jeanette Bradley. Music Incorporated is sold to David Hoy. That's sold to David Hoy. And then we have The Jubilators Togetherness. That is sold. We have James Cotton Band, High Energy, $19.99. David McWilliams is $14.99. Also, Randy Jones, Wynton Marsalis, The Source, Jackie Milleen, Dexter Gordon, Pendulum, David Liebman Quintet, Amita Claudine Myers, Gary Mulligan. I feel like I had one of these before and we sold it for a lot more than $14.99. I may be wrong, but Paul Motion Trio, Red Garland, Ron Carter, Booker Irvin. We have Paul Motion Trio, Moteen, however you say his last name, Art Tatum. Also, The Agony and the Ecstasy, Bernie Terrell, Brownie McGee, Rainy Day, Bob King, Stonewall, Locomotive GT, Jimmy Smith Trio, Nashville Wives Compilation, Burt Sommer, Reverend Thomas L. Barrett Jr., Eddie Clearwater, Chico Freeman, Charles Lloyd, and Pentangle. These 345s are sold to Darren Johnson for $10. These 3 sealed records are a $15 buy it now. And the first question is condition on JC. And JC was James Cotton, perhaps. It has no condition notes, George, $19.99. And price on the Source. The Source is $14.99. $14.99. Moteen, Paul Moteen, M-O-T-I-A-N. Yeah, I think I've been saying motion, I think. Moteen, P-O-A-L, Paul, and then M-O-T-I-A-N, like Paul Moteen Trio. Is that how you say that? And then Sid Blair, 3 records for $15. That's sold to Sid. And then, whoops, I just slung some sold hardcore records across the table. They're fine, though. They're hardcore. George Sherris had sold, and that was on James Cotton. Neil Reigler got the Source. And Michael, you were next on the sealed lot. And then Melinda Darren on Wynton Marsalis. All right. And then I have another new arrivals crate coming up after this. Wynton is sold to Melinda. Let's do that. Melinda. on Winton. I know what that looks like. I just got to find it. There it is. That's so Melinda Daring. Okay, this is. Yeah, no, I can't believe, can you believe no one's got on and asked about the bobblehead? You're right, Hiram. I'm like, man, I'm pretty sure I sold it the other night, or I didn't acknowledge. Here's what happened. Hey, here's Reagan. Did somebody just ask for Reagan Youth? Here's Reagan Youth, Chesty Malone, and something else. I'm pretty sure somebody asked for Reagan Youth a second ago, though. So here we go. Here is Reagan Youth live at CBGB Volume 1. Chesty Malone and the Slice 'em Ups. And Manic, Rammed, Steel Funeral. Okay. What was the one in front of Paul Moltene? That was Capitol Jazz Classics, Volume 3, Art Tatum. Bobblehead is right there, back right, on the screen. Next is the classical bundle. We have one. I'm away from the camera right now. I'm counting out classicals. I've got 1 classical, 2 classical, 3 classical, 4, 5 classical, 6, 7, 8 classical more. We've only got 10 billion more to do, especially if I start bringing tubs from that magical back room I was talking about. This is what happens when you have 100,000 LPs. And then Todd wants to know about my count on my personal collection. I was asked that the other night, Todd. You know, I honestly don't know. I told somebody more than 5,000, but less than 10,000. That could be really high, because I have stuff I don't know I have. Does that make sense? In my business, because I do this for a living, I really don't know what I have. Y'all see that every night. I have no idea what I have. We find more than we thought we have. Does that make sense? But I've got them stored in several different places, and some of them I hadn't seen in years. I have records in my personal collection I have not seen in years, because I don't know where they're at. I've got a couple old houses I rent out. I have stuff stored in. I just don't know. I view it as assets, and I've got stuff stacked and everywhere. Now, if you consider what I own, my inventory here, what I own, I mean, if you count individual pieces in this building, there's no telling how many. If you flip through posters and, well, if we're just talking vinyl, but I mean, what I own as a business too, I have no idea. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. I have no idea. I don't know how I got so many. I mean, I look at stuff every night. I've owned these for a couple years now. I've never looked at them. Rossini Overture, William Tell and the Famous Five, Respighi, The Birds, Brazilian Impressions. Leonard Bernstein conducts On the Town Facsimile, Jeremiah Symphony. Leonard Bernstein, Vienna Philharmonic. Leonard Bernstein, Fancy Free. Pomp and Circumstance, Leonard Bernstein. Leonard Bernstein, Dvorak. Bach, Brandenburg Concertos, complete. That's 8 classical records for a $15 start. The singles have a bid for 10. Final call. And final call. Okay? And that includes a Reagan Youth. And here we go. These are new arrivals priced as marked. We have Roger Miller the third time around. Roger Miller is $9.99. Going to the Ventures Dance Party. Wow, look at that one. I've never seen that Ventures record before. $14.99. Going to the Ventures Dance Party. $14.99 on that. We have Reba McEntire, self-titled, $14.99. Loretta Lynn, Somebody Somewhere. Loretta Lynn is $9.99. Do I miss not seeing them? Yeah, but I don't have time to round everything up. If I spent time to just round up all my personal collection and inventory it, I wouldn't be able to come here every night and sell. It would take up a third of my life. Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom is $19.99. J. Giles Freeze Frame is in shrink wrap, $19.99. John Smetzer on the Ventures. That's sold to John Smetzer. We have Justin Hayward and John Lodge, Blue Jays. That's members of the Moody Blues, $14.99. We have George Harrison, Living in the Material World. George Harrison, $26.99. What a beautiful signature. I think it's amazing, the Beatles, and I don't know, I may just not pay attention, but it's pretty cool how the Beatles use their own signature as their logo. I think it's just because they're, and I may be missing other artists that do this, but if y'all have noticed, like John Lennon used his signature for logos. Paul McCartney definitely, literally the logo of his company is pretty much his signature. And then George Harrison. And I think it just makes it another reason their autographs are so collectible. Not only because they're Beatles, but literally their handwriting is their logo. I've noticed that recently, especially since I've got into autographs probably the last 5 years. And I'm sure there's other people. I noticed Eric Clapton did it, but it's just pretty cool how they've used their own signature. Or maybe I'm overlooking something, and maybe a lot more people do it. But it's pretty cool how they use their own signature for their logo. $26.99 for George Harrison. And then John Smetzer, I've already pulled the Ventures, right? And then John Smetzer also wants the Hall & Oates. And Gary Wellman got the Moody Blues, the John Lodge, Justin Hayward. Okay, and then these three are sold to Darren for $10. And that's sold. Chris Bryant must have left the chat because he didn't say anything about Reagan Youth. He's going to be mad he missed a Reagan Youth. And we have Foreigner 4. It's $19.99. And we have Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton is $9.99. Now these 8 classical records are a $15 buy it now. 8 classical records, $15 buy it now. And Soul to Soul, Get a Life. This is $14.99. Soul to Soul, Get a Life, $14.99. And Firefall's $9.99. I'll give a tip and advice since I know all of y'all are collectors. The best thing you can do is when you buy something, go ahead and document it and record it. And put it into whatever you do, a spreadsheet, a Discogs. I would go ahead and do it right then. Otherwise, you're going to be like me or some other people, and they have so much stuff. They have so much stuff that it would take months to catalog it. And, I mean, that's me. Like, I have so much stuff at this point, I can't catalog it. And sometimes cataloging is not really necessary if you're going to go sell it. Like a lot of people do inherit somebody's collection. Like their uncle will die, and the first thing they do is they'll have like 3 family members spend a month and a half building a spreadsheet. And then they'll say, here's what we have. And we're like, well, that helps, but we really got to see them in person. And so it depends on why you want to catalog it. If you want to catalog it to keep track of what you have and what pressings, I would start doing it right now. If you're going to catalog it to sell it, you really don't really have to. Most dealers like me, I'm not too interested in seeing spreadsheets. So, but if you're cataloging to collect, I would go ahead and start right now because it's going to take you a long time. Just keying them in on Discogs. So, and if you do it on Discogs, you can get a rough idea of retail value. Here are some singles: Race Against Time, and Rammed, maybe, Monstroyer, and Black Between the Stars. There's 3 more singles, a $10 start. Phil Collins, that's right, Phil Collins used his logo, and he's a very collectible autograph too. So, yeah, it seems like people with very collectible autographs use their logo as their signature, as their logo. Jimi Hendrix does it. The Jimi Hendrix estate, they use his signature on all kinds of stuff. All right, so these are sold to Michael Butler, those 8 classical records. Thank you, Michael. Those are sold to you. Next thing I have is the very best of Joe Turner. Joe Turner is $19.99. Yes, you also have to catalog for insurance. Make sure you have your collections insured. Make sure you have them insured. Sometimes your homeowner's policy does not cover collectibles. There's little loopholes like that. and sometimes they require inventory before, especially if you have $100,000, invested in your collection. So you might want to make sure it's insured. Spotlight on Willie Nelson featuring Bloody Mary Morning. Willie Nelson's $14.99. Rick Springfield, Hard to Hold. Rick Springfield is $14.99, Hard to Hold. Tanya Tucker, Riding Rainbows. Tanya Tucker is $14.99. Utopia. Utopia is $19.99. And Dolly Parton, The Bargain Store. Wow, don't get that one very often. The Bargain Store, tan RCA label, $24.99 on that. And Buck Owens, It Takes People Like You to Make People Like Me, $9.99. Doug Reeder on Wheel. Doug Reeder on Wheel, and that was for Willie Nelson, right? That's So Do You. And we have 20 Bluegrass Original Instrumentals, $12.99. All right, let's do another sealed lot. I got sealed Buck Owens. I got sealed Van Devils live at Exit In. And is there another country? Let's do Johnny Paycheck. I think these are three kind of sealed country-related records. So Buck Owens, sealed, Time Life compilation. The Vandals at Exit In, Nashville Music Forum. I don't know if that's country or not, maybe. And then Johnny Paycheck, sealed with Hop Sticker. 3 sealed records, a $15 start. 3 sealed records, $15 start. Cheryl Smith gets Buck Owens. Speaking of Buck Owens, he's now on a lot. No bid on these singles. They're a buy it now for $10. 3 singles, a buy it now for $10. We have Wagoneers, Good Fortune. Wagoneers is $9.99. Good Fortune. Dusty Springfield, You Don't Have to Say You Love Me. Dusty is $19.99. Dusty Springfield. Mick Jagger, this is Lucky in Love. Mick Jagger is $14.99. Jagger's a 12-inch single. We also have Linda Ronstadt, a retrospective. Linda is a 2LP, $24.99 for Linda Ronstadt, a retrospective, $24.99. The Best of Jerry Reed, $14.99. And we have Local Gentry, Bobby Gentry. Nice. Is that a, wow, that's an actual, these are always reissues. That's a real color band label. Wow. $39.99 on Bobby Gentry. Let's get another classical lot built. Let's do that right now. Let's do another classical lot built. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. We got a lot of Bach. Uh-oh. We did Beethoven. I think I just emptied the front. Now we're back to the part that was behind Beethoven, which is Bach. So here's this. And here's 8 classical records. The Jacques Luzier Trio plays Bach's Brandenburg Concerto. Bach Brandenburg Concerto number 3. Bach The Complete Flute Sonatas. Bach Sonatas for Cellos and Harpsichord. That's a cool cover. Bach The Goldenberg Variations. Bach's Greatest Hits on Philips. J.S. Bach Masterworks. J.S. Bach's Orchestra Suites 2 and 3. 8 classical records, all Bach, $15 start. Gary Wellman on MJ, and that's Mick Jagger. That's an awesome Linda Ronstadt compilation there. Johnny Paycheck, Somebody Loves Me. Johnny is sealed for $19.99. And we have Webb's Choice, Webb Pierce. Webb Pierce is $9.99. And Profile, Best of Emmylou Harris, $14.99. Next is a Mick Jagger Put Back. Yes, that is a 12-inch single promo. Mick Jagger's a 12-inch single promo. We have The View from the Top. This is a Cat Stevens, kind of a 2-in-1. I think this is really cool here. Durham, I have this myself, $34.99. It's a German compilation, 2 Cat Stevens, $34.99. And we have A Taste of Honey. That's $9.99. Next is What Is the Condition Dusty Springfield doesn't have? Oh No, Not My Baby. Let's go back to Dusty Springfield. You Don't Have to Say You Love Me. Long After Night. It Was Easier Than Her. It Won't Be Long. Oh No, Not My Baby. It's on here. Rod, this has no condition notes. For a Dusty Springfield of this era, it's exceptionally nice. And it's $19.99. Also, Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You. Scandal is $19.99. And Boz Scaggs' Greatest Hits, $19.99. These 3 sealed records are available for a $15 buy now. 3 sealed records, $15 buy it now, including Buck Owens and Johnny Paycheck. Final call to get a bid on the classical records, those 8 for a $15 start. And here's our next 3 singles. Our next 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. We have Ramming Speed. We have Rectal Hygienics. And we have RF1 Rat Fist. Okay? What is on the Webb Pierce? Next comment, Webb's Choice, featuring You Ain't No Better Than Me, San Antonio Rose, Ring Around the Roses, Time Changes Everything, Do You Think I'm Not Thankful, and others, including Danny Boy, If It's Not Too Late to Ask, When Prison Calls, Cottonfields, Fallen Star, Taste of Heaven, The Bottle Is Just Fooling You, Don't Think I'm Not Faithful. Next comment is Rod said he will take the Dusty Springfield. Doug Reeder wants The Taste of Honey. And now the classical does have a bid for $15. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. We have Count Basie, Basic Basie. That is in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Smokey Robinson and the Miracle, Special Occasion. Smokey Robinson is $19.99. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. Emmylou Harris, Roses in the Snow. That's $14.99. And Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. $9.99 for Lionel there. Give me 1 second. Let me grab this. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. So, was there Boz? Yeah, it's actually Boz Scaggs Hits, Gary. Boz Scaggs Hits is $19.99. Boz Scaggs Hits. Michael Wood on Scandal. Scandal here is sold to Michael Wood. Guy Shard, I'm going to go ahead and sell you these 8 classical records for $15. Thank you on that, Guy. Those are sold to you. Let's go ahead and crate those up. Appreciate that. And then next is Seals and Croft's Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap. Seals and Croft is $9.99. Doug Reeder on Lionel Richie. That's sold to Doug Reeder. I have Carly Simon come upstairs. Carly is $9.99. Waylon, It's Only Rock and Roll. Waylon Jennings is $24.99. Book and record, Popeye, The Sailor Man. That's pretty cool. $19.99 for Popeye Book and Record. Glenn Campbell, I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Jimmy Nelson's Ventriloquism. We used to have that doll in the back. There he is. This is $14.99. $14.99. Vicky on I Am the Warrior. Was that Scandal? If so, it's already sold. And now these 3 singles are a buy it now for $10. There's another stack of 3 singles. $10 buy it now on those. And then next is Gary Wellman on Waylon Jennings. And that's sold to Gary Wellman. And now since I've unplugged that phone, let me pull this charger around here. And now I'm going to plug up this other phone, so I don't die and I can see those comments. All right. Would you sell the Ram and Speed for $5? Ram and Speed is sold to Hiram for $5. Now, if anybody just wants Rectal Hygienics and Rat Fist, I'll say both of those for $5. All right. Now, let's grab... Oh, man. There's so much stuff stacked up behind me. So much stuff stacked up behind me. Let me figure out. Probably about to do a buy it now best offer bin. Here's kind of my plan for those that like to know the schedule and where I'm at and what's going on. Here is my plan for those that need to know the deal. Okay? And here is the deal. The deal is this. I think I'm going to go through a discount bin next. And Darren says he'll take the last 2 there for $5. I'm going to try to finish the rest of these classical lots. Obviously, keep doing 45 singles and some sealed records. I'm going to probably go through a discount crate and maybe another. It's one of the rare nights you'll probably see me say I might need to stop quite early. We're either about to do half off or buy it now best offer. But I have a couple things that must be done that requires me to, get here much earlier and probably interfere with my sleep. And so the first thing is I've got to help them clean up this store they're about to bring in, like, between two different collections, more than 30,000 records. I got to probably be here tomorrow to help G watch last night's sale because it was so chaotic. And I just have some administrative stuff to do. Bill paying still I hadn't done. And what else? Order vinyl. Yeah, I got to keep ordering the new vinyl. So a rare night where we'll probably end a lot earlier than normal. I'll still probably be on here for, I'm going to say, another half hour. But the half hour you stick with me, we're probably going to do some discount bins. And usually, as always, if it picks up, we'll keep going through them. But I've made some serious messes in the store. And I've been told by my advisors, if we don't get some of this stuff back on track, then we're in trouble. So I kind of need to stop piling it on, is what I'm saying. I've been piling stuff on for about 2 weeks straight in huge, unfathomable quantities. I think y'all have been seeing. So we actually need to probably do a couple nights this week where I don't pile on 100,000 miscellaneous items that I normally show. We did that already on Sunday. We did enough on Sunday for 3-4 weeks worth. But let's go through some discount bins because I am here to keep y'all entertained. But yeah, I do need to stop probably 2 hours earlier than normal. I did make a mess. I've made a mess. I got to help them when shipping. Well, not necessarily. I'm not going to be packing boxes, but I just got to make sure everybody's here. And I can do other stuff for them so they can spend more time shipping. Our biggest thing is making sure y'all's orders are getting shipped out promptly. And we are about 7 days back. So if I don't help them because Tanner's been out of town, and we're technically 3 people short-handed. So as y'all know, we used to have 2 or 3 extra people here. Those people are no longer with us. And so, we really hadn't found a perfect fit. And with that perfect fit, we're still on the hunt. Let's do a quick buy it now best offer bin. So Tanner's been out, and we're technically about 2 people less than what we normally are. So if I don't help them so they can spend time in shipping, here in a couple days, we're going to be 12 days back, which I think concerns them greatly because it is their job to keep up with it. But they're also like, Chad, you've also sold like 1 billion items. So, yeah, I got to help them. I got to help make their life easier. So, and we got to get somebody hired, probably 2 people hired. And Tanner's got to get back from Greece. So, we gotta get back we gotta get Tanner back from Greece, okay? So here we go. Let's do buy it now best offer. But I'm probably gonna be stopping about 2 hours early tonight. Y'all know I usually go from like 5:30 to 1:30. It's usually 5:30 to 1:30. Just saying. All right, my time ain't long. Jimmy Rogers, $9.99. $9.99. We have Stoney Edwards, She's My Rock. Stoney Edwards is $39.99. These are actually new arrivals from Fred Goodwin's collection. If you want to make an offer, $39.99. Be my guest. And we have the novelty side of George Jones. We have George Jones, the novelty side of George Jones, $19.99. And we have Marty Robbins, Hawaii's Calling Me. That's a Bear Family, Marty Robbins, $19.99. And Y'all Come, Porter Wagner. 1963 mono, Porter Wagner, $19.99 for Porter. And Dave Dudley, the Pool Shark. I always thought that was a cool cover. Dave Dudley, $9.99. All right, let's put up some more hardcore singles here. We got one. Let's flip through here. Let's pull some from the middle. Let's pull some right here from the middle. We'll do this one and this one, this one, this one. What do we have here? Leaner. Let's see here. Here's Leaner, what's that say? Clock Cleaner. Oh, Clock Cleaner. And then here's another Clock Cleaner. There's 2 Clock Cleaners. And then what is this? Oh, man, that's a wild cover. Clancy 6, Exus. There's 3 singles there for a $10 start. Okay. Also, we have Marquettes, no matter what shape, $14.99. Gary Lewis Now, that has a hop sticker on Liberty, sealed with a kiss. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, $9.99. Summer Trip, $16.99. That's some kind of compilation. Bob Seger, Kathmandu, Sweets on here. Dr. Hook, Status Quo, that is $16.99. We have George Jones and Tammy Wynette, a promo interview-only disc. That's $14.99. Dean Martin for The Good Times. Dean Martin is $9.99. The New Christie Minstrels, Ramblin', $9.99 on the New Christie Minstrels. Shalala Gags and Shamrocks, Bing Crosby. I have never seen this Bing Crosby record before. How do you say that? Shalogs and Shamrocks. Bing Crosby is $9.99. And we have Gypsy Campfires, 101 strings. That's also $9.99. All right, let's grab a classical lot over here. This classical lot is going to go up for bid right now. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5, 6, 7, 8. This one has a couple box sets. I may make this one a $20 start just because of the pure size of the lot. It has 2 box sets in it. But that's what was next in the tub. So we got J.S. Bach's Concerto in A major. We have Bach, Telemann, a Ransom Wilson flute. Bach Concertos, Isaac Stern. The 6 Brandenburg Concertos, Bach. Bach, Brandenburg Concertos, 2 box sets there. We have Beethoven, Bruno Walter, Erotica, C.G. Ozawa, Chicago Symphony Orchestra, and Bartok Stawowski. So that classical lot, a $20 start. These 3 singles are a $10 buy it now. Those 3 singles are a $10 buy it now. George and Tammy, that's this right here. Sell that to Rod Bryan for $10. Thank You, the most popular guitar, Chet Atkins, $12.99. More Chad and Jeremy, $9.99. Mel McDaniel, I'm Countrified. Mel McDaniel, $14.99. I'm Countrified. Thank You, Pretty Baby, Nat King Cole, $9.99. Dion the Belmonts, Doo-Wop. Dion the Belmonts compilation, that's $9.99. We have Anthology of Country Music, The Unheard, Jimmy Rogers, Volume 2, $12.99 on that. Della Reese, one more time. Della is $9.99. Webb Pierce's Greatest Hits. I'm in the Jailhouse Now. I like that one. I'm in the Jailhouse Now. Webb Pierce, $9.99. Shooting the Dice and that was on A Brother Where Art Thou. The Ventures Play the Classics. The Ventures Play the Classics. That's $9.99. Also, The Best of Julie London. Julie is $19.99. That's very clean looking. Tanya Tucker, Strong Enough to Bend. Tanya is from 1988. Wow. Tanya, $14.99. Hoyt Axton, Pistol Packin' Mama. Hoyt Axton is $12.99. And Ethel Waters, Greatest Years. Ethel Waters is $19.99. Dinah Washington, The Best in Blues. Diana's $14.99. Robert Barnett on The Ventures. That's so to Robert Barnett. Hank Thompson's Dance Ranch, $9.99 on Hank Thompson. Bobby Darin, Clementine, $9.99. And we have I Remember Buddy Holly, Bobby V, $9.99. Man, I got to run some ads and get some people interested in classic country. Probably the hardest thing for us to sell, classic country. That's what most that's in there, and there was virtually no claims. Is there anybody in the world out there watching that's tuned in that is remotely interested in some country albums? Because that's what the crate was. I'm not talking about Alan Jackson and George Strait, and I'm not talking about Morgan Wallen and Zach Bryan. I'm talking about whoever else some of those other guys in there were. I need some buyers for Hank Thompson and Webb Pierce. All right, here are 4 more sealed records. This is the last I had tonight. Rockets, Uncle Festivus. Now, Uncle Festive. And then we have the Osborne Brothers and Joe Stampley. 4 sealed records there. Those are 4 sealed records, $10 $10 start. 4 sealed records, $10 start. Why not? Michael Rudolph on Bing Crosby. Now some claims are coming in. I was worried y'all were all dead. I was like, oh no, all my customers died. Nobody's commenting. Michael Rudolph got Bing Crosby. John Darden on George Jones. Are you talking about the one up here at the beginning? That is $19.99. I'll sell that to you for $15. Melissa Bailey, I'll sell you reluctantly Tanya Tucker for $10. I'm going to sell Chuck Haley, the Gary Lewis and Shrink and Hop for $7. And there we have it. Chris Bryant, you missed Reagan Youth earlier. I don't think you were watching. Okay, anybody else? Before I do probably a half-off grade. These were actually new arrivals best offer. I got George Jones. I told somebody I'd do it for $15. That is a earlier record there on Mercury Records. Has the original inner sleeve. Yeah, black Mercury record. Very nice. George Jones album there. The novelty side. I'm going to put the disc back here behind the jacket. 15 if anybody wants that. So we got Bobby V, Bobby Darin, Hank Thompson, Dinah Washington, Ether Waters, Hoyt Axton, Julie London, Webb Pierce, Della Reese, Jimmy Rogers, Dion the Belmonts, Nat King Cole, Mel McDown, Chad and Jeremy, Chad Atkins, Gypsy, New Christie, Dean Martin, Summer Trip. That is sold to Jesse Rome for $10. It was marked $16.99. $16.99, and we have Dave Dudley, Porter Wagner, Marty Robbins, Tony Edwards, and Jimmy Rogers. All right, nobody bid on this classical lot. This classical lot here is a buy it now for $20. 8 records, including 2 box sets, so it's going to be more than 10 discs. More than 10 records there, a $20 buy it now on those. And then these 4 sealed records are also a $10 buy it now. These 4 sealed records are also a $10 buy it now. All right, there's that. I saw Reagan. There was a Reagan Youth in another lot after that. It's when you got off. You wasn't on. I was talking about you. I said, there's a Reagan Youth. Chris Bryant just asked for them. And now he's got off, and now he's going to miss it. And you got off, and you missed it. Dang it. Shoot, as my cousin used to say. Shoot. All right. All right, let me get a new empty crate because we just filled that one up. And maybe in this last half hour or so, we can do the other one because we are about to do a half off, which means we're probably going to sell everything in there. Okay, so what songs are on George Jones? Tall, Tall Trees, Battle of Love, If I Don't Love You, White Lightning, Revenor Man, Slave Lover, Big Harlan Taylor, Why Baby Why, Too Much Water, Eskimo Pie, Jambalaya, Sparkling Brown Eyes. And then next is Todd Saw on 8 for Mel McDaniel. $8, Todd Saw, Mel McDaniel, sold. And then Julie London was $19.99. The Best of Julie London, $19.99. Steve, yes, there is the Best of Julie London, Liberty. Very nice vinyl, $19.99. Jesse said sold on Summer Trip for $10. And then Classical 18, Guy Shard, nobody else. These are sold to Guy Shard for $18. John Darden, there you go. He said he will take George Jones for $15. And Porter Wagner. Chuck, I think that was a pretty good one because it's 2 things. 1, I don't see as often. 2, it's in mono. This would be $15. It's marked $19.99. Yeah, I'll do that one for $15. Todd second on George Jones. Steve Biddlecombe on Julie London. Let me make sure Jim Davis asked about it right before you did. If Jim doesn't want it, I'll sell it to you. And Todd, you're second on George Jones. All right. And before I put up another hardcore lot, here are the 6 so far that hadn't sold. Let's do them instead of for $20, $15. So 6 unsold singles, $15 bundle on those. 6 unsold singles, $15 bundle on those. And then we had a lot of 3 sealed records and a lot of 4 sealed records. And those were $15 and $10, $25. How about $20 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sealed records? $20 for 7 sealed records. And so, Steve Biddlecombe, you do get the Julie London. Very nice copy. That is sold to Steve Biddlecombe, okay? And that's been my price reductions on the bundles. Those were 10 and 15, now 20. Those were 10 and 10, now 15. Let's get some new stuff up. Let's try to find a great half-off crate. And passport, no problem. Let's see. I've been trying to put all this. That was a short crate anyway. And let me move these over here. Anybody else craving fish sticks and ketchup? Fish sticks and ketchup. That might be my go-to meal tonight. Fish sticks, ketchup. All right. What do we got here, folks? Is this going to be the half-off crate? I think I have found our half-off crate. Ooh, it's got sealed Laura stuff in it. Jim B just woke up. He just fell out of his recliner. Coffee spilled all over his shirt. And he's like, sealed Laura crates. This may be the boost we need. Here we go. Both stacks. Who got these? John Durden got these. John Durden was first. That is all the sealed records I've offered so far. So did John Durden for $20. Tim was next, then Guy Shard. And then the only tagged auction tonight was Booker T and the MGs, Hip Hug Her. A 2002 US 180 gram sealed, $25. Let's get this sold, and that's the only unsold auction other than the 45s. But we won't look at those. We'll just keep adding to them because we're about to put up another lot right now. Here's the next lot of singles. We got 3 more coming up right here. We have Don Austin, Rust Belt Blues, or It Serves Us the Right to Suffer. Drug Church. I'm going to leave this in the sleeve because it has a sticker. And this is the Reducers. We Are the People. So 3 singles there, a $10 start. All right, let's do a half-off crate. Y'all ready? First record. I've got 3 sealed copies of Mandy Moore. These were $24.99. Now they're $12.50. Mandy Moore is $12.50. I got Mark Lanigan Band. Mark Lanigan Band is sealed, now just $13.50. Mark Lanigan Band and Mandy Moore. Those are sealed and sealed, folks. Let's grab a classical lot. We've almost sold 2 full black tub, yellow lid classical tubs of classical from Fred's collection. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, here's the next bundle. All right, here we go. Here we go. By the way, the Fred stuff hadn't been really checked or cleaned. Everything should be VG++ or better on these lots, but just FYI, these records, these classical bundles, if you bought some last week, if you bought some tonight, I'm pulling them straight. Literally, these have went from a man's house on a shelf for the last 40 years into a tub and here to the auction block. I have never looked at the vinyl on any of these, but knowing Fred, they were all VG+, maybe VG++ or better, usually or better for the classical stuff. So here's 8 more. Bartok Dance Suite, Glenn Gould Bach Toccatas, Volume 1, Bartok, Concerto for Orchestra, Glenn Gould Piano, Leonard Bernstein, Beethoven, Piano Concerto No. 4, Angel Records, Beethoven Symphony No. 6, Egon Petrie plays Beethoven. That looks like it could be good. And that's a cool looking one there. Beethoven Symphony No. 5 from RCA Red Seal. 8 classical records, $15 start. Next is BT Song Titles. Now, where did you see that at? BT Song Titles. Oh, Booker T. Give me 1 second. Mark Lanigan sold to Ron Duffield for $13.50. Jim Davis got Mark Lanigan for $13.50. Darren Kristen got Mark Lanigan for $13.50. Next is the Scooters, Young Girls. The Scooters is $5. Color on Drug Church. The sticker says, transparent red vinyl. Transparent red vinyl. Those 3, Craig Thomas is in at $10. Classical has bids for $15.15. We have Pepper. Pepper is a 1977 US $5. We're going through a half-off crate. Track list on Booker T. Give me 1 second on Booker T. Booker T has Hip Hug Her, Soul Sanction, Get Ready More, Double or Nothing, Canterbury Street, Slim Jenkins Joint, Pygmy Groovin', Booker's Notion, and Sunny. And that's a sealed Sundays pressing for a $25 buy now. Back to the half-off bin. Lake Street Dive. This is called Good Together, sealed on translucent blue vinyl. That's $15. I got 2 of those. Whitney Morgan and the 78s. Whitney Morgan is sealed. An original 2010 U.S. pressing. That is $25 on Whitney Morgan. And this is John Moreland Visitor. John Moreland is sealed on cream-colored vinyl, $16.50. We've got 2 of those. And Monophonics Sage Motel, that is sealed on orange with black swirl. That is $15. Monophonics Sage Motel, $15 on that. Fred, you know what? He had one big console player in his house, and I think they ended up wanting to keep it. And then I think they gave it away to a family member. But he had one big old console player. And actually, when I first got involved, he went ahead and he had just gave it away to like a niece or something. Or, yeah, somebody like that. I'm not for sure. Okay. Now, let's go back to the top. But he only had one big console record player, but it was a good one. Classical 15, Classical 15, Classical 16, Mandy M. And then Mandy Moore is sold to Todd Saw for $12.50. He says it's for his daughter. And then Classical 17, Classical 18, Classical 20. We have Ken. This is a soundtrack music by Mogwai. That's sealed on red vinyl for $10. And the box tops nonstop. The box tops EX $9. And Craig, I don't think anybody outbid you on the 45s. So thank you. Those 3 are sold to you for $10. We have the shirt Street Light Shine. The shirts is VG Plus $5. The shirt Street Light Shine $5. And Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson Bridges. Wow. That record in the half off bin is insane. $30 on Bridges. $30 on Bridges. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. At one time, we had 27 console record players stored inside this building. It was insane. We had to get rid of them. A couple of them were damaged and stuff, but at one time, we had them stacked. We had blankets and stacked and blankets and stacked, and it was back when I was buying all that audio equipment. I was buying that audio equipment from that guy in Monterey, Tennessee. And, of course, at one time, I had hundreds of sets of speakers, receivers. Whew, we finally got rid of it all. Ken, that back here is sold to Darren Johnson. Thank you. That's sold to you for $10. Gil Scott-Heron, that is sold to Neil Rigler, then Gary Wellman, then Rod Bryan, then Jim B. The Classical's now at $23. They're still bidding now $23. Climax Blues Band Live, VG Plus $7.50. And Tom Powers, Love and Learn, EX $5 on Tom Powers. Let's go ahead and put up some new singles. We have Divisions. There's Divisions. We have Doc. And we have another Don Austin. Those 3, a $10 start. The thing about those console players is some of them are really cheap. And some of them, like made in Germany, the right brand, are really expensive. So some of them are really cheap, and then some of them that are very Art Deco or mid-century modern looking, and they have the right equipment. Some of them are really bad. Some of them are extremely valuable. So, but 9 times out of 10, they're typically junk. But some people take them and fix them up and do stuff to them. But as Todd just said, yeah, most of them are really bad. So before you buy one. And they're very heavy and they're obtrusive. They're very heavy and obtrusive. Yeah, we threw 12 of them in a dumpster. And then I took 5 to an auction house. Well, gave them another 5. And then I think when we got down to about 2 or 3, I threw the rest of them in a dumpster. So, Photo Glow. Photo Glow is VG Plus $7.50. We're doing a half off bin, by the way. Phone, Stickman. Phones is an 86 New Wave. This is VG Plus $7.50. The Classical lot's at $23. So, Neil Rigler, let me know if you want back in. Those 345s are $10. Final call. PF Sloan. Excuse me. PF Sloan, Songs of Our Times. PF Sloan is $17.50. The Stylistics is EX, $11.50. This is Alan Thomas, a pitcher, VG Plus $9. Bob Matthews, Maiden Voyage. Bob Matthews is a private press rock album, EX $14. Live at Wembley, all-time low. All-time low is sealed. A record store day on yellow orange swirl for $12.50. These 345s are a buy it now for $10. Those 345s are a buy it now for $10. We have Terry Stafford say, has anybody seen my sweet Gypsy Rose? That is $7.50. Our next singles are going to go up right now. Oh, wow. Poison Idea. We might have to sell that one by itself. I'll go ahead and put the Oxymorons in there with it. Poison Idea, Oxymorons, and this one looks interesting too. Gene Mill Society Torch Start Tomorrow. Those three singles going up for a $10 start. Poison Idea, Oxymorons, and the Gene Mill Society Torch. Those are a $10 start. Next is Skip Ewing, The Coast of Colorado for $7.50. And we have Alton Gunn, Yole. This is unopened, now $14. A Turkish Psych Funk Disco. All right, this classical lot is sold to LJ for $23. Thank you, LJ. Those are sold to you. Appreciate that. The singles already have bids for $15 and $20. I knew that would escalate quickly, so let me step over here and grab another classical lot. Let me grab a classical lot here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, let's finish the crate. 11. There's going to be 11 in this bundle because it's the rest of the tub. 11 in this bundle, and it's the rest of the tub. And here they are. This is and the next classical bundle will have to come. I'll have to go dig them out of the back maybe later this week. Charles, this sleeve, I'm going to take it. That sleeve's done its job, but that's a nasty looking sleeve. Let's take that off. Charles Munich, Boston Symphony, Beethoven. This looks really good here. This looks really early. LM, that's an early RCA record. Symphony number 7, Beethoven, Boston Symphony Orchestra. Beethoven's Emperor Concerto, that's another early RCA record. Guarneri Quartet with Pinnock Zuckerman. Beethoven Symphony number 3, Erotica, or Eroca. Bruno Lombardo Gelber. Barbaroli conducts Wagner. Corroboree Suite from Ballet. Antheil Capital of the World. Banfield The Combat Ballet Theater. Marian Anderson, Schumann and Brahms Lieder. And this is Famous Overtures by Rossini. That's a $20 start on that. So next is singles, 15, now 20. Rod Bryan on Gun, Alton Gun, that's sort of Rod Bryan. Another bid on these for 25. Condition on Climax Blues Band. Condition on Climax Blues Band. It was a VG Plus record, Gary, $7.50. So I think the Poison Idea is the one we want to see. Poison Idea, Filth Kick EP, Hangover, Heart Attack, Drug Revival, Ballad of Pre-Op, and New Rose. And Poison Idea is on black vinyl. Poison Idea black vinyl. For Wagner, yeah, I've gotten scalded multiple times. There's some things that I learn how to say correctly. There's some things that I can't remember how to say correctly, which you would think I could remember. But anyways, I want to get the if I pronounce classical stuff correctly, people think I'm more educated and higher class than I really am. And I'm not just some country bumpkin here. Best of Leon Everett. Best of Leon Everett is $5. We have Lord, Solar Power. Lord is now $12.50. And Rebel Hills, one by one. Rebel Hills is $5. Poison Idea label. Poison Idea label is TKO Records. Poison Idea, Filth Kick EP. Hangover, Heart Attack, Drug Revival. There's the flip side there. TKO Records, Ballad of Pre-Op. Hope that helped. Claymore has them for $28. That's the last of the classical records. $20 start on those. We're doing a half-off bin right now. We have Chris Ray, Whatever Happened to Beanie Santini. Chris Ray is sealed, $7.50. Treatment of Diabetes. You listen to this, and it will help you cure your diabetes. $5. That's got to be worth it. And then Amos Lee Transmissions. Amos Lee is sealed, $15 on that. What color is Lord? Lord is, I'm assuming, black vinyl. Also, we have another Amos Lee. Yeah, we got 2 Amos Lees. Baby Grand, hey, we had that tonight. There's one for $5. Paul Redfern on Ray. That was for the Chris Ray. Thank you, Paul Redfern. Stephen Riley on Lord. Thank you, Stephen Riley. That's so to you. And we have the amazing Bud Powell. I think we sold like a vintage reissue that tonight. We did. There's a new sealed blue note. That's $12.50. $12.50. I'm pretty positive we sold a vintage reissue that tonight. That's $12.50. We have the Fabulous Fats Navarro. That is sealed for $10. We have We Insist Max Roach's Freedom Now Sweet. That's sealed for $10. 2 copies of that available. Hosier Unreal Unearth. That's $12.50. And the Alabama State Troopers Roadshow. That's Don Nix, Fury Lewis. That's $10. These, I think 11 classical records are a $20 buy it now. 11 classical records. That's a buy it now for $20. Are we done on the singles? Claymore has them for $28. I'm about to sell them. Claymore has those for $28. I'm assuming we're all done. We pulled Lord. Rod Bryan wants Bud. Bud Powell sold to Rod Bryan. Melissa Bailey gets Hosier. That's sold to Melissa Bailey. Rod Bryan on Max Roach. Neil Reigler also gets a Max Roach. Luckily, we got 2. And Vicky, you were next on Hosier. Hosier. Something like that. Someone just commented on one of our ads. Do you ever get Pink Floyd The Wall? We sold, what, 2 of them tonight? They probably have no idea we're live right now on Facebook selling records. But we are. All right, Darren's out. I think we're about to sell those. Now, here's what we got to do. So I know those are going to sell. Here's the other singles from tonight. So we have what? Now there's 9, so $18. Yeah, there should be 3. How many are there here? They're going to be $2 a piece. Comment bundle if you want them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, $18. We're going to get them down. Instead of 3 1/3, we're going to get them down to $2. That's all the unsold singles. $18 on those. And then, so yeah, the Poison Idea is sold. Or, I mean, these 3 with Poison Idea are sold to Claymore for $28. Now, let's get an offer for Booker T. It was $25, a 2002 U.S. 180 grams sealed. $25 or best offer. And then we have Craig Thomas gets these for $18. That's these 9 records from there to there. We got to make sure these are all turned the right way so they don't fall out. I'll go ahead and help them out a little. There we go. All right, and then Dustin was second. And, all right, and then let's sell, man, the last classical bundle. 1, 2, 3, for $20. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with these early ones here. 11, 12. These either 11 or 12. Either 11 or 12. 20 on Booker T. Sold to Michael Rudolph for $20. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. Michael gets that for $20. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right. Let's move this here. This here. This, that there. And Michael Ruttman saves the night. Thank you, Michael Ruttman. Those are all sold to Michael for $20. Everything that's been put up for auction tonight has sold. There's no leftovers. We're going to do another hardcore lot. Let's do it right here. Let's see. These ones on the sides may be pretty good. Let's see here. Here's some stuff upcoming. I'm not for sure what I want to auction yet, but here's some stuff upcoming. Usually if they're marked, whoever had some of these before us, if they tend to be marked a little bit higher, seems like they knew what was going on, right? Let's do that one. That looks pretty wicked, and let's do that one because it was marked $18. So 3 singles going up for a $10 start. 3 singles for a $10 start. This is Sean Rowe Raw Justice, Artificial Peace, and the Poo Poo Platters. Is Riff Randall dead? Here's some of the newest sealed stuff that came in tonight. The B-52s, MoFi Cosmic Thing. The B-52s is new and sealed, $34.99. I've still got 2 copies. Love Shack Baby. We have the Sisters of Mercy Floodland, $34.99. Air Supply's Greatest Hits is $29.99. Harem Scarum is $38.99. Music on Vinyl Press. Carole King Tapestries, $44.99. Also, Sisters of Mercy is $34.99. The soundtrack to Dunkirk, music by Hans Zimmer, $49.99. White Zombies, $38.99. DRI, 4 of a Kind. DRI is $38.99. Obituary, Slowly We Rot. That's $38.99. Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry's $38.99. Hall & Oates Rockin' Soul Part 1, $44.99. Those 3 45s has a bid for 10, going once, going twice. Lamb of God Wrath is $38.99. Wasp Headless Children is $38.99. This is 242, front 242, $33.99. Korn Issues is $33.99. We have 2 of those. It's a 2 LP. 1 Nirvana live in Madrid for $29.99. And Korn Fall the Leader is $33.99. Korn Fall the Leader. Final call on those 45s to Robert Warner for $10. Final call. Final call. At this point in the show, does anybody have any questions, concerns, complaints? Mark, you can complain too. I'm either going to reply to you or just ignore you. We have Wasp sold to Mark Morris, and we have what is the Sean Rose sealed in the 45s. It is opened. It is opened. Sean Rowe is open. Darren wants Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Thank you. And Mark Morris got a Wasp. And those are still getting bids, but we'll give it one more second. So this week, a lot of stuff happening. First of all, I'll tell you about some collections. Paul's, we're acquiring on Wednesday. There'll definitely be pics and videos, probably somewhere north of 20,000 albums in a new collection. I don't have a lot of details. I'm just as surprised usually as those are. As y'all will be. But yeah, that's Wednesday. Then he's leaving that night to go to Wisconsin and buy another huge collection. Tom Harris on Rob Zombie. Thank you, Tom. Glad to see you're still around and I didn't make you mad earlier. Tom Harris on Zombie. I know you're a good sport. Thank you. Thank you, Tom Harris. As of right now, I know of no Laserdisc. Actually, I know of 2, Michael. I'll have them tomorrow. You ask me tomorrow in any time for Laserdisc, and I know I'll bring them up here tonight. Okay? And then I said customer for life. Good. Thank you. Thank you. I need more of those. Anybody else willing to make that commitment? A customer for life? Who is right now willing to say, I am committing to be a customer for life to Coletco? I know some of y'all already are. You don't have to take a solemn vow. But who's willing to join in blood right now? The Stylistics detail from the last crate. Yep, and probably that half-off crate, the next time I do a sale tomorrow, not the next time, I'll probably go through that crate again. This is the Stylistics. It is a 1971 original ARP press, EX edition, $11.50. $11.50 on that. Korn is $33.99. It is a double LP. Freak on a Leash. I always mention that song because there for the longest, everybody would ask me, which album has Freak on a Leash? And I would be like, Follow the Leader. And then the other question is, which one has Are You Ready? And that's on the self-titled Korn album, which I have around here somewhere. And I still got to find Vicky Yoshikawa, a Oracle. Oracle. Let me find that for Vicky. It's around here somewhere on that. Okay. All right. And the reason I'm stopping early tonight, Nick Bargeron says he's going to try the State Troopers. This is sold to Nick Bargeron for $10. And Robert, you get these 345s for $10. Thank you, Robert Warner. I know Robert Warner is a Coletco customer for life. He said issues. Oh, Issues, it's also $33.99. Yeah, both Korn albums are $33.99. Right now, they told me we're about 7 days back. We're about 7 days back on shipping. That's why I've got to come in tomorrow and help them logistically with some stuff. So G and all them, they can spend more time packing and shipping. I'd rather them do that. So I'm going to try to help them. I'm going to try to help them watch that sale. And I got to help Paul clean up and John clean up the store so they can get these records. Justin, I will get you a Korn. If I can't find one, I'll order you one on this. And yeah, Justin, I'll get one. Paul Redfern said sold, and he wants the stylistics. But I'm also on about probably 4 hours sleep, and that's where I'm heading right now. One of the few times, well, I've got to do a video that's going to be posted in the group. I'm going to go through this crate. I'm going to go through that crate, and probably another crate. And that's going to be posted in the group at 6 a.m. on Whole Lot of Records. And I am honestly heading to bed within the next hour, which is very unusual. But if I don't, and I don't get here earlier tomorrow, then we're going to get further behind. So, after I eat some fish sticks. After I eat some fish sticks. After I eat some fish sticks. Okay? And Justin wants Korn issues. All right, so Justin Garrett gets a Korn issues. And let's find Justin a Korn self-titled. And this is one of the rare times you'll see me stop 2 hours early. It probably won't happen again unless we're still in a bind. If we're still in a bind, then I might have to end again tomorrow or the next night. I hope not, okay? Life is peachy. It's in print, just not in stock. The one that I can't get, and it's never been reissued, the one that I can't get that's not is, what is this one right here? I'm Coming Undone. Yeah, this one's, you can't get this one. That's the one you can't get. I'm Coming Undone. Can't get that one. I've never seen it. Maybe I'm sure I've had it in some form, a bootleg or something, but it's not available. Well, let's see here. What's the Waterfish sandwich at Whataburger? Really? Fish at Whataburger at 3 a.m.? I don't know. Sounds dangerous. Kanye? Does Kanye West eat fish sticks? Does Kanye West eat fish sticks? All right. It feels weird doing this, but I'm going to end the sale. I'll be back tomorrow at when? I'll be back tomorrow at 5 or 5:30. Between 5 and 5:30. Between 5 and 5:30. What 2 front 2 is that? Front 242 is called Front by Front. My wife and Little Princess Pitbull puppy ate my issues last year. I'll take the other one. Okay. Both copies of Korn are sold. You got it. I never did find Accused. And we sold everything in that bin. So I might have got Accused mixed up with Agnostic Front. I might have thought I saw Accused, but it was Agnostic Front because we sold everything in that crate. All right, we're done. Watch Mo-Fi Records, Hall & Oates, Sisters of Mercy, Carole King, Sisters of Mercy, and B-52s. If I don't end the show, I'll be here another half hour selling records, which I know I could and I know I want to, but I can't. So I'm going to stop right there. Thanks, everybody, for watching. If you do see something you want, just let me know right now or send me a message. Thanks. Good night. I'm going to film a video. Actually, as soon as this is over, my phone's coming out of my pocket. I'm going to do another video. And that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, and good night, everybody. See y'all tomorrow between 5 and 5:30.